If you're hearing, oh shoot, we're live.
We're live now.
Yeah, what up, YouTube? What's going on, guys? This is your boy Liger, one half of Endure, and I got my little cast together right here. Basically, this was sparked off by the Good Sheppard because he wanted to tell about this all the time, but he kept on pushing it back, so it took me to force him to do this. So basically, I have, like I said, a good cast of people. I have, of course, like I said, Andre is gonna be right back. He's GVGNIU, whatever he calls it.
GVGINU. Yeah, don't worry. It took us a while to get it, but you know, we finally clocked on.
We had to practice it many times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
now you soon you'll be able to do it like me. GVGINU.
You're the reason I was able to pull it off. GVGINU. Yo.
Well, I couldn't say none of that stuff because again, everybody worked here and that came off their job, but I came up for 18 hours, so my brain is half rocked right now. So I'm tired as hell.
I got you beat. I only worked 7 hours. No, I'm just playing.
Well, you want us, like I said, me and you had that conversation about talking about that stuff already. Like, yeah, do my regular 9-to-5 job as an architect, and then come home and do run my studio. It's not easy. Yeah.
Well, I heard that.
Yeah, but anyway.
All I'm saying, if you need like a personal assistant or anything, you know,
Sheppard already said he want to do it.
You can gladly like pay for my visa costs and get me over to America and everything. And put me up in your 5-bedroom house and take me up.
Well, you see, he doesn't have to have that problem with me because I'm already here in the States. I work.
Yeah, but you already got a job, so it's all right. No worry.
No. But you see, the thing is, my job is moving to North Carolina, and I am not. So, by the end of this year, I need to find a new job.
I said move down here, bro. That's what
you was in the Marines, man. You got plenty of options.
Oh, I know I have options, but why not work in the industry I love?
True.
Because that position is reserved
especially
for me.
with somebody that I see that, as far as I can tell so far, I like and respect. Instead of working for some random schmuck.
Because that position is reserved for me. It's reserved for the youth of today.
Well, you better get your visa.
We must provide opportunities for the youth in the community, whether they be in America or overseas.
All right, Micah. Me and you are gonna have to have a separate battle. Loser has to back down.
Oh my God, this is the most.
Well, that's gonna be hard because I never back down. And you should.
Neither do I.
Hey, all right, Island boys. All right, Island boys. Let's keep it simple now, man. This is the weirdest endcast ever started. Holy crap! I barely introduced anybody.
I'm the Good Sheppard. You should know I roll random, son.
Well, we have the Good Sheppard. We have Mike, Double Agent Double M, the disciple from over there. Right now, we want to talk about the gaming industry. This is part one. Cause I have more discussions about this, and we want to talk about the gaming industry in a whole, and hopefully, like I said, we let everybody get their piece out and talk about stuff. And one of the things, like I think, Mike already answered this question, but again, hopefully, Andre jumps back in to answer the question. But since some of us are old gamers and everything, I'll start off with you, Sheppard. Check this out. Do you think right now, in the generation we're in right now, on how things are going, how do you feel? How do you feel we're in a gaming bubble?
Honestly, I believe that's to be the case. If you're looking at the current third parties now compared to the third parties before, then you got to factor in. Now, in a bubble, what are you trying to specify? Because I want to make sure I'm answering this question correctly.
Okay, no problem. Back, like I said, just like the housing crash, it was a bubble. The housing bubble popped, everything went to crap. Same thing what happened with .com boom, and of course the first crash with gaming. It was a bubble because I got fed up and then it popped.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Yes, no, I truly believe within the next couple of years things are about to get really ugly unless things change. Based on what I've seen and all the time I've spent gaming, it's not looking pretty for most of these companies. And that's all I'll say for now. I might jump back in based on what's been said as everybody take their turn. Because otherwise I don't want to be on a long rant.
No problem.
Yet. It's too early for that.
What about you, Michael? What do you think? What's your thoughts about that?
the signs are there. You see, the signs are all there. Like, you know, the signs are all there. It's evident when you play Splatoon. I mean, you know, you got two sides fighting over turf. You got two sides fighting over turf, which could be seen as two sides fighting over market share. You know, you got you got the thing in the game called the bubbler. You know, you say it's all in the bubble and everything like that. Okay, I'm just chatting rubbish now.
Good God, you need to get off of Splatoon for like a week. Too much ink in your life, bro. Too much ink in your life.
Hey man, it's that ink, it's that crack, man. It's that color crack.
I hear you, but no,
and if you notice, it's a shooter, and the market's oversaturated with shooters. Signs are there. No, I'm messing about.
No, but go ahead. No,
but on the reals, though, I do get what you're saying. This industry has, to be honest, when I say this industry, I think it's like multiple bubbles in one giant bubble, and they're just kind of like getting to the point where each bubble is becoming so dense that it's causing like this big bubble surrounding it to just get cramped and you know what happens when you try and stuff too much in a what happens if you try to stuff too much in an inflated space? It's eventually gonna burst, like you said. So you know, you got the bubble of gamers, or you know, trend followers, because many of them I don't consider gamers, but you got this bubble with gamers where they feel that this is what the industry is, whatever is said goes, and all that jazz and everything like that. And you know, that they seem to think because all they know how to do is follow popular opinion. They think that whatever they read on IGN and things like that, they think that is word. They think that is gospel. You might as well just, you know, if gaming was a religion, you might as well give that to them as their Bible and call IGN, GameSpot, and all these places the preachers and the pastors. The next group is obviously the journalists. They're in this bubble where, you know, none of them are even reporting news, and it's at the point where, you know, they're willing to sacrifice their own integrity just to go with whatever's popular opinion. And then obviously you got the publishers, and now I want to separate this from the developers, because like you've even said yourself, Liger, you know, a lot of these issues aren't really the developers, they're the publishers.
Okay.
The publishers see, you know, what you've got is a bunch of corporate hack douchebags who know nothing about gaming. You know, all they know is money, and all they know is short-term money, quick money. They're basically like drug dealers. And the crack they're giving out is broken games. Unfortunately, many of them never got that quality A grade crack known as Splatoon. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm enjoying the high of that right now. But
that's
yeah.
Okay. But you think it hasn't though?
But sorry.
No, but you say you think there's a bubble coming up, is basically forming right now. No, we are in a bubble right now.
Well, yeah, but like I said, it's not. I do think we are in a bubble, but I think it's a bubble filled with multiple different bubbles.
Okay.
It's getting to the point where each bubble in there is getting bigger and bigger and bigger till it's kind of like symptoms and problems. The symptoms are getting worse and worse, and now it's getting to the point where the actual problem itself is becoming is hitting its breaking point.
Okay.
Basically, it's because of. Sorry, I wanted to inject for a while, but I want to let him finish. From my standpoint, and please always feel free to correct me, because I don't want to give out bad information. From what I've seen, is that it's what Mike has stated. Like, it's a bunch of different things coming from different directions that's building up to this. We have a lot of new people joining the game sphere that didn't go through what we did. Like, they didn't have the experiences we did. So they came in and they were molded as they came in based on this new spirit that they created. So what happens is we have the original gamers, the ones who've been there through all kinds of crap and kind of understand where gaming is and then have a certain appreciation for gaming. And then there's a new group that came in, but it's more because it's hip, it's cool, it's popular. Because I don't know about you, when I started playing games, it wasn't exactly cool, hip, or popular yet. I mean, eventually did become that over time. But if you told people you're a gamer, and it's still true today somewhat, if you tell somebody you're a gamer, they're going to look at you funny like, what?
No,
What kind of loser are you?
You basement freak nerd.
Exactly. But now we have this new generation of gamers where they think gaming is hip and cool, and this is why. Because it's sports, and it's action, and it's guns, and blazing, and blah, 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 and all this stuff that they're fed to believe. And, oh, it's high-tech, and it's 60 frames per second, and blah, 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 blah. And they're just throwing all this fodder. I call it fodder because a lot of this information is false and full of crap. And it's fed into their minds, and they're slowly, like, brainwashed, and they don't even realize it. So what happens is, little by little, a good chunk of the industry are like molded to be, I like to call them sheeple.
Good word.
Sheeple.
That's a good one. I've heard that one before.
I've been using that for a while, but I'm sure other people heard me and whatever. But anyways,
it's amazing how you call them sheeple and you call yourself the shepherd.
that's kind of partially why I picked that name. Although the Good Shepherd, there's multiple reasons why I picked that name, because it actually is me. But we'll get into that another time.
Another discussion for another day. I hear that.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Shep, because I said it in one of my videos before, where a lot of people are using this whole gaming image, because don't get me wrong, I have nothing against the fact that gaming has become, I love the fact that gaming has become so popular that it's,
of course,
it's outdoing
more money,
even
more growth.
movies and music.
Yeah.
It started off as something that you would play in your basement and not tell anyone, to something that has become a worldwide culture. But at the end of the day, it still is what it is. It's a nerd's hobby. So I don't know why people are running around fronting, trying to look cool because they're into gaming. At the end of the day, if gaming is a part of who you are, it's a part of who you are. Just be yourself and let that be what makes you look cool.
Exactly. Stop fronting.
Yeah, not fronting not fronting with what is actually a nerd's hobby, trying to look like you're awesome. And don't get me wrong, I have nothing against nerds. I'm a proud nerd myself.
Indeed, here, same here.
Okay. I would say I had a different experience than you guys in a way. Only when I came to America is when I saw what you guys are talking about. But before that, I didn't. Coming from where I come from, down in the Caribbean, now we wasn't shunned or nothing like that. Everybody played their games, they had their fun, they did what they did, so we wasn't shunned away.
And then you came to this effed up society called America.
Every society's messed up, man. Come on. But I mean, to be serious now, what happened was, like I said, I didn't have that because a lot of people back home play those games and it was fun. So we had no problem. And I came to America. It didn't bother me either. It won't bother me either, but is when I started. It's like this is a topic I started giving us a large data, and I'll do that later on. Hopefully, maybe later on. But is when you come to adulthood, you see certain things people cut down gaming. Like as you said, I named gamer. You say something about video games, and people look down at you. But I see from that respect, you know what I mean? Like relationships and everything like that. That's where it's like, oh, okay, wow. You see a gamer, he's like, oh man, you ain't getting nothing tonight.
I mean, I grew up in the Caribbean too, for the record. I was playing Nintendo games and Atari back in Trinidad. So, But yeah, sorry, I missed part of what you said. Keep going.
No, I was saying, like you said right there, but that's the only part that the negative part has affected me. When you say you're a gamer as an adult, and some of the women's like, oh, I don't like it. Well, keep it moving. You don't want to be around me. Go right ahead. I'm cool with that. So, but to go to what you guys saying right now is basically The reason I say this gaming bubble because I'm gonna bring up some topics and we'll talk about it. It's like we're seeing so much stuff happening now, and there's a lot of bad practices that happen, and
Like
there's
no
a lot of
voice chat.
Why you have to go there?
Yo, come on.
Why you gotta
tired-
silence my squid, man?
I'm tired of this, man.
Okay, wait.
I'm making me
Let's
release the
keep calm.
Kraken on y'all.
Let's keep this calm. This is my
I'm
time
about
to
to
talk.
release
I'll
the
let you
Kraken
guys
on all of
talk.
y'all. I don't have a inkling of what's really going on here, okay?
I'll let you guys talk.
I thought I was bad on that Splatoon crack. You sound just as addicted, Shepherd.
I don't have the time to play like you, though. I have a career, sorry. Which will be...
Ooh.
No, but for the record, I might not have a career by this time next year, so I'm not trying to get...
To be fair, my sister robs me of my Wii every time she comes from school. She's more addicted to Splatoon than I am.
Well, like I said, Katie's the same way too. Like I said, she's playing the game more than I ever possibly. But let me finish my point. If I was
Oh,
really
the voice chat thing. The voice chat thing
No,
was a joke, by the way.
no voice chat. I'm not getting to that. I'm talking about the bubble part first.
I said it was a joke.
I know it's a joke. I don't want that word is taboo, man. You know that. Like saying "f you" right now. But the bubble part from my perspective is there are certain things that's happening right now, and it's not as like you were saying, Mike and Ship. There's a lot of parts that's coming together that's making it rough. Like the gamers are starting to cause a lot of trouble in the communities. And the thing, let me point this out right here again, because since all of us on YouTube and see this stuff again, it's only the 10% of us who's making noise on YouTube is making this big thing. The 90% of everybody else is playing the damn game. They didn't care about what the hell's going on YouTube.
Exactly.
So,
I had no clue what was going on until a year or two ago. Sorry. I just played my games. That was it. I had no idea how bad the gaming community was, at least on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm focusing on the people. If the community has gotten crazy, gamers in certain times has gotten crazy too in certain ways, which we'll bring up on that. And then we also seen developers, publishers, everything is coagulated into something. And I would say right here, every company, Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, PC has its own set of problems. But as a console game, all these companies have certain problems. None of them is perfect. None of it's never been perfect. They're never going to be perfect. They make business decisions that are crazy that none of us would understand as gamers, and sometimes it just sometimes you wrap your head around things. But answer always is though, when something don't make sense, it's always money. That's the number one reason a lot of things happen. It's always cash. That's the number one reason why things go crazy. But I do think it's a game. Huh?
And that don't matter if you're via Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo.
Yeah, everybody has a certain things, but my point is saying that there are crazy. The bubble's gonna, like you guys were saying, there's multi bubbles happening. We are in a bubble now. Can it be saved? Yes, but it depends on different factors, and I'll get into that later on. So, GVG, Andrew, you back, right?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm alive and kicking.
Okay. Well, basically, the first question I asked was, do you think we're in a gaming bubble? What's your thoughts on that?
I think that bubble's just about to burst. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, look, we got people arguing back and forth. Developers going out basically saying screw the gamers. The media basically going out saying gamers don't exist. Then gamers jumping.
You just had to bring up Gamersgate, didn't you?
Well, no, this was happening even before Gamergate.
Yeah.
Well, true. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, and Gamergate. Yeah, and Gamersgate, the website got harassed because people didn't understand that it was completely separate from Gamergate, which came afterwards. But that's another issue for another time. There's a lot of confounded bullcrap happening in the industry right now. In the industry and the various communities that are spawned off from the industry.
Okay.
And unless there's like more equal-minded, level-headed people that become prominent, it's just going to keep going by the wayside until everything falls apart and then has to be rebuilt again.
Yep. I mean, the rebuilding is going to be the tougher part, but like I said.
And when the dust settles, the only thing living in this
There's
industry
one for
will be
you.
Nintendo.
Yeah, we'll get to that for a second. So let me start off with this first. Let's start off. Let's start off with the three. Let's start off with the big three companies right now. And I'll start it off, and then you guys do your stuff afterwards. Okay. I'll start off with Microsoft. As Microsoft right now is, and it's going through what they're going through right now. They have the Xbox division has been a big pain in the ass in Microsoft. They have not made their profits are minor to minuscule. There's really nothing out there. The original Xbox didn't make a profit. The 360 was making sold for a loss, then started to make a profit, and of course the Red Ring of Death happened, and that threw everything out of the race. And then they didn't make profit until 2012. And then you have the Xbox One that's happening right now, and the Xbox One is not profitable. Even when you take away the Kinect, still not making money. And the shareholders have tried 3 times in the last year in meetings to cut the Xbox division down. Now, so right now, Xbox has a problem that if they're gonna do an X console, this might be if it's not profitable off the bat, the jump, it's gonna be a problem. And it's gonna be something that's gonna crazy. But one thing I will say is, I'm not a hater I mean, everybody here I think is cool about their systems, and hopefully everybody understand when they listen to this Ncast that I don't care what console you pay on, and I think everybody here agrees on that. So we don't care on what console you pay on. Everything has a problem, and it's just correlating together to make a bigger problem, which is the bubble I'm talking about. So, first, before I let anybody else ask, I'll say one thing too, because a lot of people think this, and I'm gonna do this as a separate topic too, but business-wise, Phil Spencer, Andrew House, Iwata, they're CEOs, yes, but they don't run the freaking company. They don't snap the fingers and it automatically happens. Okay, people, it don't work like that in these big companies. So don't think that, oh, if I was Iwata, I could do this, or if I was Phil Spencer, I'd do this. They write certain things for the companies, which is good, but right now, trust me, it's just don't think of the business aspect of it will just be easy to snap like that. Now, Phil Spencer is with Microsoft right now. He's doing some good stuff. He's like a reasonable person when he's talking. I mean, I kind of like it, like I said, when people got crazy with the whole Direct 12, and he had to come out twice and say, guys, it's not going to make the Xbox more powerful than the PlayStation 4. Calm that noise down. But they have set up some contracts with some exclusive. We have Halo 5. Again, we have Scalebound, all that stuff. Hope and Quantum Break and other games is going to come out. E3's around next week, so we'll see a lot of things happening. But I just set it up. I'm only setting up the financial part, and that's what Xbox having a problem with right now. They don't have the sales to combat the negative loss of each console. So that's the way I look at Microsoft and what's going on with the Xbox division. So I'll pass the mic on to Micah, since Shep just jumped for a second. But Micah, what about
you? That hole in the internet.
I know, right? What about you, Double M? What do you think about Microsoft?
Microsoft is Microsoft.
Well, the Xbox division. Let's say that, because I can't. Everybody always say when they say Microsoft and Xbox division, it's two different stories. Xbox division only makes like 0.50% profit margin from last, which is abysmal in a business sense. So I'm talking about the Xbox division. What are your thoughts about Xbox division? Because like I said, you have thoughts about Phil Spencer, and you say he's doing a good thing. So just I'm just wanting you to get random thoughts about the Xbox division.
I feel Phil Spencer's a cool guy. He's probably one of the most down to earth CEOs alongside people like Iwata, alongside people like Reggie. He's probably one of the more down to earth ones as well. I mean, the way he presented E3 last year was brilliant. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed Microsoft's conference, and I'm actually looking forward to their conference this year. But in terms of the situation with Microsoft, I've always said, and it's not to hate on Xbox, because I used to have an Xbox. It's not to hate on Xbox, but the Xbox really and truly is the product of a rich man with too much time and too much money on their hands. And if anyone has the least to lose in this industry, is definitely Microsoft, because they are in a position where they have Windows to fall back on. And if you see a lot of what they're doing, trying to bring back games for Windows 10, trying to bring some of the games that were exclusive to the Xbox One to PC. I mean, I'm not saying it will happen, but don't be surprised if Halo 5 or even the Halo Master Chief Collection comes to the PC, because it's obvious that Microsoft is gearing to go in that direction in case the Xbox division fails. So, these people, the people working at the heads working at the top heads at the Xbox division, they know the situation. They know what's going on. They're not stupid. So, like literally, if the Xbox division falls, it's going to be a case of, all right, boys, we had a good run. Let's pack it up. We managed to go through 3 generations. We had a bit of fun. We made some money. We lost a lot of money. Now it's time to pack it up. The fun's over. Let's move all our stuff to Steam and games for Windows or whatever. And we're gonna put our production on PC only. That is literally, if Microsoft falls, that is literally what the case is gonna be. And again, it's not to hate on Microsoft. It is what it is. Microsoft. Even though Microsoft's a very rich, even though Microsoft's a very one of the richest company in the world, at the end of the day, you don't stay rich by losing money. Put it like that. Shareholders aren't, whether it's, I've worked in the corporate side of a business, even though it was only on the very low end, but I know that when you're dealing with shareholders, they don't even want to know 1 pence is out of place. So I'm sure you can testify to that, Liger.
Yeah.
They don't even want to know that 1 penny is out of place. So even though whatever Microsoft may be losing is a drop in the bucket, the fact of the matter is the shareholders don't, whether it's a drop in the bucket or it's whether it's a drop in the bucket or the entire bucket being tipped over, these shareholders don't want to see negatives in their money. They don't want to see the company, they don't want to see these companies that they've invested tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions in. They don't want to see this company losing money. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. And so, like you've said before, like Phil Spencer has to knock this out of the park if the Xbox division wants to stay. If not, then, if not, and Microsoft does fall, then honestly, they've got the least to lose. And that's just how I see it. It is what it is. Like I said, nothing against Xbox fans or whatever. This is just the situation as it is.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. What about you, Sheppard? We just talking about the Xbox division. What are your thoughts on the Xbox division?
First, I want to take the time to show my love to Google. You razza frazza mother me blah blah blah, you rat bastards. Okay, I'm done. They
Chat a little bit of Fred Flintstone there, huh?
They randomly booted me out. They even made me have to verify my account. I just get a text and everything. In the middle of a cast. What the razza frazza? Anyway, I try not to cuss. It's really hard. Anyways, I mean, I'm basically gonna mirror a lot of what Micah said. It's just, the whole thing is this. Although I will disagree with him partially, that the Xbox was founded by 2 engineers, and old boy decided to humor them. But it's almost the same story. Anyways, yeah, actually, the concept behind the story they spin to us gamers of the Xbox isn't that bad at all. I don't quite like some of the practices, but the concept wasn't too bad. They were basically going to replace Sega and lay the smackdown on the gaming industry. They kind of failed at that. But at the end of the day, it's simple as this. You could only, I mean, I can tell you from my own personal experience. I work, screw it, I'll say it. I work for MetLife. I work for Snoopy. And They have different ventures, etc. And when you plan a new project, they give yourself a buffer. They put how much money they want to spend on the project, how much money they're willing to lose while trying to get to where they want it to be, etc. I'm pretty sure that the Xbox division plan was not for them to keep losing money over this whole time. It's
You
been
think?
how many years?
Yeah.
They have
When did it is? It's been 14 years
Yeah.
since the Xbox first release.
Most companies wouldn't go past the 10-year mark. If you go past 10 years and there's no profit, they would have been done. So it's
Heck, some wouldn't even
amazing.
go past 5.
Exactly. But Microsoft has a ton of money, so that's probably why they let it go that far in the first place. But I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And like you both stated, most shareholders in their right mind would be like, yo, no, I put way too much money into this company. I want to see a profit turned. Why is my money going to waste? I want this done. I want to see something done. Why is it not done? I am surprised they're not shut down yet. Do I want Xbox division to remain? Yes, because we need competition. We always need at least 2 to 3 companies, because if there's just one, eventually, no matter how good one company may or may not be, they're eventually going to go down the tubes because there's no competition. Monopoly is not a good thing. You need competition. So,
Okay.
as far as I
Okay.
can tell, Xbox division needs to get their butts in gear, because right now I am not impressed, and I don't think they're going to last long if they don't change for the better. I like this new, was it Phil Spencer? I
Mhm.
like him. There's potential there. I mean, he's
Okay.
still a corporate rat bastard, but that's kind of
It comes with the job.
yeah, it kind of comes with the job. So,
Oh god, that's funny as hell.
but I mean, it is what it is.
All right, I'm cool with that. That's cool to hear, man. Like I said, for me, like the Xbox division, they based the Xbox division. They have the best online out of all 3 consoles, and they brought online gaming to the consoles. So that's something that they
No,
brought.
technically they
Technically,
didn't. They just
They didn't. They just
they
took
made
it to
it
the next
better.
level.
they've just made it. They've just made it what it is today.
Because
Yes.
Nintendo
That's what
and
I meant.
Sega has both done it
Yeah, but
in the past.
but it's just like how Nintendo streamlined something that was before. They did the same thing. They
Yep.
streamlined it.
Oh,
That's what
no,
I
I,
meant.
Yeah,
I give them
that
the
we
respect they deserve.
Yeah, that's what I meant by
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So that's why I give the respect that they did that kind of stuff. So with that said, I mean, how about you, Andre? What do you think about Xbox division?
Well, firstly, I want to say I like Phil Spencer because you can tell he actually cares about what he's doing.
Hmm.
Though, that being said, I do feel a little sad that Xbox might go and be gone, and then that'll be that for that. I'll just be stuck with some boxes that are legacy to nothing.
Mhm.
But,
It's a legacy of losing money.
yeah. Because, well, they literally did take over Sega's position. That's what Sega did.
Oh my God! You know what? I didn't even think of it that way. That's right. They literally took over Sega's position in all ways.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
guys are bad.
Even if you look at the original Xbox controller,
It was
it
just
looks
a
like the
fat
Dreamcast.
Dreamcast controller.
Yeah, you
That's
could
all it was.
tell. You could tell looking
Well,
at it.
that's
They were
because
designing it
but
to
you
replace.
also got to remember though
They
they
took a lot
helped
of Sega
Sega with
employees.
they helped Sega with the OS for the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
but I wouldn't really say they. I would more say they just copied Dreamcast. I don't think they really took over. I don't think they took. I wouldn't really say they just copied Sega. I don't think they really took over the position of Sega. I think, in all honesty, I think Sony kind of took over the position of Sega, and like Sega was just in that position. Once Sony stepped in, Sega was just in that position where, it was like they were trying to fight a losing battle.
the Sega put themselves in that position.
I blame Sega of America.
Because if
for that, honestly.
you look at everything that's happening to if you look at a lot of the stuff that's happening to PlayStation now and over the recent and in the last generation, it's very similar to what happened to Sega in their last couple of generations.
With the Saturn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sega of America really messed things up.
Sega of America screwed themselves over because they decided not to support all of those, to localize all of those great arcade Japanese games, and
But
exclusive that would have actually done something. But
Which is what everyone wanted, but
that's an issue for another time. I mean, I have a lot of those games myself because I
So
would
do I.
imported them. Well, my brother imported most of them, and then I inherited that and got some of them myself. But
I got you.
but
All right,
outside of that, one last thing.
go ahead.
Outside of that, I'm agreeing with Micah. They'll probably just. I'm not going to say they're going to put all of their resources to PC because Phil Spencer did bring up one point before with the whole Banjo and Smash thing that Microsoft and Nintendo had worked together on projects before.
Yeah.
So they might put some of their resources toward doing something with Nintendo. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a absolute, but it's a possibility.
Okay. No.
Outside of that, pretty much agree with everything else.
Okay, that's cool. Let me see if we can do one thing quickly because I want to see if you guys could see it just to show you. Because I had it here.
Could you unmute Micah? I muted him briefly because of all that background noise, but now I can't undo it. Sorry,
Micah
Micah
has to do that himself.
Oh, he has to unmute himself?
Yeah, he has to unmute himself.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think. Yeah.
What background noise would you hearing from me? My room is completely silent.
There was something rubbing up on your
I don't know what it was,
man.
but as soon as I muted it, it got quiet again.
That's it right there. Yeah, that's another.
That's. I still haven't taken the plastic off my mattress. That's why.
Oh my goodness! You guys are too much. You're too much.
Because I'm on my sister's iPad now instead of my computer, so I can lie down in my bed and be on this podcast.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
He's just trying to chill out.
Of course,
it is cool to hang out.
Yeah. Let me see if this will work and let you guys see something if you can. Hopefully it works perfectly with all you guys in there because I didn't do it online that much, which is entire screen. Can this work?
Are you trying to share your screen?
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Okay,
yeah,
I got
I can see it.
Yeah,
okay.
I see it.
Okay, now you see this is the profits.
Mate, why are you using Vista?
Huh? This is my old computer. I got 3 computers.
Oh no, that's it.
It is Vista. No, it is Vista. No, it's an old computer I'm using right now, dude. I'm not gonna.
Wow, you are doing yourself a serious injustice, but okay, carry on.
Well, basically, it's the only thing that has my software for my job, my architect job, which I could transfer stuff easy on. Other than that.
Liger, you're too nice. You just Micah, shut up. Let the man do his thing.
You guys look at what, if you guys are looking right now. You see what it is? This is from Bloomberg. Just to give an example, of what happened with the Xbox 360 and how it looks over the 13 years. All right.
Okay.
As you can see, the purple is basically is entertainment, which is the Xbox division, and this is in billions. And you can see how 2005 they went negative, and you can see the difference, the profits, how it going, not even making above $2 billion for Microsoft, while everything else going up there. And of course, you see why they had to redo Windows. We have to do Windows Explorer because you can see right there in 2012 and 2014, it went back down that far. Well, that Bing and everything has just dropped because people are not using Bing and everything else.
And I bet you most of that profit is based on like the online services, etc.
That's what
all those additional Xbox Live charges. Because I heard they ramped up a bunch of additional charges within the last couple of years.
Well, no, but look, you can see it right there. The green is the servers. The green is the servers is going up.
No, well that too, but I'll forget it. Keep going.
No, what you were saying.
No.
I think he's talking about like the additional charges that Microsoft has put on the Xbox Live.
Yes.
Oh no.
itself.
Okay.
That's why the entertainment part started climbing up some because I don't remember the details. Please, like I said, you guys please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they ramped up multiple charges amongst other things within the last couple of years as well, pertaining to Xbox Live.
Well, Microsoft makes, before we finish Microsoft off, I'll say this: Microsoft makes the money from licensing fees. Halo is the IP. They own the IP for Halo. They own their stuff, but it's not as much as Nintendo to take that spot. But they are making the money from licensing fees and Xbox Live. Okay. That's where they're making their money from. So yeah, and same thing with PlayStation to the point, which leads into our next topic, which is PlayStation. And before I'll start this one off again, on the WTF4, WTF9, Nintendo Haterade video, all those videos have the IR pages for those companies. Go there, check to see when I'm talking business. You go there, check the IR pages, and you see, and you go talk about profits, what's going on down the tunnel, what sales are. That's where I get my information from. Just letting anybody know. So Sony. Now, like I said, they sell. They're up in 22 million. They're selling. But there's a problem with Sony. And I first of all, I thought when I did my WTF4 video, I thought the problem was because Sony, because the parent company, which again I work for the parent, I have a contract with the parent company to Sony Entertainment, and I thought because what's going on with Sony Entertainment and Sony computers and all this stuff that's going crazy, that's what Sony has a problem because PlayStation 4 is a profitable console now. But after talking to some developers in the last couple, and basically within a month, they have some problems that I found out. Was like, oh wow, okay, I did not know that. One is everybody, and this is not a fanboyism crap here, but you got to tell the truth. The Nielsen report showed that everybody wanted to buy PlayStation 4 for graphics, for features, for all that stuff. The casual market of tech has gone over to the PlayStation because the PlayStation 4 has the worst attachment rate for games out of all three consoles. They have the worst attachment rate for any games for the games. Most of the games don't even pass over a quarter of the attachment rate to the 22 million. So that's one. But the next thing that's coming up right now that I found out with the developers, they have a bad piracy problem.
Oh, PS4 has a piracy problem with x86?
Well, that and also with that and also with the on-region lock-in. The x86 makes it easy to well, I think if you listen to the Endcast 2 weeks ago, Andre, I'll say this again. The x86 is the reason why Nintendo didn't went to the x86 because of security reasons. That's why I asked a question in the poll about why you think Nintendo has the architect. It was basically security for Nintendo and security for us. When you make your profile on PlayStation, and also on Xbox. Now, Xbox is better because they're built. Microsoft is better for the servers and all that crap. But when you make your server, when you make your purchases on your profile, and you make your purchases on your PlayStation 4, you have to. Your credit card and stuff that you buy in your games and stuff is on a server. Well, Nintendo, unless you're buying through their Nintendo website store that they have when you go to Nintendo.com, your credit card, like my credit card, your credit card, anybody's credit card, is locked to the console. So if anybody wants to get my credit card information, they have to hack my 3DS and they gotta hack my Wii U. Or they have to hack that to get that info. That's why when you have all these DOS attacks and everything, you see people like, I just see many people out there losing information and Sony don't want to. You see, I mean, I know you guys read the stories about how these guys do this stuff, and Sony don't want to. Some other guys using his account to get the games, and Sony don't want to refund it and all that stuff.
Yep.
Because that's yeah. So that's the stuff. I'm just saying it's like that. But the piracy problem is twofold. One, the PlayStation is selling very nicely in China. The problem with China is because it's a communist
China.
Because it's a communist country. You know that the government only allows 5 games in the country to be bought.
Yeah, not 5 games per
5
person, just 5 games. Period.
5 games, and none of those games are the most popular games like Grand Theft Auto or Bloodborne or none of that stuff. So what do you think? What people do? They've hacked the console. And they've shipped in the pirated software in there for it's a black market for China. That's what's going on right now. And trust me, we all know China has billions of people. So hell, they Rocksteady, all these other guys, these guys just do not like hearing that. And in Brazil, there's a next problem where they already hacked the console. That if you buy it, because of everybody knows nowadays like 14,000 runes. I'm trying to remember the name. The money for that Brazil is to buy that console. And if you buy a console now because they're not getting the support, whatever, people have already hacked the console, gave it to the sellers with 10 games on there. already gone. That the developers are not making no money off of. So they're installing 10 games onto the PlayStation 4 so when people buy it. So developers are not making money. So that's a problem right now that developers are got with PlayStation 4, which is.
I just want to say, wasn't there another system in the past from another company that had a similar issue? All I'm just saying, you know, writing on the wall. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Sega Dreamcast. Sorry, my allergies are getting really bad.
No, you're right because I've told this already. I have
PSP.
PlayStation 2 has a place. Let's rewind back the clock a little bit. PlayStation 2 had a problem because there was a trick that I have a Street Fighter Alpha 3 for PlayStation 2 when I had it back at the time, and if you took and somebody sold it to me for $10. What happened is you put in a legitimate disc inside of the PlayStation 2.
Oh yeah, you swap it during the loading
swap it.
screens.
Yes,
Hot
you swap
swap.
it, and the game worked. I got that game. It worked. Worked no problem. And then for Sega
Same thing for the
Dreamcast,
PlayStation, actually, the first one.
Yeah, all of them
Yep.
actually. Yeah, the
I know.
PS1 and
We
the
used to
PlayStation.
swap out the games and put in a music CD, so we play our games with whatever music track we
Well,
found.
no, that's different. That's something that even the Sega CD used to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I also know
but the
about
game
the other
piracy
version,
was
yeah.
the only reason it
Piracy.
got ramped up. It got ramped up super big in the PlayStation because PlayStation was the dominant console of that time. So bigger the market, more piracy. And that's what's happening now for PlayStation again. Now, same thing like you guys said with Dreamcast. I have Street Fighter vs. Capcom 2.
Marvel
And it's
vs. Capcom, you mean?
No, Street Fighter versus
No, Street Fighter.
Capcom versus
Street Fighter versus Capcom?
Capcom
No,
versus
Street Fighter
SNK.
versus...
No,
something, I forgot what it
Capcom
was.
versus SNK.
Okay, Capcom. Let's say because Street Fighter is Capcom.
I made a
Yeah,
mistake.
yeah.
I made a mistake. Capcom versus SNK 2.
Yeah.
And it's a regular white disc. It's no fancy nothing on it. It had a red X on it, and it plays in my Dreamcast. It was just a burned copy of the game. And I just put it in my Dreamcast and I play it.
I actually imported a lot of Dreamcast games too, but my brother still has all those.
But
Does
yeah,
anybody have an extra Dreamcast?
dude,
No, I do not have an extra Dreamcast.
I don't have that either too. I want to get one just in case
I got
mine
one.
breaks down.
I was thinking about getting a second one.
That's what I'm thinking too, bro.
I never owned one. I always played it at somebody else. I want to get my own Dreamcast. Sorry.
Well,
continue.
eBay they're not that expensive right now.
I'm in the same boat as you, Shep. I feel exactly what you're saying. These guys are making when I go on eBay right now and buy
Hell, I wish I had a Neo Geo Pocket Color to go with my Dreamcast.
Yeah, at the time, who wanted to pay $600 for that thing?
Yeah, no one, but
Okay.
No.
it would have been worth it with all the compatibility of the games. But
No, it had some
outside of
cool
that,
games. I love my World Heroes on that game.
Yeah, it's great.
That
It's
was
just we
awesome
couldn't
fucking
afford it
game.
at the time.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was the problem. No, I'm talking about the Pocket Color, not the Neo Geo.
The Pocket Color was that expensive too.
Damn, it was. I
Yeah.
could have sworn it was cheaper.
No.
See, that's because SNK made the Rolls Royce of gaming tracking.
Well, remember back then, everybody was trying to dethrone the Game Boy at the time, and everybody thought Power and everything else, and Game Boy stick with its dot
And
matrix.
look, the same problem that Sony's having now.
Yes, because power wins everything.
Well, apparently it does with the PS4, but it doesn't with the Vita, which makes no sense.
Even though in the world of IT and technology, and even though in the world of
It's
IT,
not actually power. It would
there's
be
no
more
such there's no such
capability.
well there's no
It's
such
finesse,
thing.
utility.
In the world of computing, and gaming is a part of computing. There is no such thing as power. There is speed, and speed is dependent on your data throughput. You know, I mean, yeah, better components do help, but it's how you put them together at the end of the day. So, you know, and it's how you put them together and how you code for it, how your components work in, how balanced your components are, how good your circuit board. There's many different factors, but the reality is there's no such thing as power in the realm of computing. It is about speed, data throughput. How fast can you fetch information, execute it, and then how fast can you fetch information, process it, execute it, and then write it to memory?
Are you kidding me? There's a Dreamcast. I'm sorry, I saw just Sega Dreamcast with 2 controllers for $30 on Amazon.
Yeah,
Well, you just
I told you they're not
completely just-
expensive.
No, that ain't
Well,
expensive.
you just-
no.
He just completely overshadowed what you just said, though.
My apologies. I warned you guys. I'm the ADHD king.
I have a topic about that too, but anyway, that's Sony. That's Sony from my perspective. Since y'all don't start tip-topping on it, what about you, Sheppard? Go ahead. What do you think about Sony PlayStation 4? What's going on right now?
My issue with Sony is that one, the system is hodgepodge. It was not the PlayStation 4. Same thing for the Xbox actually. These systems weren't originally supposed to come out till I think 2014, or is it this year?
They weren't supposed to come out till this year.
This year, right? But they were afraid that Wii U would dominate the market this year, so they pushed their system forward. And
If they didn't, it would have.
So they shoved a bunch of power into their systems and cross their fingers and hope everything will work out. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the gist I got from what I've been seeing and reading about. They threw these systems together. I mean, they had a general schematic because of course they've been developing these systems for years, but it was still partially incomplete. So they rushed the end of it. It's like you had a car 80% built, and they're like, crap, I need to have it out in 3 months. So they just kind of threw a bunch of stuff together and said, okay, I think it'll work.
Yeah,
Sent it out. So these systems are mostly fully built. Like they are mostly built, but they're still incomplete, and they just try to overcompensate with the power. Problem is this, from what I understand, is that it wasn't cost efficient, so they're hardly making any profit, I think, no, is
the console is
profitable, but it's not by a huge margin.
No, it's not. No.
So what happens is they have to depend heavily on sales and their subscription fees to hold out. The problem is this, like you just said, the attachment rate for the PS4 is abysmal currently.
Yeah, everybody's using it for like Blu-ray player and everything else other than gaming.
Exactly, and the playroom and all that other stuff. Yeah. So what happens now, they're making a profit, but since Sony as a whole is drowning, it's like they're in a rowboat with a few holes, and instead of a paddle, they have like a stick. They're moving, but they're not moving by much. And, like the fanboys aren't willing to look at what the real story is. I mean, and I actually want Sony to succeed because Sony and Nintendo were my two main systems. But at the end of the day, there's been a lot of bad business practices with Sony over the last 15 plus years, all across the board. And they need to get their stuff together because at the rate they're going, I don't think they'll be a PS5. I really don't. Unless they separate their division and have a PlayStation division and they really work on it. Because Sony as a whole is going down, and PlayStation division is not doing as well as it should. That's my impression. I mean, if I'm wrong, like I said, please feel free to correct me.
No, like I said, I let people speak their minds, dude. I don't cut people off like that.
Well, I know. That's why I told you. If I said something incorrect, because I'm going to learn too.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Well, like I said, if that's your statement, how about you, Double M? What about you? What do you think?
Sony is dog shit. I'm joking.
Don't be like a certain person I know now. Don't be like him.
I was going to say something, but anyways.
Don't be like that.
I'm only joking. I'd be a bit of a hypocrite. I just bought a PS3 not too long ago. But yeah, Sony. Boy, my first console I actually owned was a PlayStation. That I owned myself. I mean, I did have a SNES, but it was my dad who owned that. But yeah, Sony, boy, it's unfortunate what the situation is. It is very, very unfortunate. What they've done, they have, in order to keep PlayStation going, because everyone thinks that because PlayStation 1 sold 100 million units and PlayStation 2 sold 155 million units, that Sony was extremely profitable. Nintendo was more profitable in the 22 million units of the GameCube they sold than Sony was in 155 million units of the PS2 they sold.
Yep.
But because the problem with Sony is that the problem with Sony is that they don't take time to develop they don't take time to develop a proper fan base. You know, games that they don't take time to develop a proper fan base, and they rely too heavily on third party to basically take the bulk for them. And what has happened now is that because they've had to end up bleeding, because even though they've made profit through PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, they haven't made enough to keep PlayStation going. So they've had to bleed money from other divisions and again, like Sheppard said, like, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, they've had to bleed money from other divisions in order to keep PlayStation going. And PlayStation 3 was obviously PlayStation 3, that wasn't bleeding, that was basically a gaping wound that no one decided to try and heal.
Yeah, that was a tragedy in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what happens when you try to build a processor to replicate the GameCube's GPU, but
that was just one of the problems. There was another problem with that too that hurt them bad.
Well, yeah, you mentioned it before, like, but yeah, this is like you said, this was still one of the problems.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're in a situation with the PS4 where now that many of the other divisions of Sony are no longer profitable, now tables have kind of turned where they're kind of relying on PlayStation to save Sony, and but that's only. Sorry, was you gonna say something, Liger?
I'm gonna say, well, the entertainment part still makes profit, which is the part I'm a part of right now. So that's why I'm hoping to keep going. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. That's what my contract is with Sony, so that's why I say that. But go ahead.
It's cool, man. It's cool. Like I said, correct me if I'm wrong on anything.
Nah, go ahead.
I think kind of lost my train of thought there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you.
No, it's all right. No, that's all right. I got it back now. Now the next biggest problem that Sony has, and it's partly Sony's fault because, like I said, it didn't take time to properly establish a secure fan base, which is where Nintendo went right. The problem with Sony and the problem with the fan base is that obviously Sony has always been the imaging game of what's looked cool. You know, Sony is, in fact, if there's one thing you got to give Sony credit for, is that they made gaming look cool. You know, they turned what was supposed to be a hobby that you do in your basement and you don't tell no one in fear of ultimate shame to something that, you know, into something that they were the biggest influence in turning gaming into in giving gaming the massive mainstream appeal it has today. So if there's one thing you can thank Sony for, is that on a technological aspect, if there's another thing you can thank Sony for, is developing the first 128-bit processor, but that's another conversation for another day. But yeah, so but because Sony hasn't taken time to establish their fan base, their biggest problem was a lot of their fans for PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4 have been people who have literally just been following the trend. You know, they do have their dedicated fans, but they're few and far between. A lot of the people.
He's a bandwagon.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
But yeah, a lot of the people who are supposedly fans of Sony, you know, the people they call Sony ponies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are just people that just follow a trend, and This is the problem with Sony. Sony is more reactive than they are proactive. So they do whatever they do to accommodate the trend that is currently following them, which in the end has ended up working towards their own detriment. In the end, it started to work towards in the end is working towards their own detriment now. Because now that you have an oversaturated market with Microsoft and you've got third parties trying to jump from one ship to the other depending on who hands out the biggest check. And whereas Microsoft's in a position where they can hand out the biggest check, and Sony is not, it's like Goku versus Superman. One can potentially break limits, but then one has no limits to break at all. Which means only one has limits to give away. Which means only one has limits to give away, and I can tell you right now, Sony ain't Superman.
The whole problem is this, and this is where we have mixed feelings regarding a certain company, which we'll bring up later, is that if you try too hard to please everyone, you're eventually going to fall flat on your face. Exactly.
And you please no one. And you please, and that's
what Sony's been trying to do for over a decade now.
Basically, that is the problem with Sony right now. They're trying to please developers. They're trying to be reactive and please developers. They're being reactive and trying to please the fans that many of them who aren't really loyal Sony fans. Many of them who aren't real loyal Sony fans, many of them don't even know Sony's original franchise. Many of them don't know Parappa the Rapper. Many of them don't know Crash Bandicoot. Many of them don't know Spyro the Dragon. Many of them don't. Half of them, even in this day and age, half of them don't even know that a series like Ratchet and Clank exists.
Or
they're doing the remake. I can't wait to play that. So,
yeah. What'd you say?
No, he was talking about
it's coming
up
for the PS4.
Yeah, that is going to be the game that makes me buy a PS4. I ain't even going to front.
I'm buying mine for this guy, amongst other things.
I got you. That's cool.
But yeah, so this is unfortunate. I know I went on a bit of a long story right there, but I'm at my heart. I'm a big PlayStation fan. At my heart, I may make one or two jokes against Sony fans sometimes and stuff like that. But at my heart, I am just as big a PlayStation fan as I am a Nintendo fan.
Yep. If you've been gaming long enough, you have an appreciation for all the systems.
But that's when we get to the gamers part of this, that's what we're talking about. Because again, when I play PlayStation, of course, I was chilling with my Street Fighters, my Ballerina Toshienden, my
oh my god, I missed that series.
And I used to love Ballerina Toshienden. That was a cool
oh my
series.
god, dude! And even had an anime
put it like this. How many modern Sony fans today know about Medieval?
None. I would think not a lot.
I don't think any of them know.
Medieval was a Batman game.
Well, it's one of those things, man. What about?
It is like I said, it is unfortunate, and even though both Sony and Microsoft are, one of them is in a position to fall, the one, as much as the evidence seemed to point towards Sony more, Sony is not the company. Sony is not the company. Sony is the company I would like to see survive, because then it will, if like I said, Microsoft's got the least to lose. Sony's got more to lose because, PlayStation. Sony has turned basically PlayStation into their reputation. Anytime you say Sony, the first thing people think is PlayStation.
Which is sad, because Sony used to be, hear Sony before, it used to be music.
Walkman,
it used to be Walkman, Discman, yep, all that good stuff.
Yep. So, okay, what about you, Andre? I'll let you do your thing about Sony. What do you think?
I mean, Micah kind of took over and said a lot of stuff I was going to say, so
sorry.
I can't really add much. I can't add much, but it's all right. We think the same way sometimes. It's okay.
They say great minds think alike.
Yeah, and the greater mind wants to kill you. No. But as far as Sony goes, I'm looking at it. I want them to be successful, but in my mind, if I have the biggest market share, but the attachment rate with my console's game sales is abysmal in comparison to the console with the worst sales, I think I'd rethink my strategy.
Because at the end of the day, as a company, it doesn't matter
I want to
popularity,
make
it
the
comes down to
money.
profit.
So it's like
Exactly.
I want to make the money, so I'm gonna look at what they doing to make their money and emulate those things slightly. Maybe not do it exactly as they do, but do my own variation of it. I mean,
Okay.
hey, market share is one thing, but market share versus profit, I'd rather have profit.
Well, basically, well, you know what? Where we're going to what the console I was gonna say now. So my point on this, we're going to Nintendo. So Nintendo, as much as I've said it many times, and I mean, I know Andrew knows about this, Micah knows about this, of course. I said many times, sales and profits are two different things. There are many companies that sell a lot of stuff and still end up bankrupt. If you're not making money from what you make from your product, you're not gonna go nowhere. And I've pointed out many times. You go to the IR pages of all these companies and you check out the profit margin of each company. Nintendo has the biggest profit margin out of all those companies, out of Microsoft, out of Xbox division, and the Sony PlayStation division combined. Because because Nintendo Wii U has. Let me put this in because everybody always say this stuff, which is kind of irritating to me. But they always say that I was like, oh, it's the worst selling console compared to the GameCube. Yeah, but you gotta put in something as well in there. The GameCube, all it had was disc games to make money off of, and of course Nintendo games. But the Wii U has Virtual Console, backwards capability games, eShop games, the Wii U games itself. It has a bigger library, infinite ways to make money, shoot, Amiibo is considered software because you can't use Amiibos without the Wii U if you are using it for a game attachment. So
Oh,
all that stuff makes.
please don't remind me about Amiibos. I got my Splatoon Amiibos the other day, and I don't want to take them out of the box. They look so beautiful.
I already took mine out. I'm sorry, I had to use them.
I'm with you
as,
with that.
as tempted as I am to use them, but especially with the situation that happened here over the UK, I don't know if I'll be able to get another set. So I really don't want to take these beautiful, gorgeous babies out of the
You're
box.
not a real gamer. You would have already taken it out the box and used it. Shame on you. Real
You
gamers
guys
would
too
have already
much.
played with them.
Hey,
You
don't
guys are
judge
too
me.
much. You guys are too much. But anyway, but also, so what happened is they're right now they're making profits, which everybody have pointed out many times. They're making profits. I'm not gonna worry about them. Again, sales and profits are two different things. What I've said before, Volkswagen don't need to sell a lot of Bugatti Veyrons to make the same profit as Honda with selling a bunch of Civics. It's the same. They sell. You see less. Most of y'all would be lucky to see a Veyron drive around your neighborhood compared to you'll see about 4 or 5 Civics by driving down the road.
Yo, if I see a Bugatti Veyron so rare that if I was to see one walking through my neighborhood, then yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I might turn criminal and try to jump the fool.
Yeah, but I think at low jack, man, you know they're gonna find your ass as quick as possible.
Huh?
$2.5 million car, you're not gonna get away with that.
Yeah, but even if I get to drive it for 20 minutes, that's 20 minutes in a Veyron that I'll never be able to do again. That's 20 minutes in a Veyron. How many people can say they drove 20 minutes in a Veyron? Yes, I had to stay behind the. Yes, I
You're
had to
still
stay behind the
young. You're gonna
jail.
be a multi-billionaire later in your life.
but my point still
Because you're gonna
stands
work
well.
for me. Haha.
But my point stands right there. That's the difference between sales and profits in a small, micro way of showing people. Now, Nintendo, I'll say this. Like I said, no company's perfect. Nintendo has a problem, and the problem is everybody knows about the Wii U name, blah. Everybody knows about the marketing, blah. Said that Nintendo markets something, but the one thing Nintendo has a problem with that it's very hard to do is Nintendo gives you an experience in the game, and that's hard to profit. I mean, hard to advertise. Until you play that game like Splatoon, until you play certain games, you were like, oh, now I get it. It clicked in my mind. Now I get what's going on. Like Double M was saying with his sister and stuff. Katie, my sister, hates shooters, and she's on like you guys. She's on that crack like every day. She can't help it. He hates shooters. So it's something to. That's why a lot of people like when I had King Pachi in my podcast last time, I was telling them, this is not going to make people want to play shooters. Mm-mm. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's so different. Nintendo took a game and flipped the whole thing. It took something that everybody knows about and basically turn it upside down.
Like I said, they've made crack in different colors.
So they have their own problem, and even in the Nelson report showed that Sony's for features, Xbox is for name brand, and PlayStation and Nintendo's for fun. A lot of gamers like all you guys have said, everybody's following the trend now. They want to be cool, they want to be hip. They don't want to play games for fun no more. I don't care about
idiots.
I don't say the idiots, but it's just that I
They've been
don't care.
brainwashed. It's not their fault.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care about getting the new shiny stuff every second to show people off. Hey, I got this, I got that, whatever. Play your games, have fun. Don't mean that it won't be don't mean that you're still gonna get a game, but it's just gaming is about getting the fun, and that's what the Nelson report showed, that Nintendo is a fun console. That's what it's supposed to be about. But people don't want to be fun, so that's why the sales has dropped again. And also, again, you have to is experience. Nobody knows what the Wii U gamepad has done to, because I like it. And same thing with the Nintendo Wii. The remote control is changed the whole thing of gaming, and that'll be a question I'm going to ask a little bit later on too. But like I said, Nintendo has its problems, and the voice chat stuff I already debunked that, like we all talked about in the last Endcast. There's certain things, but remember also two people. Nintendo is a family-centric company. Go to Nintendo Japan website. They have it in English what their standards are for their gaming, and family's at the top. That's why I try to tell our people, family is more, as much as we are hardcore gamers, Nintendo's base is still family. It's just what it is. So certain decisions that hardcore gamers don't like, yeah, the companies make decisions that you don't like, but again, it's what they did. And just like everybody said again, when they did a control test to find out what's going on, yeah, people got Sailor Mouse quickly when they did that control test. Americans were the first one to mess everything up, but it is what it is. But
Damn Yankees.
But
Hey, it ain't my fault. I wasn't there.
Don't care. It's still your fault. We got to blame somebody. You're the representative.
No,
Deal
I
with
ain't. No, I am not.
Deal with it.
You are not placing the blame of everything in America on me. Fuck the hell no.
See, here you go right there. But with that said,
I corrected myself.
You still started to say it.
I know, right?
I started to say it and I stopped.
I got you. But let's go to. I'll start with you, Andre. What do you think about Nintendo and what's going on in the Nintendo sphere?
I mean, oh god, chill out, little girl. While I don't agree with everything Nintendo's doing because I'm me, I want some stuff that they're not providing. I can't be mad at them. I can respect their decisions as long as I see that they're trying. Oh, stop yelling in my ear. Stop it.
She's like, don't say bad. She's crying because she's like, you be telling bad stuff about Nintendo. Don't be doing that.
My kids love Nintendo, oddly enough. But
Brainwashing the poor kid. Shame on you.
I'm not brainwashing anything. And you know your boy gonna be the same way, so shut up.
He ain't gonna hate.
Hey, all I'm saying is, by the time my sister could speak, she knew who Mario was. I'll make sure of that.
No, my kids knew who Mario was before they could speak. But either way, I mean, like I said, I don't agree with everything Nintendo does, because even though I know that they're trying to avoid certain situations, and like I said, I can respect it, but at the same time, Nintendo has to let families actually be what they're supposed to be, and that's be families. Like, parents are supposed to take care of their children. I don't want Nintendo to have to shoulder that burden for all eternity as a gaming company. I want them to be able to be themselves and put stuff out without having to be ridiculed for it. And it's hard to, as a fan of them, to watch that they have to go through that crap with like people doing something or making a mistake and it's their fault, but the company somehow has to be sued. And that's one of the dumbest things about being in America. And yes, that's an American thing. I know that originated here.
This a lot of this comes down to a lot of like a lot of this comes down to a lot of like legal intervention. You know, there's always that legal middleman that is gonna come in between. That is gonna come in between the whole situation and say, well, you know, Nintendo is a family-centric. Nintendo said they're a family-centric company. Why are they allowing? You know, Nintendo said they're a family-centric company. Why is it that they are allowing, you know, 12-year-old kids to be spitting out profanity over their video games and playing and, you know, having voice chat communications with grown men in their 30s and so and so? This isn't family-centric. This is sickening. You should go and sue.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. I understand that. I know there's other people that understand that.
But there's a lot
They're
of
not
people
quite
who
happy
don't
about
understand
it.
that.
There's a lot of hack douchebags who don't.
There's a lot of people that don't.
Because, like I said, okay, I'll say this again. Like my company, I've been sued twice for doing what I've done. It was frivolous lawsuit. I put $75,000 on the side just for every year, just in case I get sued for crap. Because most of the thing is, most people just want to bring up the lawsuit. They want to bring up the lawsuit just to say, okay,
Yeah,
at least
if you need someone to
settle.
look after that $75,000, I'll give you my bank details.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
You don't mind if I sue you, right?
Michael, like,
you
hey,
would lose.
I'll be
That's
your
the-
representative.
But my point is, the 75 is to fight people because everybody wants to settle.
Okay, I'll take
Most
a
people
20.
don't-
I'll take 20K settlement then. That's fine.
Yeah, I never settled yet, homie. So you don't try that. I'm like Nintendo. I go balls to the wall. I'm not selling nothing to nobody. But my point is, I do no. Look, literally, October I got sued. It was from people from Japan. I got sued for some stuff. We went through the whole legal system. I won the case, but again, you just put money aside. And again, Nintendo's not the only person that gets sued. Every major company gets sued every single day. That's why you got all these stupid directions on your toothpaste and your Pop-Tart and everything.
Yeah.
Because
You gotta defend yourself because people are that frivolous. They will sue you for anything.
Again,
I know this isn't gaming related, but the seat called the Bumbo seat, they got in trouble because some idiot decided to put their child in the thing and put it on a table or a chair and leave them there while they did something else, and then the child fell out of it onto the floor.
Oh, that's clearly the seat maker's fault.
Yes, that's the people's fault, even though they had a warning on there not to leave the seat in high places unattended beforehand, which they shouldn't have had to even put that on there. But because all the seat was for was to help children learn to sit upright.
I almost wish they like you had to take some type of aptitude test to be a parent first because some of these people really need to get slapped.
Yeah, I know.
And that's just me being nice.
I know a few of them.
I want to see a lot more than
But
that.
okay, I'll let Double M and Chef say something. But let me add one more thing to there, right there. There's I brought it up on Maincast as well too with Coop on everybody. Back in California in 2007, when the Wii was hot and it was hard to get.
Yeah, I remember this song. Go ahead.
There's a woman who went to a radio show and they said, no Wii for a Wii. In other words, you drink a lot of water. The first person who goes to the bathroom loses.
I remember this.
You remember the story?
Yeah, I remember this because she drowned from
No,
drinking
she
water.
drowning.
No, she desensitization. Her body locked down because basically that's what happened.
Because when you drink too much water, you kill electrolytes in your body that keep your body active and working.
Yeah. And what happened is, the thing that killed me is, they told her that would happen. They said on the radio show that's what happened. She signed a waiver, and they have tape of her. They said, yo, you don't need to do this and everything. But 2 hours later, she died. Well, of course, the family still sued, and the family won $4 million. Even though she went through all the procedures and letting people go through the same thing. I mean, I'm just saying I understand what people's gripes are with Nintendo with this stuff like that. I look at it as a business. I'll say to anybody who's listening, I'm the weirdo in that aspect. I just don't create the headache. If I could avoid the headache and the paperwork, I'll do it. Because when you go to a lawsuit with companies and you're suing for, in my case, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's a lot of paperwork and a lot of stuff you got to do. And it takes a lot of time to go through that stuff as a businessman.
And it also takes away from your work, too. That affects your bottom line.
Well, yeah, but the lawsuit I won October, and like I said, I know 100% they were suing for frivolous, just doing it for that. So it took a day in federal court to get that over with.
Oh, nice.
So I didn't have to worry about nothing. But I still had to sign a ton of paper like I was buying a second house with all like hundreds of pages and everything.
So you had to sign enough paperwork to buy a private island.
I know. But that's the paperwork. Like I said, but I'm my own business owner, so I had to be there to represent, and I got to do all this stuff now and do that. Lucky for me, and to be honest, lucky for me, the lawsuit went, the people who represented me was Sony Entertainment, because again, it was a lawsuit between media and everything. So they sent somebody to help me go to the lawsuit in New York. We got through it, done, bam. I'm happy with it is. I got my money, I'm good. But it's just one of those things that you do just to avoid the headache. I mean, I understand it sucks. I'm not going to deny it. But if you're in certain situations, you just don't want to put a carrot out there for the horse to go bite at it. You just don't want to do it.
Yeah. And Nintendo's been sued a lot over the years for a bunch of crap that had. Like, you could tell that they were doing something on their own, and somebody says, "Oh, I had that idea first," but didn't present it in any public forum.
I'm patent trolling.
I felt insulted when Philips tried to sue them for some patent. I'm thinking Nintendo should sue you for the trash you put on this and for the trash you put on that CDI piece of garbage.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those we are forgetting those things exist.
I was like, it does not exist within my memory housing group. It has been.
I hear you. What a. Okay, then let's keep it going. I don't know what's going on. So what about you, Shep? What are your thoughts on Nintendo and everything as well? Go ahead. You there,
Shut up and
Shepherd?
play.
Okay.
What? Shut up. Hey, Nintendo,
What are
he pitching
your
y'all new
thoughts, brother?
slogan. He pitching y'all new slogan. Shut up and play. Shut up and play.
But all jokes aside,
Uh-huh.
like Liger said, I mean, every company has its flaws. Every company has its pros. At the end of the day, Nintendo's flaw is actually its pro to some extent. They have their own mission statement. They go about doing things their way, which often rubs people the wrong way. But it also what made them last. Because what people keep on forgetting is Nintendo's been around for over 125 years.
Booyah.
There's a reason they've lasted this long as a business. People only think about the Nintendo Entertainment System. They've been around for a hot minute. They're a family of business. They know what they're doing. I mean, I don't say everything they do is right. They all make mistakes. Virtual Boy.
Love motels.
Hey, actually, that's somewhat profitable, but that's a different conversation.
Remember, they weren't exactly motels, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at it, babies have to be made somehow. I'm just saying.
Hey, Nintendo was just trying to boost the number of people on the planet. That's all.
Well,
Why don't you go bow wow with some Zelda music?
they had some issues in Japan with the whole reproductivity at one point, so Nintendo was just doing
Well, they
their
have it
part.
still
Okay?
today. They have it still to this day.
Yeah, and they're still helping doing their part. But anyways,
all I'm saying, you don't see certain things in Nintendo's games for no reason.
exactly. But you remember, it's all about the family. See, the hotels create the family, and then they make the games to make the family.
Okay,
See,
stop,
that's serious business. And now they're about to do the quality of life, so they help take care of the family in another way. They are trying to take everything.
Wow.
Shep, please see.
Shep.
Now you making me feel like Nintendo is trying to be my parent, and I don't think I like that idea.
Nintendo is taking over the world.
Shep, you need to get off that Splatoon crack, man.
Actually,
get off your rainbow crack.
For the record, I have hardly gotten to play Splatoon because as a responsible adult working in a company that I work in, by the time I do everything I need to do, after I get home, I take my butt to bed. As much as I want to pick up that, as much as I want to pick up that controller, I know I need sleep. Because
Amen.
Yeah, the man. I can see the man's probably scratching his arm right now as he speaks from withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, I'm gonna lie to you. I kind of, if I wasn't talking to you guys, I'd probably try to squeeze in an hour tonight. But I know that's not happening. I might get 15 minutes if I'm lucky.
All right. Let's. I'll try to keep it moving. Then you guys are just crazy with y'all talk.
Nah,
Or was you expecting?
Honestly, all jokes aside, I gotta go to the grocery store after this. I can't play tonight. Maybe I'll squeeze in something in the morning.
Look, he's still working on figuring out how he gonna get his fix on his drugs.
I've been planning. You know what? I've been planning all week, and so far it's failed every time. I've yet to really play this game since Sunday.
I know, right?
But I'm determined. I'm gonna figure something out. I need
Liger?
that. I need a fix.
Yeah.
Liger,
I might die if I don't get enough. DYE, by the way.
Liger, you've been watching Gamers at Large podcast for how long? Like, why are you surprised that we're this crazy?
No, see, we're much worse when we're not trying to be nice for everyone's ears.
Yeah, you think this is something you should know. When we go off air, we go off.
Fuck, you should have been around for our conversation this morning.
I don't know about you lot. I don't know about you lot. I'm pretty calm. I'm calm.
Yeah, right.
All I have to say is glazed.
Oh,
okay.
Man.
Okay. All right, guys.
But anyways, okay.
I'm not even going to go on what you were talking.
Don't say anything. We're live. But back to the point.
Okay. Let me
Nintendo makes good choices and poor choices. They need to get with the times. I agree. But the whole thing is Nintendo has always been cost effective.
Well,
they test and retest to make sure it works efficiently.
Here's one thing I didn't even think this. Now I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll be real quick. We don't know what the DNA thing is going to be, and that might be their fix to everybody's gripes. So people need to just chill out and relax and wait to see what happens.
That's another thing, and we're notorious for it in the gaming sphere. We need to learn to be more patient across the board. We need to learn to be more patient. We're so impatient and then get mad when something's jacked up. Well, guess what? It's jacked up because you made them rush it. Calm the hell down.
Assassin's Creed Unity.
Yeah, and I mean, come on. Every time, and that's why these third parties a lot of times rush these incomplete games out because we're so impatient. It's a fact.
Well,
it's
not even impatient. Even with society is right now, we are creating our own ADHD right now with everything.
Everything's instant.
Everything needs to be instant. Everything, yeah. Look, like I said, I got me as much as what I do for my life. I have a regular phone. I don't do a lot of stuff. Y'all got smartphones. I don't have a smartphone. I'm a dumb phone. And the one thing I hate when I do business with people and everything, I tell them, look, if you call, leave. I know it's archaic, but you can leave a voicemail, and I'll get back to you, because you're not gonna get me every instant of the day, as much as what it is. I don't care what it is. If it's sleep time or it's my time, the phone's off, and I don't care what anybody say. But right now we create our own ADD because I see kids right now. When you put Pop-Tart in a microwave and they jittering for 10 seconds.
I agree. Unfortunately, I got caught in the hype. I didn't even want my phone. I was forced to get a phone, and now I can't go more than 20 feet away from my phone.
See, I have a smartphone, but I can literally put it down, walk away, and forget about it.
No, I can't.
Good for you. Well, you have young kids.
Well, even if I didn't have kids, I would have been the same way, because I don't care about putting my business out every second of the day. So that's probably why.
Well, me is because I know. I have
you was more business
and work and all kinds of stuff. It's a combination of things.
Yeah. But me, I can literally. There have been times I've gone out the door and completely forgot my phone and didn't realize I didn't have it until I reached down in my pocket to pick it up to call someone.
I wish I could do that. If I did that 20 minutes later when I get back to my phone, I'd probably have several messages asking, where the hell are you? What the hell is going on?
I hear you. All right, well, let me ask this question right here. Like I said, just try to keep this moving. Like I said, once we were basically pointing. I already did the whole 3 companies thing because again, every company has a problem.
I didn't give my side to the story.
No, don't let him talk. It's gonna be 2 hours.
What's your side, Double M?
What is with you Yankees and this nationalism? Like, you know, always just kind of go against the man from the UK. Like, it's racism. Like. No, it's not racism. It's nationalism.
All right, brother, you got the floor. What you say?
I'm a treating first. I'm still gonna pick on you regardless. Whether you're European or Jamaican, I'm still gonna pick on you.
Yeah, flipping Yankee Trini.
It is a Meridadian. Thank you very much.
Meridadian. But what's your take on it, Double M?
I think I'm with you, Liger. They do have a hard time putting across what they do have a hard time putting across what their message is. I think it's partly, I mean, they've always had this problem, and I think it's partly due to the, you know, Nintendo is a company that is very much used to singing to the beat of their own drum, and yeah, they're very much used to singing to the beat of their own drum. And the problem with that is when people's perception doesn't align with the beat of you, when people's perception doesn't align with yours, it's very hard to convey the message across to them that you want to convey. And, you know, because people have this perception of Nintendo that, you know, the kiddie image, that they're, you know, you're not a real gamer if you play Nintendo and stuff like that. And because Nintendo, they're not necessarily going to switch up. They're not necessarily going to put an they're not necessarily going to put an M16 in Mario's hand just to appeal to the masses. You know, it's that simple. You know, they're not necessarily.
But it's not the masses. That's not the masses. That's just regular. That's the hardcore gamers. I'm gonna trade my family values for 2-3% of people. That's pissing. That's a bad business deal.
Gentlemen,
Yes,
side
it is.
chat.
It very much is. But yeah, so yeah, and that is where I agree with you a lot on Liger. They do have a hard time putting that message across because they do sing to the beat of their own drum. And in all honesty, I have to quite commend them for it because it takes a lot to stand on your own value. It takes a lot, even especially as a business, when your primary goal is to make money, which they do anyway. You know, to stand on your own two feet and stand by your own values and say, you know what, I don't care what everyone is saying. I'm going to do things the way I'm going to do them because that's where I see, you know, because that's where I see where the benefits are. So I have to commend them for that, but at the same time, it does make things, it does make it harder for them to put across. It does make it harder for them to, you know, put things across in the way they would like when it comes to dealing with third parties, when it comes to dealing with the general perception of people and things like that. You know,
okay,
and that's where Nintendo does struggle. I mean, well, it's more of a personal issue, but one of the issues I've always had with Nintendo, and I can appreciate why they do it, but I wish they would be, because me being a massive tech head that I am, I always find it fascinating, you know, to learn about new tech and how it works and things like that. You know, I personally wish that Nintendo, even if it was just in like an article that they put out or something like that, I would like Nintendo to actually put out information on the hardware on their system and give a breakdown on how the system works, or a breakdown on how they put their hardware together and how they get it to work the way it does. Because, you know, when I see certain things happening on a Nintendo console, you know, half the time I'm thinking, how are they doing this voodoo that they're doing?
And I get what you're trying to say, but you
us?
have to respect the fact that the part of why they do it the way they do is they're trying to avoid the whole pirating thing. I mean, I get what you're saying, because I feel the same.
That's why I said I respect why they do it. I can understand and I respect why they do it.
But it's still frustrating.
Even if they don't tell us how they build it and how they get it running, could they tell us at least how they made it so energy efficient so Sony and Microsoft can kind of pick up on that?
You know what?
Yeah,
you know
I
what's funny about that?
It's not.
What's funny about that?
What?
Microsoft and Sony, when they made the PlayStation 4 and Xbox and the Xbox One, and the PlayStation 4. They were scared of one thing, of course, and that's what happened to the Xbox 360 because one of the GPUs or what they were scared of that the heat would have been this monstrous to their, because remember they don't have a power brick or nothing. It's all inside internal with everything else. They thought that was gonna be a big problem. And good luck for them that it didn't work out. It worked out good for them that there's no issues like how the 360 had the red ring of death with the heat thing. So that's good.
Yes, that is good.
Yeah,
I thought the Xbox One did have a power brick. I just thought it was a PS4 that didn't.
No, the Xbox One has a power brick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
PS4 doesn't. PS4 doesn't, and the shape of the console itself is probably the reason they can get away with not having one.
Okay. I know that was one of the things
Yeah,
that they were talking about in some of the meetings I've been in.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I can respect why they do things like that. But for instance, for example, like let's take for example the fact that you have people who are doing research in like universities and stuff like that, and I think you have people that are doing like research in universities and stuff like that, and obviously the future of IT is going towards energy efficiency. Things like the Wii U, which the data the output is able to give at the power draw is able to do it. If people had a bit more of an understanding about the tech that was in the Wii U, then that could prove to be great. That could prove to be great research for these people. So which would obviously again give it more mass appeal. But
I would like them after they move on to the next hardware to give that explanation of how the Wii U works.
I agree with that.
That would be good.
They should at least give you the last generation specs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That would be perfectly fine because then it's not their current stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like me and WM was talking about, they don't when you get the dev kit, they don't show you, they let you see what's some of the labels on some of the chipsets and everything, because I didn't see no markings on the dev kit when I got it.
Like if you actually see the MCM with the CPU and GPU on there is no inscriptions on there whatsoever. There's the name of there's a little thing that covers the MCM, which has the name of the companies that worked on the console, but that's it. It has no information on it whatsoever. It's just 2 blank silver chips on the MCM.
Well, that's for our own protection, because if we figured it out, the Nintendos would kill us.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, those, to be honest, I don't really have and obviously there's obviously the basic things that every gamer kind of wants with their system that because of the position that Nintendo is in, they may be unable to provide. But again, one thing, this is where I'll follow on from what you were saying, Andre. One thing I can appreciate, one thing I always kind of give Nintendo, when it comes to seeing what Sony and Microsoft do, I always say to myself, I'm going to give Nintendo a little bit more time, because Nintendo, I kind of see, compared to Sony and Microsoft, I kind of see them as perfectionists. And I kind of see them as perfectionists. And whereas Sony and Microsoft may try and put out something that they're doing as soon as possible, I see that Nintendo, they always have a way that they want to do it. And obviously it's going to take, and obviously they're going in through different more amounts of market research and things like that, because they know that they want to do it the way they want to do it, that works best for them and works best for their consumer base, and obviously works best for their main target audience, which is the family. If you notice, Nintendo has come in later on certain things that other consoles have come on early on, but they put their own spin on it that's made it so unique. So, for instance, when Nintendo started to take online gaming a bit more seriously, they came up with Miiverse. There is not a system out there which has communities like Miiverse.
Mm-hmm. I will say this about Nintendo. Sorry I'm late, everyone. I was actually in another interview. I just didn't get finished on time.
That's all right.
This is Triforce. So when it comes to Nintendo, versus the industry. It's really not. Someone's moving around a lot, making a lot of noise.
Double M.
It's Micah again.
Sorry,
Stop pulling that plastic off your bed.
Sorry, the plastic's still on my mattress.
Well, mute. Why you pulling it?
So Nintendo, though, Nintendo as developers, this is no offense to the other two. I'm just trying to make the comparison. Nintendo is like the modern Michael Jackson and Prince in terms of artists. They don't make their they don't design or make their games for the industry. They make their games because whether there was an industry or not, they're going to make their games. Period. And they know that there is a large consumer base that follows the taste that they have for the particular work that they do as artists. Sony and Microsoft are more like Jay-Z and Eminem. They follow what the industry dictates. So and I don't want to say that there's no substance to what they're doing, because they have substance. However, that substance is controlled by what the industry dictates. So when the industry says, we need 2019 is coming up, we need a new and more powerful system to take it to the next level, they're slaves to that demand. They cannot go outside of that demand. If they do, they're finished. They won't. It limits their ability to be innovative, because they have to follow the demand. Nintendo is the only company that can go, oh, so you guys need a 800 GPU processor? That's nice. Guess what? We're going to do 3. You're crazy. Your system will never survive. Well, don't worry about that. And we're going to put out these games. You're going to like it, and you're going to buy it. Okay, Nintendo is going to die. They're going to make another system. It's going to be underpowered. It's just not going to be able to do this. Nintendo makes the system. Nintendo makes the games. People buy the games. Nintendo's Mario comes out, it does this, blah, blah, blah. Then you have your people who are going to say, oh, well, that's because Nintendo keeps recycling the same blah, blah, this, and that. And the reason why Nintendo can keep recycling the same blah, blah over and over again is because they are in control of themselves. Microsoft and Sony are not in control of themselves. Once they go against the industry, they are doomed, period. They're slaves to the industry. The industry does not care about their intellectual property development. They've been given Sony's been given 20 years. Microsoft has been given the last 10, going on 15 years. These guys had enough time to develop intellectual properties that can transcend time and hold them up, up their particular brands. But they've squandered that time. 20-something years for Sony, 25 years for Sony, and who do they have running for them? Kratos. That's it.
Uncharted.
What?
Kratos and Drake.
Drake is new, so he doesn't even count. I'll say this in respect. I'm not saying Drake isn't great, but he's new. If we compare this to basketball, he's Kevin Durant. He's a great superstar, but he's no legend. He's not an icon. God of War has a staple. He's an icon. How old is God of War? He's almost a decade, right?
Yeah, it was PS2. So started on PS2. So yeah.
So let's put some parameters on this. What it is to become a legend. You need at least a decade in the industry to at least be considered an iconic legend. Master Chief is a legend. Sonic is a legend. Mario is a legend. Forget about anything Nintendo, because they're all legends. But those are the real legends. Drake is coming into his own. He's a legend in the making. But no one, if they came up with the next PlayStation system, no one is going to buy the next PlayStation system because they're putting Uncharted 6 in the game. They're going to be like, oh, great, Uncharted 6 is going to be there. Great, that's another game they will add to their library for the next system. It's a difference with the new Nintendo system and Nintendo Next. Nintendo had already made a statement. We're dropping the next Zelda 2015, guaranteed. Then someone said, well, we're going to start working on the next Nintendo system, the Nintendo Next. I think it would be good even though we had already made this announcement in 2015, let's backpedal and put that Zelda on the next Nintendo system. That automatically put 1 million system units sold out of the box, right out of the gate from the manufacturer, because people will buy it because of Zelda. As every Nintendo system has ever been bought, it has always been bought because of a flagship game.
Yeah, but Zelda's never been that big of a flagship game.
What are you talking about? It outsold the PS2 on launch with Majora's Mask. I worked that night.
Wait, hold on, wait. You said that Majora's Mask outsold the PlayStation 2?
Zelda as a franchise is a flagship game.
Yeah.
And
I'm asking if you're talking about the sales, or I'm talking about consoles. Console sales.
You're talking about the sale of a video game system going with the
okay.
Well, it actually has Twilight Princess. I was there at the Nintendo Wii
Well, no, I
in
know.
2006.
Yeah, and that's the only reason it only done that, because of what Twilight Princess was. But Twilight Princess was the only one with the 7 million sales off the top from that. But they never.
That's the only Zelda game that launched with the system. That's the only Zelda. That's the only
I know
Nintendo.
That.
Okay, so that's my point I'm trying to make. That's the Nintendo used a flagship game. If you don't want to use Zelda, we don't have to. We can go and use Mario. I tried to stay away from Mario.
No, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just saying that's Zelda's not in the top 5 of movie consoles. Mario,
No. The reason why I use that, because I want you to understand why I use Zelda, because it is a not redundant. It is a I forgot the word for this. It's just asinine to even mention Mario. It's stupid. We all know this. There's no reason to mention it. I wanted to use one of Nintendo's second string launching games to show the power of Nintendo. They don't even need the first string. They're so strong. Their second string icon characters can launch their system. That's ridiculous. That's overly powerful, as opposed to Drake is Sony's second string. But if I was working for Sony and I'm coming out with the PlayStation 5, I'm launching a new God of War with it. I'm not launching Drake. That's just not happening, just straight up. Because if I'm going to think who's going to push my system better, it's going to be Kratos. Nintendo can afford to play around and say, hey, you want to go with Star Fox this year? What about a Pokemon? You know something? We haven't had a Metroid in a while. We can just use Zelda. These guys are talking about the second string guys because they're tired of Mario. Think about that. They're tired of the flagship that's going to guarantee them money, so they can play around with other guys. Donkey Kong. What did they launch the Wii U with? Oh, a new Super Mario game, which is just Super Mario. No offense, but it's just Super Mario. It's nothing extravagant and whatnot. Nintendo didn't even took the time to say, let's put a real. Imagine when the Wii U first came out, they launched it with Smash Brothers.
Kind of like how they did with GameCube.
Yes, or Mario Kart. But they
those you're right with that. Those would sell more because those have sold more with the system. Go right on that.
But they picked up some generic rehash version, wasn't even 3D. I'm talking about platform Mario, and put it in. And everyone was bashing Nintendo. Oh, the Wii U is gonna die. I'm like, no. When they drop Mario Kart and they drop Smash Brothers, pretty much that'll be the end. Michael watched me type this on Twitter all the time, and no, Triforce, Nintendo cannot catch up with Mario. I'm like, who are you talking to? Like, are you crazy? So when Mario Kart and Smash Brothers dropped, the Nintendo went up like 600%. It was madness. It just got stupid. The numbers were stupid. The numbers didn't even make sense. And this is why Nintendo understands. This is why I told when Iwata-san had made the statement, he apologized. I was like, apologize for what? Don't apologize to the industry. Nintendo is not controlled by the industry. They do not need the industry. The video game industry can implode and collapse right now. Every single company will die, except Nintendo.
No, all of us here agree on that because we know they make the profits.
Nintendo will just be like, okay, and so yeah, moving on. Nintendo will probably give up some money to create a competitor so that the industry can have competition. but everyone, Microsoft won't bother Microsoft. Microsoft is like, well, we had a good run. Let's go do something else. Or, hey, how much does it cost to stay into the industry? We're going to need another $2 billion from you, Bill. All right, here. Just because I want to stay in the industry. And that's what he did with the Xbox, the original one. The Xbox was a complete, total, utter failure. It is one of the worst failing systems in the history of gaming. But Bill Gates just said, how much does it cost for me to just stay in the industry? He paid his way to stay in. But if you said, let's give a financial ceiling cap to every one of the companies equally. Every company has $1 billion spending for one generation of gaming. Sony and Microsoft will be dead. Nintendo will be the only one living. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Oh, we already did that at the beginning part of this podcast, because we already done broke down the profits of the consoles.
So Nintendo will be the only one. So it's, to me, when I see conversations regarding Nintendo, I stop talking about Nintendo. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but in the last couple of years, Nintendo does not need defense from its gamers. Clearly, the gamers, the speculators, and everyone who writes about Nintendo have no idea what they're talking about. Yamauchi wrote a 2-decade plan before his death and said, follow these rules, you'll have mad bread to break up. And Nintendo's been following it after the man's already dead, and everything he wrote is happening. Clearly, two things. Either Nintendo is a super genius, or Yamauchi had a time machine. One of the two. Either way, there's no reason for us to speak about Nintendo, what they plan to do, how they should do it, why they should do it. We have no idea what we're talking about. Nintendo knows exactly what they're doing, and that's it. The only thing worth interesting talking about when you talk about the gaming industry is Sony and Microsoft, because those two have not necessarily issues, but those two are the only ones. Right back. That's no problem. That's what the war is about, or the console war. Nintendo exited the console war eons ago. They're beyond. They have transcended that. Nintendo's not in the war. They're not on Earth fighting. Nintendo lives on terraformed Mars with advanced life and technology, while everyone on Earth is still fighting over racism, poisoning their food and water, and all this other political geo-nonsense. Nintendo's like, look at these idiots. This is why aliens don't want to talk to them. So, I just want to put my 2 cents in there.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
I mean, from what you're saying, Triforce, I mean, I've read some of Yamauchi's interviews from 2001, and he literally spoke about all the stuff that is happening now.
Time machine.
Yeah, like I said, when he did it, we said it as ready. When the whole thing when he said about gaming becoming a commodity, I mean, he knew that was going to happen, and he was right.
Mm-hmm. So it's quite shocking when you read back the old interviews and you see how accurate he actually is.
Well, like I said, that's
they also hit on paying companies out to put their games on your console and how dumb it was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and let's go into the next question.
Before you move on, Liger, Triforce. All I'm saying, that was probably the deepest introduction I've ever seen someone come to the podcast.
Yeah, you just jumped right in hardcore, like damn.
That was a long introduction, but
yeah, I have to say that. Well, like I said, I'm happy to have you on Endcast, Triforce. Like I said, I always have one question for you is, how the heck you always there at the beginning every time, right? That's the only thing when I see you in the news.
Oh, for the launches?
Yeah, it always kills me. I'm like, this guy's there every day.
There's two ways we can do this. You can either want the truth, or I can make up a lie that's more convenient and believable.
Nah, I mean the truth. You gotta have the truth, because I'm different from in certain cases. But go ahead, get the truth, because you get to shake Reggie's hand and everything. I mean,
as a fanboy for Nintendo, growing up with Nintendo, I understand the culture of the company, so I think like Nintendo. So whenever something's coming up, I say to myself, what would Nintendo do? And they're going to do this. And then I go and I do it. And then it happens. And Nintendo goes, you think like us. I'm like, yeah. And they ask me, why don't you come work with us? Because a lot of people wonder, Triforce, why don't you work for Nintendo? It isn't Nintendo's fault. It's not that Nintendo doesn't want to hire me. It's just that what I do with my gaming organization is a conflict of interest to Nintendo. So because I work with my organization works with other companies that are Nintendo's competitors, and Nintendo is they're very strict on their security. It's very important for them.
No, I got you. I have to go through the same setup as well too, because I said I've got contracts with Sony right now, but I've done stuff for Nintendo. I've done stuff for third-party games, like I said, Ubisoft, EA, all that stuff, and so I know what you're talking about in that regards. And I just do contracts with Nintendo. I don't really get the whole full hookup with them.
Yes, and so because of that is why I say to people, I don't work for Nintendo. I work with Nintendo. There's a big difference. I used to work for Nintendo in 2005. I worked for the Nintendo World Store as an M&I ambassador. So after that, and I used to do street teams with them in 2004 and things like that. But then after that, in 2005, after I left the organization, I decided to just work in tandem with them. Because it allows me to do my passion, which is my organization, Empire Arcadia, but then at the same time still support my favorite video game company of all time, which is Nintendo. So I get the both of best of
both worlds. I get tongue tied too. It's okay.
I would love to be a PR representative for Nintendo. Like the way I would sell their systems would be mad.
Whatever.
My lady trying to tell me
Nintendo systems.
my girl tried to tell me that crap the other day because I'm always going around pleading Nintendo's case. They're like, why don't you just work for them? I'm like, I crunch numbers. Sorry. I mean, if they hire me, I would say yes, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
I hate you. Well, let's go on to our next question I have here, and see, I have 5 things here I wanted to talk about. I know because of time and how
bunch of fanboys.
But
you want to, Chef? Shush.
What the thing is right here is I want to give one question first because I've started some podcasts and everybody's always bringing this stupid thing up. So I don't understand it because of what they say it. But the first question is everybody, and this is. No, I won't go to Nintendo. So we just kill Nintendo right there. Let's go to something different. The gaming industry right now is getting crazy with something I call pre-order-itis.
Oh, yeah.
We have to pre-order everything right up front, everything against that. So before I since I'm the host of the, I will let everybody give their thoughts on the whole pre-order genre, basically in the agent that's going crazy right now. So Andre, I'll let you start. What do you think about the pre-order-itis that's going on right now?
It sucks. That's the short answer. Long answer is I would like pre-orders to be like what they used to be like, where you got like physical merchandise and things that didn't actually affect the game but were just cool to have. So I don't want to pre-order something to get the extra half of the game that you made that you took apart from the game in order to sell it to me later. I want to pre-order and get like graphics cards or specialized T-shirts or dang it, what did I get with it was like dang it. The most recent one was Street Fighter 4 when it first came out, and I got the Ryu headband and the Crimson Viper figurine. That's the stuff I want to pre-order for. I don't want to pre-order, even though that was a special edition I pre-ordered, but I want pre-orders to be like what they used to be, not this crap of, oh, you can get these additional skins, or hey, if you pre-order this now, we'll give you this game mode that was supposed to be in the game that we took out so we can promote it. That's annoying to me. I like it simplistic where I actually got something for being there first. Otherwise, I'm not waiting. Okay, yeah, I know you're in agreement with it. Otherwise, I'm not worried about it. I'll just wait and see how the game turns out.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. What about you, Micah? Pre-orderitis. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm with Andre on this. And that's because the way I see it is that, if you're going to pre-order something and based on the culture of gaming, based on the culture of gaming, the way I've always seen it is that, people who go out of their way to pre-order or go out of their way to be first in line for something, there's usually something tangible and rare that comes with it, some kind of collectible. Like, let's take, for example, what Nintendo has been doing recently. They've been bringing out a lot of collectibles in their games, like the first print edition of Bayonetta or the scarf
Wait,
that
wait,
came with
hold
Hyrule
on.
Warriors.
Time out, hold on. Okay, we have to stop. We have to stop that right there. I just want to make a correction. It hasn't been something Nintendo's recently been doing. Nintendo's been doing that
Oh,
since
I know,
Nintendo.
I know.
Just want to put that out there.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just
In
using that as an
comparison to the,
example.
okay,
Yeah,
cool.
in comparison to what's going on now. I mean, yeah. Um, thing like what Nintendo has been doing. What has Nintendo like in comparison to what Nintendo has been doing? With the with some of their games on the Wii U and the 3DS, where they give like these rare editions, or like they give these rare versions of their consoles, or these rare items that come with their games and stuff like that. Whereas what you have now is a lot of whereas companies before used to do things like that, what you have now is a lot of companies putting out a load of digital stuff, a load of content that really and truly should have been in the game from the beginning. And there's nothing tangible to that. You can't take some skins that you got in a pre-order bonus for a game, you can't take that 20 years into the future, show it to a new generation and say, this is what I got for standing in line, and this is the rare item I got for being one of the first few people to get this game. You can't. People are gonna look at people. No one's gonna take that seriously. What? Because you got something digital in the game. No, people want to see physical and tangible stuff. That's where the value is in collecting things, and that's where the value is in getting something limited edition or getting something that is rare. And I think what has happened now, you have a lot of developers who are taking part of the culture and abusing it in order to exploit people of money. And unfortunately, because the general public is very impressionable, a lot of people are falling for it. And in all honesty, you can't blame the businessmen for being businessmen. You can only really blame the people for exercising their God-given right to remain ignorant and stupid.
All right, all right. That's good to hear. All right, I'll pass the mic on to Triforce. What do you think about the pre-orderitis?
If the industry can continue to manipulate the idiots to keep doing this and paying them money for virtually nothing, hey, I don't see anything wrong with it. As a gamer who grew up into a businessman, but I'm a gamer first, I see both sides of the fence. They are not forcing anyone to do anything. This is all a choice. If they were providing, like Micah said, pre-order items of true worth, but it was being held against the gamers, then I could see that this is kind of twisting the gamer's arm to squeeze a little bit more money. But a lot of these pre-order items that really are worthless. It's a gimmick to get you to pay more for something you was just going to get anyway, normal price. But people want to feel they're playing with people's egos to make them feel special. Oh, I got it first, and I got the shoelace that comes with it. That's interesting. How much did you pay more for it? Oh, I paid $80 extra. Oh, for a shoelace. Oh, okay. No, great. So I'm an old school gamer, so I understand the value of an actual pre-order or getting something first.
Well, of course, you're always there for every console. Hell.
So to me, it's funny, and it's kind of mean spirited because I'm laughing at my own gamers. But they're making the joke funny, so I can't help it. It's like you see these guys that going out and spending all this extra money, and it's okay. Like I said, I don't see anything wrong with it by the video game industry, because it's a choice. We have a choice. So if people want to get duped by it, I see no reason why the video game industry shouldn't make money off of stupid people.
Okay.
Every industry does.
True. True. All right. Chef, can you talk? We kind of you on your phone. Can you talk or are you busy?
Yeah. Damn it, Triforce, you stole more. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh,
I've said it briefly before the cast. I coined the term, but I don't know if I was the first one to coin it. But I've been saying it for a long time. Sheeple. I mean, the reason why the industry is as bad as it is because people enable it. If people didn't buy it and they didn't make money, they wouldn't be doing it. Plain and simple. So if people keep buying all this crap, they're gonna keep doing it. It's their businesses first and foremost. So, I mean, granted, it does annoy me. At the end of the day, I mean, if you don't want it, don't do it. My only issue with the pre-order thing is like when they do crap like we did with Mortal Kombat with Goro. That's the type of crap that I'm like, no. If you lock in content and the only way you can get it is if you pre-order it early, that's BS.
Well, pre-order it
everything
early
else,
or
I don't
pay
care.
$5 afterwards.
Yeah, see, that type of crap, that's a hell no. But at the end of the day, it only happens because we allow it as gamers. They wouldn't do this crap if people didn't buy into it. Plain and simple.
Okay. Okay. So you in?
Dr. Feelgood, speak up, my friend.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. What do you think about pre-order items?
You say pre-order items or pre-order itis?
Pre-order itis.
ITIS.
Wow. Pre-order itis. I will say this. They rarely are worth what you pay for them. Some things are interesting. More so the Nintendo pre-order bonuses or items rather. But others, like when you bought Call of Duty, you got night vision goggles. I mean, although cool, I'm pretty sure it wasn't a high quality thing that's going to have value 10, 20 years from now. For the most part, I don't have pre-order itis. I never have. The only thing I've actually, I think, ever pre-ordered in recent memory was the Modern Warfare 3 because it came with the season pass for like 10, 20 bucks off. That's the only thing I've ever truly pre-ordered. Other than that, no, I think it's completely stupid. Anyone that rushes out really to pre-order just about anything, especially just a typical game, I just don't see the point of it. It will be there tomorrow. Splatoon, I did get mine ahead of time, but because I really want to play, but nothing else really prompted me to go out and get the game. Like there was no bonus that if pre-order please if you want to get this DLC. Like I've never fallen for that crap ever, and those that do, I mean, like Shep said, they're sheeple. Like it's like nowadays pre-ordering things is the popular thing to do, because it builds into hype. I don't really see the purpose of it. I don't. So do I have it? No. Do I think plenty of people out there have it? Hell yes.
Let's just keep it real for what it is. People are stupid. Just like I understand you guys are trying to be nice.
I straight up say it. People are retarded. I'm not saying they're retarded. That's not nice. They're stupid.
Yeah, it's not like we're lying. It is what it is, and it's funny. You have to.
Well, no. Well, you see why I'm talking about the gaming bubble. Why I'm saying about the gaming bubble because what you guys are saying, you all saying this stuff right there. My point is to point out that back when all of us are older gamers. So when we grew up, just like you all saying about it, if it's a physical thing or this or whatever that people want to buy, it's their money to do what they want. But you're feeding the monster by doing the pre-orders that way, and the publishers see it and lock the content. Now back when we were growing up again. When we bought pre-ordered Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, you pre-ordered, you got the anniversary disc for free. It was no extra cost, nothing else added onto it. You pay your $60, you have what it is. The last
it came in a box. Wait, you're talking about the 25th anniversary edition?
No. The Wind Waker. Wind Waker back on the GameCube when it first came out. When you had to pre-order it. It came with an anniversary disc of Zelda. had Majora's Mask, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But it was just you pre-ordered it, and it was no extra cost. It was just a part of the pre-order.
Now watch this. If you couldn't pre-order, show you how deep Nintendo was. I stood on that line.
Sorry to quickly cut you, Triforce. It wasn't actually Wind Waker. It wasn't actually like Majora's Mask that came with. That was the collector's edition. It was the first copy of Ocarina of Time to come with the Master Quest.
Oh, the remake when they redid it.
Yeah, but they had all the other games on there.
No, that was.
No, like what I'm saying, yeah, but maybe for you, when I bought it at GameStop over here in America, it came with all that on the disc.
Oh, okay.
It had the Zelda collection on it with the remaster. All that stuff was pre-ordered to Wind Waker.
Oh, then we got ripped off here in Europe because the collector's edition was a separate disc altogether.
It's about time. Y'all always get the good swag anyway.
But over here when I bought it, it was that disc came with it. It was no extra cost, no extra money. You pre-order it, bam, they give you that disc. However, when you pre-order it, you got that disc before Wind Waker came out because it pushed back Wind Waker.
Yeah,
in America.
That's right. Yeah, because that was the case. So when you pre-ordered, you got that to play until Wind Waker came out.
But that was no extra cost. It was still $59.99. That was a pre-order bonus. That was that. The last game I pre-ordered, me and Katie ever pre-ordered, was Project Cross Zone. And with Project Cross Zone, of course, what came with it was posters, CDs, all that stuff. You pre-order it. You got the special edition, whatever it is. But again, it's one of those things where it was just, when you get it, it was no extra cost. It was still $34.99 for the game. No extra cost, nothing different. That's what pre-orders back then, what I liked was with that. Now, with the first, which goes to our next topic, and I'm leading into that, it was because I have a video on my channel, people seen it. It's called About Hype. I don't get hype for games no more. I never, after Metroid Prime, when I did my video about that, I stopped getting hype for games because I need to see gameplay. I've seen a lot of Nintendo fans right now going crazy for Fast Racing Neo. Good for you. Me, I need to see gameplay. It's been 2 years since that game came out. Honestly, it's been screenshot. Shinnen has not shown number of screenshots. Fast Racing Neo, the website, has not shown a screenshot. Doesn't mean that the game is bad. Doesn't mean that the game is not coming out. I just don't get hyped for stuff like that. And when people create this hype and this buzz, what's on YouTube right now, where everybody making these hype videos and everything, because everybody I've seen everybody put out. The Game is Alive, everybody has put out, oh, what's your E3 prediction? What's this? Oh, I'm going to get hyped for Star Fox. I'm going to get hyped for this or whatever. I ain't seen it. Nintendo aside, third parties see that, and I've seen this when I was with EA. They see that, well, you know what, when the game gets to about 80%, they say, okay, there's a fervor. Let's lock this content. Let's lock that content. Bam, pre-order. Put it to pre-order, or let's put it as a season pass. They see the fervor that everybody's making. Why the hell Star Wars Battlefront just came out? Hell, not even that Star Wars Battlefront, the next game that just came out. They ain't coming out till next year or later along this year, and they already had pre-order with it. And people are going to buy it. The hype is right now is a lot of people are feeding the hype machine and also feeding the publishers to start locking content, seeing everything. Again, EA made $900 million off of just DLC content last year. That's pure profits for. That's disgusting. That's not even selling the game, making profits. That's just pure $900 million off of DLC.
In a word,
and because people could go ahead.
There's a word for it. It's called stupidity. I think we mentioned that earlier. But yeah.
No, I understand that. But again, I just pointed out something for Nintendo fans.
Triforce, you're making me look like a good guy. I'm supposed to be the mean one in this cast. Okay.
But here's the thing. I'm not being mean. Okay. I tell you what. We'll be fair about this, right? Whenever I start lying, call me a mean person, okay?
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
I need to use that.
No one will be able to stop you.
I'm just saying.
Use that line. I need to use that.
I know, right? But my point is just saying that even like I said, like I just put out with Nintendo fans, we're creating this. I would call out Nintendo certain things. I didn't like the doing. I have a video now on my channel too. Skins should have been inside of development for it. Splatoon came out, the pre-order was skins. Don't care for it, but there's something that should be with the for Smash Brothers. Same thing with the Smash Brothers skin right now. I don't care if it's 75 cents. That stuff already is just simple coding. I've seen simple coding that could have just been on the game and should have been there. We charge it for it. But the one thing I do want to point out too that people keep on saying is everybody else pointing out the whole, oh, this is 2015. There's standards. There's standards. Well, hey, how about you people who say there's standards? It's 2015. How the hell back in the day when we get our game, 90% of the games work. Now we can't even say
Exactly. Everything is an additional install. Everything is a patch. Everything is a disc. It's ridiculous.
I have another simple standard, and Sheppard just mentioned it actually. You know, it used to be, for the last 30 years, even back in the Atari days, it was standard that when I put my game, my physical medium, in the slot, and I turned the system on, I could play immediately. Now, I have to wait for an install.
Or because everything's going DRM now.
Exactly, but thank goodness for Nintendo, because I can just pop in Splatoon and start playing. I don't have to wait for a 50 gigabyte install.
Yeah.
God, Splatoon talk again. Are you squirting me?
Really?
Y'all need to get.
You don't have an inkling of what I'm talking about right now.
Get me cracking on all this nonsense.
The puns, they're too much.
I know, right? But like I said, the one thing that's going on with the industry right now is the gamers right now, as everybody has brought up with the whole third party this or whatever. Because one of the questions now that we're gonna start off with is everybody, and I'll go through the list again. Andre, I'll start with you. I've listened to I listened to Red Fox's podcast. He had his people up there and everything, and everybody said it's for the PlayStation guys, whatever. Oh, you guys don't have no games, you don't do this, blah blah blah. But it'll be cool if Nintendo will go third party. What the? That phrase is
when people say it'd be cool if Nintendo goes third party, I look at it two ways. Either one, Nintendo's gonna dominate the hell out the industry because everybody's gonna be buying their stuff, playing it, or the quality is going to drop because they have to now worry about multiple platforms.
I will say this. You're right. They're right. It would probably be cool if Nintendo went third party. But you know what would be even cooler? If Sony and Microsoft went first party.
That's messed up.
I think
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I think they'll be extremely cool if they actually went first party and we saw a good 10 games. I would even say give me 6 games a year. 6 games a year, first party.
First party that is not developed by an outside studio.
Exactly.
No, see that, dude. That's not reasonable. Even for Nintendo, that's a little difficult.
You know what?
6 first-party games a year.
Okay.
Let's say 3.
Hold on.
Give them 3.
Okay, I'll make it even better. I will make it even easier for them. How about they go without money hatting?
Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
Cut down on half.
You must have seen my slightly mad about
Project
Cars video.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
slightly on crack studios.
Okay, I will even go lower. I will go lower. Can we go 1 year without day 1 patches and DLC?
No.
Just 1 year.
Impossible. Not happening. Not happening.
I don't know if you're getting a year out of this industry.
Be realistic.
Okay.
And as much as it pains me to say this, even Nintendo has had some day 1 patches, so I don't think we're going to even get a year.
No,
you're right about that. But okay. But to the ones that say Nintendo should go third party, this is what I would truthfully say. Do you walk into McDonald's and asking them for a Burger King burger, a Whopper?
They be like, hey,
A Whopper?
Hey, well, you want a Big Mac? No, I want a Whopper.
I'm not gonna walk in there. I'm not gonna walk into Wendy's and say, "Give me an ultimate cheeseburger." I'm just not gonna do it. That's called being fair. They have their product. That's it.
All right. No. Okay. The reason I'll let me see. Well, one thing you guys have not said yet, so I'm just that's why I'm letting you go. Triforce. Okay. I know you heard this topic. What's the obvious thing that would happen if Nintendo goes third party?
If Nintendo goes third party,
It's never gonna happen. But let's entertain the thought, for the people
and
who
I'll
always say that
entertain it.
crap.
If Nintendo dies, the entire foundation and the matrix of the entire video game industry collapse. In 10 years, it will, because there's no organization to provide a secondary action to regulate the nonsense that the industry capitulates with itself to just allow to happen. It's just going to it's going to inflate like a balloon and burst, and then the money
That's what happening right now. The gaming
companies.
bubble.
Yeah, no, but yes, it's blowing up into a helium bubble. But Nintendo deflates some of that helium with their alternative content. The alternative is what's making this thing not explode. When people get sick and tired of the nonsense, they go, see, this is what I can't take. That's why I'm just going to go back to Nintendo. That keeps the industry from ever exploding. If Nintendo goes third party doesn't exist, there will be no regulator. Well, organic regulator. It's not like Nintendo actually, well, we're the actual regulators. But there won't be any diversity. Mario will have a gun and start shooting people because you're gonna have trolls who are gonna say, "Yo, man, I'm tired. Why don't Mario grow up?" They're gonna age the icon character, which is so stupid. Like that's the point of not. You know why Bart Simpson does not age? Because the minute he does, you have now given mortality to the brand of the Simpsons, and guess what will happen? It will eventually end because once you give it mortality, it must die. The thing with Nintendo is Nintendo doesn't give any mortality to it. It has a legacy brand, and I know a lot about legacy because I'm actually trying to maintain one. And I don't ever want our organization to ever age. It's an immortal brand. I want it to live for a very, very, very long time, past that of a mortal life. A lot of these other companies, they like to make things mortal. I don't want to play video games because I want to experience the reality of real life. If I want to do that, I can just live real life. These guys are making these games, we're making a new FIFA game as realistic as possible. Then why don't you just go outside and play soccer? That makes
no sense.
Like, the best fun sports games? The ones like Mutant Football League, Arch Rivals, NBA Jam, NFL Blitz, things you cannot do in real life. That is why it is a video game. That was the purpose.
He's on fire!
These games. That's like that. I made this joke to Micah when I was on his other podcast. That's like these guys going into a store, right? A candy store. Grown man, 45 years old, walk into a candy store, see a 15-year-old kid. The kid picks up a Tootsie Roll. What are you doing? The kid's like, what's wrong? You eat a Tootsie Roll? You need to eat a man's Tootsie candy. Eat a Snickers. And then the father comes and goes, it's candy.
Yeah.
A Snickers is a candy bar. It doesn't matter. But they want to add this thing to make it sound like if you eat this particular candy, you're cooler than the person who's eating that particular candy.
Triforce, don't burst the people's bubbles. Don't let them know that the entertainment system is really just an advanced toy.
That's it.
All right.
It's so stupid.
I like the candy analogy. That worked real well.
That's why I don't argue with the fans. When the fans start arguing, what they're arguing, first of all, you're an idiot to argue with them because you're arguing with their cognitive dissonance. No matter how much facts you put in, because of their fanboyism, their faith, it's almost like religion, actually. The Xbox is a religion. Nintendo's like the Islamic faith or whatever. The little ones, they're the terrorists. You gotta kill them. Sony, the Christian, and I guess Microsoft is the Buddhist.
Damn, he's going in.
And these people like pray and worship, and you're like, guys, it's just a game. Calm down. You better not talk about. I will come and bomb your house. And you're like, whoa, you need to calm down.
That's another thing that we have a problem with the gaming industry, but that's another subject.
Look. Right. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, okay. The problem, the one thing that if Nintendo move a third party, a lot of people often forget is this. The game market would get stagnant, like you said, the bubble would pop. Not only just because of the games that's being played, over the 35 years Nintendo's been around, Nintendo has contributed so many things to gaming that no gimmick, whatever you want to call it, that everybody has emulated or has been a mainstay to this day. The
Which is what I'm
D-pad,
talking.
the shoulder buttons, the
Innovation.
phone.
The innovation would go. There's no one to deregulate, no one to innovate. And once you lose that,
Exactly.
everything
Everyone just keep copying. That's why we call the Xbox One and PS4 the HD twins, because they're honestly, how much innovation are they doing?
360.
How much innovation are they doing?
Hold on, Chef. PS3 and 360 were the HD twins. Xbox One and PS4 are the next gen twins.
No,
Make sure you know.
They're the HD twins.
No. He's right. Next gen twins. Next
these
gen.
Guys are from the, listen, these guys are from the Justice League of America. They're the Wonder Twins. That's it.
I'll take this a step further. Nintendo doesn't just push forward the gaming industry. They push forward the industry of technology on a whole. Smartphone technology would not be the way it was if it wasn't for the DS. The PS3 and the Xbox 360 would not be the way they were if it wasn't for the GameCube. The R700 graphics cards that came out from AMD, the first GPUs, would not exist if it wasn't for the GameCube. Nintendo doesn't just push the envelope of gaming.
Rumble feature and 64
overall.
The FX chip, Super Nintendo.
And this
motion control, the Wii.
Show the buttons and FX.
Digital analog.
But now here's a funny part. Here's a funny part about this whole thing, right? Someone needs to mute their mic because there's just a lot of.
Oh, sorry, I haven't taken the
Micah, damn it.
Now,
Take the Patrick.
Here's the thing. The issue with Nintendo is this. Because my organization EMP is modeled after Nintendo. When something's working, we have so much egos that a lot of people want to act like they're innovators. Listen, if someone's innovated something before you and it works, man, just give praise to it, give the respects and the props to it, and copy it. There's nothing wrong with copying it. And I'm like, you want it. The point is to be successful. Nintendo, this is expanding on what Micah said. Nintendo has been a technology and entertainment development company. That is what Nintendo is. It's just a genre that they're in the form of entertainment is gaming. And since the birth of their company, they have been looking for new ways to expand the development for technology and entertainment in gaming. It went from cards to digital, and it went from digital to all different versions of it. Nintendo is clearly working on hologram. Best believe it, because that's where the AR comes from. They're already on it. 2015, you're going to see the first hologram console by Nintendo. People are going to sit there and say, this is stupid. Nintendo's crazy. Blah, 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 blah. But they're going to do it. Just like when they said the Power Glove was created. It was a stupid invention to make the Power Glove. But the Power Glove is really the Wii Remote when you look at it now.
Well, the Wii Remote is kind of a 3-in-1. It's the NES controller, the Power Glove, and the Zapper in one.
All in one. So when you read, Nintendo, a lot of the stuff Nintendo is doing now is 30 years old. We really haven't necessarily innovated anything completely brand new. The only thing they innovated brand new, original, is AR. That's it. And they're working on the DS. No, the DS is not even original. There's a system called the MS.
No, I was not going to say the DS. I was going to say the D-pad.
Oh, well, obviously.
The digital D-pad, the original NES.
That was a no. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about or like from the dawning of Nintendo. I'm talking about now in the new era of Nintendo. Let's go back to the Wii U. We're gonna start at the Wii U, right? No, the Wii. We'll start at the Wii. Let's say that's the next generation, the next age in gaming for Nintendo, because it started around 2001. Was it 2001 or 2002? The GameCube came out.
2001.
2001.
2001? Okay, cool. So that's the turn of the century, right? Boom. So this is the new age, not the next generation. This is the new age, because each system is a generation. So you have an NES, Super Nintendo, 64. So it's 3 generations, and then if you count in the trading cards, regular Nintendo. So there's 4 generations.
If you think about it, like up to the point of the GameCube, that's kind of like the age of Yamuchi, and then beyond that is like the age of Iwata.
Exactly. So that's the new age, right? So they have a new emperor and a new age. So there was 4 generations before that, right? And I just mentioned that. So in the new age, there's 3 generations: the GameCube, the Wii, and the Wii U. Now it's funny, so funny. Nothing against Yamauchi, because Yamauchi is, to me, I prefer him over Awada only because his passion. Like, Yamauchi is the type of person. Yamauchi fights. He's not passive aggressive. He likes fighting, and I like that. When someone,
I've always said the difference between Yamauchi and Iwata is Yamauchi was the kind of person who would kick down the door and just tell you to run your stuff, and then just rob you straight up in front of your face. Whereas Iwata, he would send someone to distract you, and by the time you turn around, your whole house will be cleared out.
Exactly.
I was not gonna say, people don't know. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. People underestimate Awada. That dude is a straight up ninja. You blink and you don't know what just happened.
That, you know something? I'm glad you use the Japanese terms for them. Yamauchi is a samurai, and Awada-san is a ninja. Both deadly, but I just prefer the straight cleave. Yamauchi is Hamaru from Samurai Shodown, and
Harumaru.
Yeah,
that's my homie. Sorry, keep going.
So that's him, and then Awada-san is Galford or Hans. Actually, he's Hanzo.
I was gonna say AB Hanzo, because Galford would be like Reggie.
Galford, he would. Yeah, Galford would be Reggie. So, and then who would Miyamoto be? I think Miyamoto would be. I think actually,
You sure Miyamoto wouldn't just be God?
I was gonna say I was trying to think of the.
He'd be Genjo. He'd be Genjo.
I could dig that. Yeah, Genjo. That works.
Hamaru's rival. So, and those are.
Half our audience would have no clue we're talking about. Just letting you know that.
I know they don't know.
But hey, if you don't understand the terminology, look up Samurai Spirits or Samurai Showdown.
Yes, and you'll see what we're talking about. A video game where we're giving the character, these individuals, we're connecting them to actual characters. But yeah, but with that being said, it's the issue. Ultimately, when you look at between the 2 ages, Awada-san has actually sold more consoles and games than the age of Yamauchi.
Well, yeah, it has to be.
Yeah,
well, basically, he managed to do in one generation. He managed to do half of what Yamauchi done in about 5 or 6 generations.
That's my ninja beat. That's my ninja.
I mean, but to get Yamauchi, he was working against. He had to work against preserving the gaming, foundation.
What you want to say is that he's the pioneer, and a pioneer takes a lot longer to get it started. Whereas Awada-san, everything was already set for him, so it was up to him to just move with the motion that was already set. So it doesn't require him setup time, and that is true. That's why, in my opinion, I just think Yamauchi, I just liked how he was. When you attacked him, you wrote an article about Yamauchi, there was going to be a rebuttal, and it wasn't going to be nice. And that's why you Nintendo fans back then, when they're like, well, I don't think Nintendo's going to survive right now. Nintendo fans were begging, they were waiting for Yamauchi to say something. And Nintendo would come back and be like, well, first of all, your system sucks, and it's not going to live. We've outsold you. We have better brand. And he would just go in.
Wait, no, it makes it sound kind of like Itagaki.
Hideki Kamiya.
I mean, I won't say what he said on this podcast, but I'm sure when when Microsoft tried to buy Nintendo, I'm sure many of you remember what Yamauchi replied in response to Microsoft.
And that's Bill Gates he's talking to. See, that's that gangster. That's that gangster lean Nintendo is missing right now. I miss that part about it, because he's like, oh, you're Bill Gates. Interesting. Let me apologize right now. Why? Because somehow I've given you the inclination that I give a damn who you are. This is Yamauchi, and I like that part about it. Nintendo unfortunately doesn't have that anymore.
So he's more Yakuza actually than Samurai. But anyway, keep going.
So they kind of get that from Reggie. That's the thing, though. They get a little bit of that from Reggie. So Reggie kind of makes up a little bit of what Yamauchi.
Yeah, like when they asked him about what he thinks of the competition, and Reggie was just like, Meh.
Eh,
Oh, I
exactly.
love that. He's
was
like,
mad.
meh.
You
And
straight
the fanboys went wild. The fanboys went absolutely wild from just that small, not even a word, an utterance.
Well, okay,
yes.
okay, okay, okay. Well, like I said, as Double M brought up with the whole, Michael just brought up with the whole graphics card and stuff from the GameCube, but that was a graphical change. That's what something like you said with the Xbox has done with the cell process, not cell process, with the processing power and everything. The point I'm bringing out, but again, because Nintendo goes with experience, than more than just making sure the graphics or whatever. Like I said, that's one of the hardest selling point with the companies to sell their games because it's you have to experience the game. And what I'm trying to say is, if Nintendo goes third party, as people were saying, the only reason I would point that out because again, they made certain things with each iteration. Now, other than the graphics part, like you just brought up, Michael, with the GameCube, every console did the GameCube. Every console did streamline many things that are stipulation to the thing. Because again, I hate. I mean, I have my PlayStation. I hate playing Street Fighter with my PlayStation because the D-pad didn't.
Oh, that
Was
D-pad sucks.
I
that
hate
sucked.
the D-pad on the PlayStation at
Yeah.
the
I
worst.
want my Street Fighter with a D-pad, damn it.
The
I
D-pad
mean,
sucks.
the
I had to get
greatest,
me. I had to get me a game stick.
the greatest D-pad in the history of fighting games will be the Sega Saturn second edition joystick.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
I
I
have it.
wholly agree.
I have it.
The 6-button D-pad for the Sega Saturn is the greatest gamepad ever
Yes.
made
It's
for
tight,
for
but
fighting
it's
games.
tight but loose at the same time. Doesn't get stuck or jammed.
Gotta love the
Yes,
fluidity.
And the
yes.
and the second best one is the Sega Genesis 2.
Yeah, the 6 button for Sega Genesis.
The
Yeah.
6-button D-pad for the
I
Sega
have that.
Genesis. That was ridiculous. I like literally that is the best controller to use to play Streets of Rage with, and then all your fighting games. That's one
Yep.
thing I would say Sega did get right. Don't get me wrong. Super Nintendo joystick is in their top three, and that's guaranteed for all time. Super Nintendo D-pad, but it's sad that they don't even make the controller in this generation. Though the two best D-pads is the Xbox One. I never thought there was going to be one better than the Xbox 360, but the Xbox One is actually better, and the Wii U Pro, not
Yes.
not the Pro Classic from the regular
Pro
Wii,
controller.
the Pro
The
controller.
Pro controller.
To me, that is the perfect controller for this generation. Perfect.
Yep. And well, like,
Can't
that's
say
my
I
point.
disagree.
And that
Yeah,
battery
no.
life is bananas, too.
Yep.
80 hours battery.
There and
That is
there
ridiculous.
goes the next standard right there. How the heck you guys force your power with your controllers and again 80-hour battery life. So again, whenever people say that whole standard stuff, that's debunked because there could be everybody different standards what's going on right here. But again, I'm just the point I'm pointing out again because like I said, when I worked on and I'm still got to send the game to you, Micah. So don't worry, I'll get it to you. It's just been crazy
Don't worry,
this
man.
week.
No rush. It's not like I haven't got a backlog of games to play.
But when I got to work with Ubisoft and got to work on Red Steel 2, and I just played Red Steel 2, and I was like, holy crap! The just like Splatoon, I love when you have organic play, when you just create your crazy. Like Splatoon, the Japanese people create their own way of sniping, their own way of like tricking you, setting up traps. In Red Steel 2, the remote nunchuck works so nicely in that game that you could create your own combos with nobody telling you what to do it, but you figure it out and you could do it. You could literally do your own weird combos. Do the bear to the ground, then hit him with the eagle, get up in the air, shoot him or slash him, knock him down. All that stuff is nobody telling you that stuff. And when I played that game in the beta and everything, when I was working with Ubisoft, that was cool. But that wouldn't happen because, and the same thing with No More Heroes, the same thing with Rayman Legends, the same thing with Golden Eye or Metroid Prime 3, because they created a remote, like you guys said. I literally went out and buy an adapter for my PC. I'll put it up on my Google Plus maybe tomorrow when I got work. The adapter that is plugged into your PC, your USB port on your PC, and your Wii remote hooks into it. Your Wii remote links into it, and you can do the IR and everything through that to the adapter. So I can play Call of Duty with that adapter. And right now on Amazon, it's not for sale no more, but hopefully they bring it back out. The Wiimote and nunchuck is the best thing to a mouse and keyboard that Nintendo put out. That was awesome in the whole pointing era.
Yeah,
And then I was blown away. I mean, I've literally, like I said, a lot of games came out of that era because of that the iteration. The software, the hardware might not be powerful. Again, I pointed out in the last Endcast when I was talking to certain people. Power optimization doesn't mean nothing. You have to optimize for each system. Again, PlayStation, the powerful system, whatever you want to say. Ultimate 3DS, Ultimate Tetris didn't work on PlayStation. Street Fighter just came out. I don't have problems.
Well, there's games on the Wii that were put as a PS3 and 360 that had problems on those consoles, despite the fact that they were meant to be substantially more powerful.
Well, with the rumor going on right now about the Zombie U and stuff, and there's a rumor, and I don't know, and I really don't care. If somebody gets to play whatever, but you cannot imitate that game without the gamepad. You can.
No,
It's a whole different experience.
It's true.
It's a whole different experience. Huh?
The gamepad is ridiculous. The Zombie U experience can never be duplicated. Period. You know what I don't understand? You know what I don't
I
understand?
want more gamepad usage for these games because the gamepad has so much potential. It's insane.
I just don't understand, like, a lot of these RPGs that's coming out. I don't understand how the Wii U should be a RPG intense, real-time strategy intense console. All these games that's coming out on a PlayStation, I just don't understand it. Why is that? The fact that there's a metal. This is my entire point about like how terrible the industry is. You have the proper technology and innovation of a system like the Wii U, but the reason why they will never put a Metal Gear on it, is because it's not powerful enough to run the graphics. Who cares? With the gamepad on the Wii U, can you imagine the gameplay experience of Metal Gear?
Well, Triforce, let's be real. We know it's not about graphics. We know
Once again, Triforce, why you keep trying to apply logic?
We know the
Logic
only
does not apply, man. Come on.
We know the only reason why this is happening is because someone out there is handing out blank checks.
Pretty much. And here's another stupid thing. Where's Splinter Cell? Where's another Tenchu? Where are these games that the Wii U would just make it will make a murdering on? I don't. These guys are just
the effort and effort is not being.
You're being mean. You're mean. No, I'm kidding. No, I agree with you on the Splinter Cell part because I have Blacklist, and I must say, besides the long load times, that is probably one of my favorite shooters of all time now, even though it's not typically a shooter game per se, but I enjoy Blacklist so much because you can do anything without ever having to pause the game. Ever. Not a single menu. You just tap, the weapon's available, and you go.
Like, look at this, right? So Microsoft Studios creates Fable. How come no one has said, let's make a game comparable to Fable and put it on the Wii U since it has a gamepad? That would be perfect because Fable tried to make a game where you never have to pause and there's no interactive menus on the screen. But there was a lot of bottlenecks that they had to go through. It's just, oh man.
Well, I mean, at least you get 2 versions of Minecraft. That's a start. That's all I'm saying. That's a start.
Well, I think where a lot of these third parties are falling, that's where a lot of these indies are going to take up the mantle. I mean, you look at Bloodstain, you look at games like Bloodstain, Yooka-Laylee, and things like that. You know, they just put out all they did was just put out the concept. They didn't even, obviously they're working on the game, but all they did was just put out the concept. They said, look, we're working on a game that is going to be like Banjo-Kazooie, or we're working on a game that's going to be like old school Castlevania. These guys, we're working on a game that's going to be like old school Mega Man. These guys got funded in minutes.
Yeah.
But the gaming industry don't like colors and kitty stuff. What are you talking about?
But also
No,
with that,
it's they don't like it when it's Nintendo for some reason, but everybody else is okay. So,
I'll tell you this. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
I'm a grown man, and Nintendo is for the family. It has never been for just the kids. I keep telling people that its first system is called the family computer. I don't understand
Famicom.
who created this narrative that Nintendo was solely for kids. Nintendo
Well,
always been for the family.
people don't understand this concept is that when you develop for the family, the kid is always the first priority.
That's where you have to work your way up, not down.
But what people also fail to understand is just because something may look or appear kiddie does not mean it is. I mean, Pikmin, I dare any 6-year-old to pick that game up and beat it.
Well, this is the thing. Many of I've seen gamers who complain that Nintendo's games are kiddie and stuff, but then you put a Mario game in their hand, they don't have a clue what to do, despite the fact that the game only requires 2 buttons to play it.
I just saw people can't even make it the halfway point of the first stage of Contra.
Oh, we saw that. That stupid.
Yeah.
What was it called? For retro.
The Kids React or something like that.
Teams React to Contra or something like that.
And I'm just listening to the comments, and the sad part is these kids are not dumb. They just not used to this type of gameplay. It's common sense to us.
You give the modern gamer today a Legend of Zelda game. Half of them are running around at Link before they even get to the first dungeon. They're just running around with Link like a headless chicken.
We don't even.
They would never even get the sword.
Well, you don't even gotta say old game because look at what happened when people play Splatoon. You could instantly tell the Call of Duty guys from Nintendo fans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You could tell it because they basically just bust off, God, let's go shooting or whatever. Oh, this game sucks.
I'm like,
no, it's not about the kills, dude. In the Turf
you're supposed to lay down ink, you fool.
But that's the difference. That's the difference with somebody now. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not even. That's what the mentality is right now. Shooters has been the mainstream since Call of Duty 2, and it got reinvigorated by Modern Warfare, and it's just been the stagnant market because again, I've seen people walk into Microsoft, damn it, EA with crazy ideas that are gonna make some good games. And because it would not pass the marketing test, they have to dumb down some of their ideas or dumb down certain things and crush stuff because again, it's funny to see people saying about a whole.
I have to say this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All I want to say is just like what Triforce said about the whole graphics thing to a point. I mean, if you get it done, like I said, like right now I'm playing. I'm not bragging for the 2 people who always bust my balls on this. Right now I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles X.
The hell with you, man. The hell with you.
Whatever. I don't care.
What?
Hey, I'll eventually have it, so I ain't gotta bust your balls.
Okay, so I ain't sweating. My backlog is so insane. It doesn't faze me, dude. Keep talking.
Liger?
Yeah.
I hate you, and all I'm saying right now is only because I'm on my iPad why you can't see me put out my middle finger.
But my point is, like, basically going to what Triforce is saying is that Nintendo, when Monolith Soft made a game, they know where to take the hit because everybody knows that the characters does not look good. And I said it in my impressions video. Yeah.
But
don't put a character with wavy hair. If you don't like that kind of physics, don't put a character with wavy hair. That's why I put my character with a simple hair, with simple hair, nothing crazy. But there's parts where there's a lot of Nintendo has done this with Shigeru Miyamoto up to now with Splatoon and everything. Nintendo and some developers too. I'm not gonna even say Nintendo only because there are some studios. WayForward is one of them. I like those. Yacht Clubs, of course, is from WayForward. I mean, I could list some other more indie guys that's doing really good. And there's some AAAs do because, like I said, the team like Michael Arcel for Rayman Legends, they know when they have Soda 51. I can't even forget him because he's done some crazy stuff with limited hardware. These guys find limited hardware and make their games work by saying, okay, I can't do this, what to do. So while other people try to force the engine to work. And just come up with a horrible game. In most cases, that's what happened. Because again, I think we said it many times. Miyamoto, when he created Mario, when he tried to do the whole Popeye thing, blah blah blah. When he tried to create Mario, he tried to have Mario just with a regular hair and try to do the nose. But because of the pixels at the time, he said, "Let me put a little dash to do the mustache and put a red hat on him," and that became Mario the Plumber right now. Gunpei Yokoi, when they tried to do Metroid, they tried to make the crawl animation. It was hard as hell to do. So what they did, they made the morph ball, and nobody's imitated the morph ball to this day.
Well, even one thing I'll add as well is that a lot of people spend a lot of time focusing on the surface value of a game. Now, people spend a lot of time focusing on the surface value of the game. Character models, that's surface value, and I'll tell you why. Because if you're making a game with its own art style, the character model is stylized, which means that it's designed in the way that the developer wants it to be designed. You look at Bayonetta 2, for instance, the character models aren't anything special. I mean, they're nice, but they ain't anything special compared to like a game like Battlefield or whatever. But you look at the environment in Bayonetta 2, you look at the shadowing effects and everything like that, it looks astounding. You look at a game like Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii, character models are horrible for the times of the day. But when you look at the environments, you look at the draw distance, and you look at the fact that everywhere that you can see, you can go to, it looks. I mean, I remember there was a point in Xenoblade where there was a point in Xenoblade where I was at like the high entiest place, and it was nighttime, and literally I didn't even pause the game. I was just looking at the TV for about a good 10 minutes just because the view in that game just looks so amazing.
Yeah, I've done the same thing.
And it's the same with Xenoblade Chronicles X. Some of the environments, the distance and everything, it looks amazing. Why would you be concerned about how much sweat drops from a next man's face in a video game? Really? It's ridiculous.
Because that's what's more important to them. They don't care about the actual gameplay and any of that nonsense.
They care about cinematic experiences.
Look, I don't even want to see sweat drop from a man's face in real life. Why do I want to see it in a video game?
I don't know. Here's my thing. The way I've always
that's all I gotta say. Sheeple.
Here's what I always thought about. Why would you care about such details when they do not affect the game? Like, in other words, what you can see every individual hair follicle in some person's eyebrow, that has no effect on the game itself.
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't even want to see how many follicles. I don't want to see the exact amount of follicles on a human being in real life, let alone
First of all, you can't see every follicle on a human hair in real life. So I don't understand why they're trying to do it in a game. This is stupid.
Now, I will say that there are some details I am keen on seeing in the game. They have no effect on the game, but I
like
really
appreciate
appreciate
you have
like
5 fingers and 5 thumbs, 2 eyes and a nose.
no, just like some of Bayonetta's key features.
Well, we can't even.
You know,
I don't think you want to go into that territory too much.
You want to make sure certain assets are there, and Nintendo has done a great job in making sure the assets are there. So yeah.
Yes. The assets are definitely there.
Yeah, they're there. You know.
Well, again, we talked about this. We talked about this before. Like I said, maybe because most of you guys have not been on Endcast or that, but I talked about this before when, just like you said, Dr. Feelgood, Nintendo does something again. When the Splatoon ink jumps, when you jump into the squid form into the ink, the sounds get muffled. The same thing they did with Mario 3D World. When you go in the water, you had different tune from this outside the water.
Same thing with Mario Kart 8.
And
it adds to the ambiance.
See, and this is what I like about Nintendo. They pay attention to detail where it matters.
And you know what? Nancy mentioned that, Micah. I've been meaning to talk about this on my upcoming video. But when you jump from when you're playing Splatoon and you do a squid jump back into your own ink, there are actually different levels of noise, because I jumped off a really high cliff, and when I landed into the ink, it had like a sploo, and you see like this big basically this water recoil, just jump out of the water. And I was just like, that splash was actually a lot higher, and the sound was a lot different than when I just normally land in it from 2 feet away.
I noticed that in the one-player mode.
Well, let me take a bit of focus off Nintendo and use another company as an example. Shinen Games. Now, I bought Art of Balance on the Wii U. When I tell you the attention to detail, the physics, because obviously it's a puzzle game, so it's meant to emulate and simulate what you would be doing if you were using a real puzzle. So that's understandable in that case. When I tell you the physics in that game are so accurate, it is almost like you are actually doing a real puzzle. Like it's almost like you are literally trying to get these pieces to balance on top of each other. And for a game like Art of Balance, that is actually very suitable. It's not like a game like Call of Duty where it's trying to replicate you being in the army, because that's just stupid. But yeah, so it's attention to details like that which I like. I mean, knowing that you've emulated a puzzle game that has a concept that is so accurate to the real thing. That's what people don't realize. There's a difference between trying to be realistic and having realistic basing on realistic concepts. Like Mario Kart, it's not a realistic game, but it's based on more realistic concepts. When you see trees, you see weather effects and things like that happening. You see trees swaying around and things like that. You get what I'm trying to say, basically. Yeah. They put attention to detail where it matters.
And not on a character's face model with like a bunch of different pores and things that you're not going to see because you're going to be staring at the back of his head for the rest of the game.
That I don't want to even see in real life, let alone in a video game.
And speaking of Mario Kart,
the thing is, you're not going to see it anyway.
But speaking of Mario Kart, Strictly Nintendo pointed this out, and shout out to him. But as like when you first go into like sand, your wheels gradually collect particles of sand on them before they're fully covered.
Yeah,
and then when you go back onto the road, you see the sand slowly chip away from the wheels.
Yeah, I've seen that
And you
before.
also, see the skid marks remain on the track.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Attention to detail, peoples.
That's
what it is.
And meanwhile, Forza 5 has Sega Rally crowds.
Nobody
you laugh because you know what I'm talking about. I still have Sega Rally
fans. Who cares about the crowd? You're racing.
The power of the cloud, right? Yeah, the power of the cloud, isn't it?
Okay. I got you.
Y'all a bunch of
I think we've beaten this subject to death.
I know, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
This cast has gone off the rails. I don't know what you guys can't behave. God, man.
Hey guys,
you should know this is typical of our podcast.
Alright guys, I'm sorry, but I gotta make this short because I actually gotta run. I have another appointment that I gotta take and some stuff I have to do.
There's no problem, man. This is what happened at NCAST.
Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, thank you
Enjoyed your
for having me, man. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I couldn't have been here longer or earlier. It's just just to throw something out there. I want to put this out there to you guys. Did you know that? Let me see if I can get it. So Nintendo is inviting the Nintendo just invited the 1990 champions Jeff Hansen and Thor Ackroyd. They're going to be guest of honors at the Nintendo World Championships.
I didn't know that. That's
I didn't know that. Cool. That's pretty cool. Nice.
Yeah. So it's cool. It's cool. I'm over here trying to get one of my players because I have the 1994 Nintendo World Champion who actually is in my team, and we're trying to get him to get out there to be a special guest of honor. But we'll see. But
before you leave, do you just want to give explain what you things you're trying to do and things like that, where you're taking Empire Arcade, the next step you're taking Empire Arcadia?
Yeah. So I have a video game team called Empire Arcadia. We're the #1 winning video game team in the world, certified and awarded by Guinness World Records for esports. For those who don't know what esports is simply competitive gaming. Esports was founded by Walter Day Jr. Back in 1981 with Twin Galaxies. It has grown over the last 30+ years, and it's really something big right now. And my team has won over 2,000 tournaments. I recently won the 2000 tournament and I retired because I want to focus on helping to develop esports as a whole, not only for my team, but throughout the world. I want to go and cover undeveloped regions in gaming and underdeveloped and underrepresented ethnic communities in gaming. Because when you really think about esports, the first thing that comes to a lot of people's mind is Asians and Caucasians that play Very rarely do you see people of African descent who play the game, and it's just, yeah, I want to bring some light to that. So I have this thing called I have a Patreon, and on the Patreon I'll actually put this here in the link for you guys. On my Patreon, I'm trying to raise enough money for a project, so that we can get some stuff, the equipment we need, so that I can travel the world and cover these things in gaming. You'd be surprised that there's an actual esports community in Africa. In fact, there's several esports communities in Africa, but they don't get the attention and they don't get the resources needed to help them expand for what they're trying to do in esports. And that's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to help these. These different regions and underrepresented ethnic groups through our team, because of what our team has accomplished in gaming. So you can take that link right there, and if you want to, you can share it, leave a donation.
Think of it as Triforce lighting esports.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to be like the Anderson Cooper for esports. I want to bring some attention to it. And we need some support from people around the world to make this happen. So that's the link right there and whatnot. Like I said, I got to try to get. I have perhaps 2 days only. Actually, I probably have only 1 day to get this thing running with my guy to get him down to the Nintendo World Championships. We'll see how it works, though.
All right, man. Well, it's a pleasure to have you on the Endcast, man. Thanks.
All right, no problem. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I look forward to talking to you guys another time. Okay.
All right, man.
All right,
man.
All right.
Later.
Take care.
Have a nice
No
day.
problem.
Peace, Triforce.
All right.
All right. But one of my questions I have right here, I wanted to put out is this too, which is towards the Nintendo fans too, because like I said, our community is not the best community out there either. Because I've just seen there's certain things that just like it does irritate me. One is we talk a lot of. None of us is. Some of us want to be semi-analysts. Some tell people what they could do. Again, with the whole snap of their fingers, they think, oh, automatically this is gonna work. And we get crazy for, oh man, this game is coming to our console. This game is not coming to our console. The problem that kills me is like.
Can I just say one thing to the people who say that quickly?
What?
You don't got the answers, man.
But no, my thing is this. Wait. My thing is this. Gamers out there, I always say, in any of my videos, I always say also, do you count from Generation 6 out to now? You see what the third parties have done. So, for anybody out there who's listening, here you go. It happens right coming up, and none of the consoles drop out. Let's just go with none of the consoles drop out. Third parties are still not going to be what it is. So stop arguing and stop bitching for, oh, we need more Nintendo, need more parties. You have other consoles to buy and play. Why do we have to be just one console to be everything? There's never going to be that one console that has all the games. Not even back in the Super Nintendo days we had that. So let's not, that thing when they're like, oh, we have to get this game here. No.
The dangers of fanboyism.
And like I said, Nintendo fans have that same problem too, because I don't understand it. Like I said, Freedom Planet is coming to Wii U right now. If it comes to Wii U and it comes, I'll buy it. But I played it on my PC. I have a PC.
Hey, I'm just going to put it out there. Y'all people can thank somebody like me and the many other people that donated to that game and got it launched. So, you're welcome. Because
I paid money for it.
You would not get it.
Dre, you my homie, but I could give a rat's ass.
Well, you know what? Kiss my... No.
See? Now you want to know why they don't have voice chat.
Let's not go there at all.
I know, but
continue.
My point is
no voice chat, no Gamersgate, no socialism. Continue.
No, but my point is to that
Gamersgate is a store.
You
know what I mean, Dre.
Well, look. For real though, that's the point I'm trying to point out there. If no game, I bought my Wii U knowing what I'm gonna buy the games for. I didn't think third party is going to stack up for them. I have a different perspective of third parties than most of you games because I've seen it behind the scenes and stuff. But if like some people say, oh, there's not enough RPGs on the Wii U, then go to a next console, buy something. There's never been a perfect console ever on this planet, ever.
If you want an influx of RPGs, there's this hand.
There's only been
if
one
you want an influx of RPGs, there's this handheld device that Nintendo makes called 3DS. Last I checked, it has so many RPGs.
But here's the thing, though.
I have to say this honestly. Okay. The gamepad, I mean, it's perfect for those type of games. You cannot deny that. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I don't care, dude. I've always been multi-console, so if it's not on Nintendo, I get it somewhere else. It doesn't faze me. No, I'm just saying it makes no sense.
A great game is a great game regardless of what platform it's on.
Of course, that's why I'm picking up my PS4 so I can get my JRPGs.
Well, there you go. I'm cool with people who does that because, again, just like you said, Micah, okay, the 3DS has great things. You know what? There's a next console, a handheld, that has also a bunch of RPG games. But what happened right now? It's not selling again. That's the Vita.
I have the Vita, and it is a great console.
No, the Vita's not a console. It is a legacy system.
It's a great former console.
It still has great RPG games.
I'm trolling, man. I'm trolling.
I know you are, but that's what I'm saying. It has great it has those consoles right there. So all those people who's bitching about, oh, there's no RPGs. Well, there's a console that has a lot of exclusive RPGs on the Vita, and nobody buys it.
What people should be saying
I just picked up Tales of Part R, brand new RPG.
The games I want or would like are not on my favorite piece of plastic. That's what they should be saying.
And also as well, a lot of people may say, oh, but I want to play these games on the big screen. There's a thing called PS Vita TV. That's all I'm saying.
No, screw this. Shut up and play.
I got you. It's just certain things that's just crazy. They wouldn't say that because I've seen video where the guy was like, again, Kirby's Rainbow's Curse. Let's talk about that. Kirby's Rainbow's Curse needs the gamepad. And then you say, oh, I don't want to play that game because I needed to put it on my big screen TV. Well, you know what? F you. They didn't do it. So buy the game or not buy the game.
If people have a problem with that, I have a solution for them that might actually work. Place your Wii U gamepad down on a flat surface. Take out your stylus. Look at your TV and try to play it like that. And if it doesn't work, then you can't do it.
Well, Andre, you know what? GB, you're actually right about that because Nintendo actually gave people a game to train them how to do that. Want to know what it is? It's called Nintendo Land. It was a game called the Yoshi Kart, the Yoshi's Fruit Kart or whatever.
Yeah.
Where they actually challenged you to look at both, but they wanted you to draw without actually looking at the gamepad. That game was basically training you for Kirby and the Rainbow Curse because you had to draw a line to multiple destinations without failing. And basically what was on the gamepad was not on the television. You had to learn how to draw from memory.
Wait, are you trying to say that Nintendo's trying to teach people how to enjoy their games? Are you saying they actually have a plan?
Well, yes, kind sir, I am. I know it's crazy.
So much sorry.
Dude, you watched the Gamers at Large. You know how we act. You should have prepared for the randomness and the smat-ass comments.
You know what, but to add on to what Katie said, like, to me, gamers need to stop wanting to play things the same way they have been playing them. It's like, okay, if you like certain games in your system and they're not there, I can somewhat understand that. But as you all mentioned, you know where to go to get those games. If I want third party, I know I have to buy.
We lost them?
Hey,
I'm to get them. But here's my
no,
thing.
wait, stop, go back. We lost you for
rewind.
a couple of seconds.
We lost some of what you said. So rewind, please. About
no,
10
I was
seconds
saying
back.
if you want third party, you know where to go. PC, PS4, Xbox One. That's simple. If you want Mario, it's only Nintendo. If you want any Nintendo IP, it has to be a Nintendo system. That's not going to change. And to add to that,
So you mean Nintendo's not going third party?
okay,
Micah, stop doing that.
Is a
The
Whopper
feature switch?
is a Whopper at McDonald's yet? No.
But that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. Okay, that's a problem with some Nintendo fans when they say so, because some of them were saying, and now that like I said, now that acknowledge him because he's in right now, because some of his videos like I said, watch with King and Punch, he's in right now. Is that when is some of them like I said, the argument over certain things? Like I said, it don't come to your console, okay. Move the fuck on. I mean, that's the first time I got to curse, but just move on.
You don't go to Toyota asking for Honda Accord. That's just freaking stupid.
And here's another thing I find annoying as well. You get people that are complaining about a game not coming to a Nintendo system when they have the system to play that game on. Why
exactly
the frick are you complaining?
Fanboys.
You may want to play it on the Wii U.
Fanboys.
You may want to play it on the Wii U.
No, you may want. I understand if you want to play it on the Wii U, but again, if the game does well, then if the game get canceled, what are you gonna do?
I mean, you obviously will have to buy it.
The biggest example of that was Bayonetta, right? Like people were so damn pissed that it was only on the Wii U, but it's like, but did you guys know that it was actually brought to both Microsoft and Sony, and nobody wanted it?
Yep.
Like Nintendo wasn't the first choice to get that game developed. They were just the only ones willing to step in to save that franchise. And since you guys didn't want it or whatever, and didn't buy much of the game, you didn't sell that many copies. Now all of a sudden you're the biggest damn fan of Bayonetta, and you're mad because it's on the Nintendo system. Well, I want to play it on this system. It's like, well, hey, you know what? I want to play God of War on my Wii U. That's not going to happen, is it?
Actually,
I mean, some things are like a little extreme. Like I enjoy playing Call of Duty with the Wii Remote and Nunchuck, unless I'm willing to just play Ghosts and Black Ops 2 all the time. I can't do that anymore because they're not dropping Call of Duty anymore on the Wii U.
I understand. No, I understand that. But you see, my thing to you, since you are a younger person than me, King. Look, all good things come to end. Everything ain't gonna happen. Your favorite radio show is gonna stop. Your favorite TV show is gonna stop. It's just what happens. So yes, the remote and nunchuck is something that I like the most on my Wii U to play those shooters game.
That's not true. Goggles is coming back.
Okay, you need to shut up with that right now.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, you know, I get what you guys are saying. It's no reason to sit there and complain. Like at this point, if someone's complaining about the Wii U having like a third-party support, I will only expect that they don't follow the industry, or they're just like, I don't mean like a casual gamer as an insult. They just don't really follow anything, so they probably don't know that the Wii U just doesn't get those games. But if you know that and you're complaining now, it's kind of like you're just complaining to complain.
Well, that's my opinion.
Oh my God, dude, are you speaking common sense and logic?
This is why I like King Ronpachi. But hold on.
That's what I'm talking about, son. Sorry.
For everybody that's been complaining about third party in the Wii U, Nintendo Canada did recently put out an announcement that Nintendo will be doing more third party partnership stuff at E3. There you go.
Yeah, but
it might not be what you want, but it's there. So you can stop complaining about it not being there. It's there. It just might not be what you want. You're going to have to get over that.
Exactly. Deal with it.
At the end of the day, this is the reality of it. No one gaming system is going to give you everything you want.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. I'm not going to say no one gaming system will give you everything you want, because there are some people that are wholly satisfied with one console, with one set of games.
There's a difference between being satisfied and being fulfilled.
I can name a couple consoles that just gave me everything I wanted.
Put it like this. There are loads of games I would love to see on the Wii U that are not there, but does that mean I'm dissatisfied with my Wii U? No way. I'm more than satisfied with my Wii U.
Well, okay.
Somehow this became a Gamers at Large cast. I don't know how this Endcast became Gamers at Large.
Well, too many of us in here.
It's what gamers at large is supposed to be.
Okay, well,
Oh, shots fired.
Ken, you think about you want to say something? Say what you're gonna say. 'Cause
I was saying like if you're complaining now about it, I get why people have they're just probably sitting back looking like, well, why are you complaining? This should be common knowledge by now, like complaining about third-party support. But I was trying to figure out, like, at the time when it was kind of, happening, I understand why people would voice their opinion because they're upset. I voice mine, but I don't linger. I just move on. I accept the fact that that's just what it is, and I go about my day. But sometimes people
Amen.
like to just like let me say what I have to say, and then I move on. Not like hold it down forever because even now, I know the Wii U doesn't have third-party support, but I'm still considering to get one. It's not. You get over things as time goes on too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, anybody, like I said, the video I made about preference. That's why I made that video because everybody here has different preferences to everything. It always gonna be that. Now the Wii U, like I said, the only reason I would say, from my point of view, you asked and also I want to answer one of your questions you did in one of your videos, King, really, because I wanted to point it out, but I couldn't type it at the time. But the only reason I'm saying with the whole third-party thing that I have read is one is again I've seen what it's done be inside the third like EA and Ubisoft but that's not the only. I've seen third parties help do what it did for the GameCube. Publishers didn't want to jump to it. That's why I separate publishers and developers all the time. Because again, there's even games that was exclusive to the Wii U, and we talked about this. Mike and us talked. Mike and George talked about this in the last Endcast. Resident Evil with Shin Megami. That was supposed to be a GameCube only, but the publishers broke the deal. Just like Ubisoft broke the deal with Rayman Legend. Just like Ubisoft broke the deal with not Rayman Legend with Suda 51's game again. No More Heroes. Same thing also.
And also, someone just have a sound effect?
That was actually perfect timing too.
I did it on purpose. Keep going.
I know, but and the same thing happened to Rayman Legend. I'm not Rayman Legends. Rayman Raven Rabbits. It was a bad port and they didn't want to do it over the 360 because you can't do the same emotions with the analog stick that you do with the remote.
You mean the Kinect can't do it?
Anyway, my point is this, though. That's what I'm saying. My point is this. It's just the third-party developers have no problem with it because, again, just like I pointed out last time, if you go to the NV Voicecast, when Jose Otero said, well, why does the these big publishers, whatever, and Pierce Snyder, which I said, sometimes he says something smart, sometimes he says something dumb, but this time he says something smart when he's like, I have not heard any third-party, way forward, again, Yacht the Club, all those games, I've never heard any third-party, any indie developer said it was difficult to develop for the Wii U, and they have less budgets than these guys.
They have far smaller budgets.
Yeah, but they have no problem making their games, and the game sells.
Because they're actually putting effort into the games, or they're able to put effort into the games, whereas if they had publishers, they can't do it the way they want to. They have to do it the way the publisher wants them to do it.
That's what the problem. That's the problem in the industry right now. That's the problem in the industry right now, because everybody now, the publishers have seen so many stuff. Again, EA making this money. Again, they made the money last year. That's why I think. Excuse me. Even with the DRM right now, like I said, Need for Speed, everybody was hyped. Need for Speed is going back to underground. Then of course EA had to drop that crap with whole, but it has to be online all the time. F you. I gotta buy a game and I gotta keep my thing on the time. I understand what they're doing it for piracy, whatever, but there's other ways to get around that. And you see, here's the thing: that's what goes back to the PlayStation. We started this whole Endcast on the piracy on the PlayStation 4. They have to find a way to over succeed that the piracy, and it is online DRM because they're losing too much money. So I mean, that's something. The industry right now is the gamers right now are as I mean with Andre and Sheppard with the whole thing. We are playing too much specs and not enough games. And we need to stop playing specs and play our damn games.
Well, hey, why are you using the effect? You should have been doing that from the beginning. Damn it, nice.
Well, I've been
That was on the
all,
phone.
dude. I've been all over the place. I can't do it. I'm back at my house, so I have the PC. It's hard to do it on
Oh
your cell phone.
Lord. Oh Lord, you guys are too much. You're right. This is y'all more than what
I warned you. I warned you multiple times, but you didn't listen to me.
I hate you. You're right. You're right. But I have to I want to ask a question to King Apache. You had a video about your about the servers. One of your last videos
The servers? You mean the Uncharted
for
stuff?
Uncharted. Yeah, you
Yeah.
talk about it. Don't take that. What happened is servers are expensive. If you have multi servers, it is expensive to run those. But the Batman Origin server, because a lot of people lagged off of that quickly, you can run certain. You could run like just like 410 servers for what the community is for that.
Yeah, I mean, but this is what I was saying about it, right?
Okay.
I was, having plenty of conversations about the game and the Uncharted franchise and stuff, and I'm like, if these servers cost so much money to just have up, because this is what I'm being told, just to run them costs so much money, I'm like, well, there's barely, like, Uncharted 3's community is very alive. Uncharted 2, like, you're going to have to play, like, at a specific time of the day. You're not going to be able to find anyone online unless you play, like, maybe in the afternoon. But those servers stay up all the time. And they're just sitting there. There's no one on. And if you have a Vita, Resistance on the Vita, literally like right now, if you say, Grim, let's get on and play, if you log on Resistance, me and you will be the only two in the lobby because there's no one playing the game online. But see, maybe it was misinformation for me. I was being told just to have the server up costs a lot of money. So I'm like, well, they have games that are like completely dead. They just leave them open. So I'm trying to figure out why people are like trying to say, well, the Uncharted community is not big enough for them to have servers for the new version of the game, but yet they still have the PS3 ones up. They're gonna make a new multiplayer for Uncharted 4. The community is so low for Uncharted's online multiplayer. Why even create a new multiplayer for the fourth game?
And meanwhile, 2K14 servers are shut down.
Well, they shut those down because they want to force you to buy the new game.
Well, yeah, we know.
That's just why they do that. They want you to buy the new game.
Okay, here's the answer to what you just
Gamers
asked.
need to friggin' pay the hell attention, because this is, we let them get away with this nonsense. We really do.
Yeah. Let me answer your question though.
This is what happens when you have a bunch of dense motherfuckers in the going into gaming.
Man.
It's early for him in the morning. He's really ready to get coffee.
Listen,
Anyway.
I'm the Marine here. I should be cursing the most. I don't know what the heck is going on with
I'll
y'all.
say, yeah, y'all letting Shep not have cellar mouth, and y'all doing it for him, man.
Well, I ain't doing. But listen here though. To answer your
Look,
question.
yeah, it's nearly 4 in the morning where I am. I ain't got time. It's 4 in the morning where I am. I ain't got time to be nice.
I hear you. But to answer your question, when you just said right there, Green Papachi, most of the studios, they rent the servers. So there's like GameSpot back in the day when they did the Wii Online, they rented out the servers for those games. So if I rented out, let me see.
That was actually GameFly, not GameSpot.
Let me get GameFly.
You mean GameSpy?
Spy. GameSpy. What I was saying is when you rent it out like that, if the community is that big, you could scale it back down, and you could kick it over to something else. And if you had 20 servers to run, and if you have 20 servers to run, and you have the community to go there, then you keep it running. Those cost goes up to rent it out. Also, you have to pay the GameSpy employees also to run some of the coding. So in other words, you have the developers running the coding, then they ship it off to GameSpy, and they have to do their own coding so they could run the servers. That way it gets expensive. But if you have a community like you're saying right now, they're going to say, hey, we want to scale back down to 1 server, 2 server, just to keep it up and running. Some of these studios, they scale back and don't pay them at all and just buy their own server for you could buy a server for like $5,000 and run just the simple games on it, like you say with Vita, like you saying like that, right? Or with the limited people that's in the community.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was trying to explain. But the thing that basically in a nutshell why I even made the video was because I'm just being told that it just costs so much money to run these servers, and I'm like, all right, that's fine. I don't really know the cost because I'm not I don't know. I just don't know how much it costs. But the thing is, it's like it can't cost that much if there's literally games that there's no one online and the servers are just still being ran. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's where I was like trying to just add in common sense to the equation. Like, it must not cost that much money, or these companies are really easy to just waste money. So if they can waste money over here, they can waste money over there. And then they don't seem to have a problem with it. So it's no reason why, like, I was just thinking the Uncharted games, the remakes couldn't have the multiplayer, especially seeing as PS Now copies of the game. It's nothing but the stream PS3 version, but that has online to it. And from a consumer standpoint, if I have a PS4 and I never played Uncharted before I got the PS Now copy and I can play online, but I want the new copy and it doesn't have online, a normal consumer that doesn't follow the industry is just going to be like, that doesn't make sense.
In other words, what your comparison is saying, and I'm not trying to be a troll, but why support, let's say, for example, why should anyone support the PS4 if there's nothing to play when another system has plenty of games to play on it? Like, where's your excuse to keep that running if you can't, or put something over there when you actually have something over here that's actually worth investing in? I mean, I see your point. Like, they can keep those servers up and running, and there's no reason to because no one's ever on them. Why not put those resources towards something that could use because people are trying to play online?
Or just transfer those dead servers over. Because Sony has shut down online to games that actually people were still playing. Like the Resistance games, people were still playing those games. They just turned the online off. Maybe because something had to do with Insomniac. That's a possibility. Maybe out of spite. I don't know. But they just, you know, they keep what they want up. You know.
Okay.
I want to say profitability, but Sony hasn't exactly been making the best financial choices in the last decade or so, so I'm not quite sure on that.
To answer to what you just said right there, okay, so I understand what you're saying, and to this is what developers get on the other side, what you just said. I think you've seen this before too. There are people out there who threaten these guys for the most stupidest of shit. For cutting servers off or whatever, even if the game is dead, like you just said.
Oh, and threatening the developers for the change in animation of a gun reload. Oh.
Well, yeah, but there are also people out there who go. This thing's one thing that pissed me off right here. I'll say this: the whole thing, not against the president or nothing, but this whole stupid thing with people, gamers, and all other social. And I'm not gonna bring up that part, Shep, but like the whole. Change.org don't mean jack squat. It's a facetious facade just to get your voice for nothing. Oh, I'm gonna sign Change.org to change this. No, it don't change nothing.
It's a feeler. They want to know what the general population is up to. Make them feel important, but in reality, it's like a census, but we don't realize we're taking a census.
No, it's not a census. It's just something to make you feel happy that you did that I complained to something.
Well, I mean, it's like the whole. If you really want to get that far, it's like the whole politics.
It's basically the illusion of inclusion.
Yeah. If you notice, when for the important stuff, you have maybe 2 choices, but then you go to the 7-Eleven and you have 50 choices for a snack. For the important stuff, you have limited choice, but you think you have choice. You really don't, honestly. But then you have unlimited options for something that really doesn't matter.
No, okay, I understand.
Sorry. I went a little heavy on that.
No. I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to say it's a political thing there. Why do gamers going to sign a petition that the president going to do, or the White House president or whatever, ain't going to do nothing about gaming, unless it's like somebody getting killed or violence crap. They're not doing that. You're going to sign, we need 500 signatures so you could make that server stay on. The president don't give a damn about that. Neither does the White House.
You're talking about Change.org in particular. My fault. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, not that. I'm saying, and gamers use that petition. When a lady from Platinum Games got threatened many of times because she got threatened for 2 ways. One, because she created a character, which is stupid. And also, when, of course, like you guys were saying, the Bayonetta's not coming to the concert, they say, I'm going to kill your father, your mom. I'm like, your children? I'm like, what are these gamers? And I see these things when I was talking to Platinum Games.
And it's stupid because if you want to get angry at anyone, get angry at Sony or Microsoft. They're the ones who never funded the game. Don't get angry at Nintendo or Platinum Games.
But I also
I mean, really, Really and
because the
truly, you
media,
shouldn't. I mean, really and truly, you shouldn't get angry at anyone as long as wherever the game is being made, the game is being made. A great game is a great game, regardless of any console. But if you have to be angry at someone, then it's stupid to be angry at Nintendo or Platinum Games. All Nintendo did was fund the game, and all Platinum did was go where the money was. You know,
No,
at
but
the
my
end of,
point, I understand what you're saying. My point going on to going back to what I'm trying to go full circle to what I'm going to say is there are a lot of studios right now, like I said, like Silent Man Studios. They're not. It makes no sense for them to make a game for Nintendo now after what they pull. Lies, no lies, whatever anybody want to argue about, that's that. But they're not going to sell nothing on the Wii U. So you have other people who, just like King was saying, with Uncharted or whatever, they want to do a good. They got one. They keep the servers to a lower latency, like the scale on the servers where they could handle the cost, which is again it's a waste of money, like you said, to rent it out. But they keep it down for one, they don't want to hear the noise and arguments. I've seen the threats and noise and argument, and two, because they want to give a good how should I say it, like we call it like a opening outlet branch to say, hey, when the next game come out, jump on with us. That's the two reasons why when they scaled it down, like you just said, they scale it down to that point, and like I said, they lose the money, but they're doing it for they don't want to hear the noise and emails and tweets and all that stuff, or they just want to give it an olive branch and say, okay, the next game's coming out, here you go. The next game coming out, we're gonna shut that server off. Let's get to this game. Cause it takes a lot of money. It does take a lot of money to run servers for games, and like I said, Nintendo's spending a lot of money right now to run Splatoon servers. Hundreds of thousands of dollars every week.
It takes a lot of money just to run a server in just a general school office.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of money just to run a server in a school.
But most companies, like I said, they rent it out. Nintendo now they made their own dedicated servers for Splatoon. Mario
So
Kart.
they are dedicated servers.
Yes, to them. Nintendo made the dedicated servers to them. Yes, they bought this. They bought it, and that's what they are. Them. Some other game companies, because of the money, they rent it out. Again, they go to GameSpy and say, "Let me rent this and whatever." So you have two ways of doing it. So Nintendo know they want to control Splatoon because again, the whole family thing is rated 10. They don't want no trouble. They don't want no problem. They bought their servers. They're running their own servers. That's what they're doing right now, and that takes a lot of money. And online is gonna be that's the next thing the gamers always gripe before you. We need online. Well, it takes money to run this stuff. Why don't you? I have no problem saying. Like I said in my video, you know what? Y'all want all these features? Pay a subscription fee. If it's so important to your ass.
Oh, and that's another thing that I brought up too is that the fact that like if it really does cost all these buttloads of money for Sony to give the PlayStation 4 fans servers for the Uncharted games, then what am I paying for with Plus? Isn't that money going to servers? I thought that's what they said. That's why I have to pay for online.
No. They're going to servers for if you were going through how should I say, like Sony basically using their servers. Because it's so damn late. Sorry. Okay. Sony is when you're playing it online, you are paying for Sony's for their stores, for the servers to run the stores, your profile, the accounts, and any game that's like there was money had it by Sony. Uncharted is one of them, so you're right. So what you just said right there, King, yes. But they are like Call of Duty and stuff. Activision don't.
No, of course, yeah. I know all that.
Okay.
I was just saying, like, for Uncharted, there should, like, even if people were like, because some people were saying that silly mess, like, if you want servers and you need to pay for them, it's like, well, isn't that what PlayStation Plus is for? Don't you pay to play online? Shouldn't that money be going to make some servers for these games or something? And when most of
the PlayStation gamers you already know is third parties. So
yeah.
I mean, the third parties are they going to pay PlayStation that server fee or not? Some don't, some do. Evolve didn't pay that fee, and they hurting, and the people who made Evolve is hurting like a motherfucker.
They should have never
Because,
put that game out as a $60 game. That's
well, like again, but it's hurting them so bad now because nobody bought the D. A lot of people are not buying the DLC. The game dropped out because the only thing you could do with that game is online play. So running the servers and everything is bleeding them dry right now.
yep. An online-only game based around DLC.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, you know, so many of gamers in the Nintendo community, they want certain features in their games and stuff like that. Well, you know what? The reality is gonna come where if Nintendo does implement these things, and I think they will. I think, you know, I don't think this partnership with DNA is. I think this partnership with DNA is partly for them to is partly based on researching, looking into certain, because if you think Nintendo's not listening to you or they're being stubborn or they're being ignorant, no, they hear what people are saying. It's like what I said before. They have their own way of doing it, and sometimes when you do things in your own way, it takes longer than others. You know, so
especially if they don't want it to be something expensive.
or especially if they want it to be something that they feel is safe.
That too.
Yeah, that's one of their crutches right there. Nintendo's trying to be safe. But I've said in my as I've said in my voice chat video.
But
I have no problem with people who want it, but you have to. I'll bet you. And
this is what I'm saying. Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. It's just like so. You know, I don't think they're doing all this research and investment in DNA for nothing. You know, this must be part of the reason. So, you know, if Nintendo does bring it out, Nintendo does bring these features out, which I think they will, you know, if it costs as much to run these servers as Liger says, then, well, guess what, people? Pay up. Simple as. You want these things? Pay the money.
That's going to be the ultimate thing, and then there are going to be the people who don't want those things, who are going to be mad at Nintendo for offering a paid service.
Well, this is what I think. I think Nintendo should add a free online service for people who just want to just play.
Basically, they should mirror what PS3 did.
Hold on, but what's happening is this, and it's sad. This is where the irony comes in. Same people are saying Nintendo should get with the times, and then Nintendo is doing that. Dedicated service with Splatoon, which I think the whole DNA partnership is to give any of their online games dedicated service. I still believe that. But moving on, when Nintendo actually does implement a paid service, then people are going to be like, you know, well, this is unfair. You know, Nintendo shouldn't be doing this. It's like, well, you're the one that said you want them to get with the times. Do you know what times you live in, buddy? This is common. Xbox has been doing it since 2005, charging for online features.
What do you mean? Earlier than 2005. What do you mean? They were doing it with the original Xbox.
I mean, I know that, but the whole paid online thing really took off when the Xbox 360 was released. It was happening on the Xbox, but it became a quote unquote standard with the Xbox 360. So that's why I laugh at these people that always say they should get with the times, but it's like the times you want them to get with are the bad times. Just like now they're saying, why do we have DLC? You know, in Nintendo games. Now we got DLC, but now you're bitching about it.
All I'm saying, if I was Nintendo and I was bringing out all these new things like voice chat and all these kind of stuff, I would just be like, you know what? We have your dedicated servers, we have your voice chat, we have all this shit that you lot bitched about. You know, so, but it costs us a lot of money, so you gotta pay up. So either you pay up or you shut the fuck up.
And you know what's gonna happen when Nintendo comes out? Let's say Nintendo releases their own online paid service or paid optional payment service or whatever, and let's say they charge $40 a year. That's their price. You're gonna have gamers, even some Nintendo fans, coming out talking about, yeah, that's too much. It's like, but you just paid $60 for Xbox Live. Or PS or PlayStation Plus. You just paid that. But now for Nintendo, it's a problem.
Well, you know what I'll say to those people who's complaining about paying for that stuff? I'll be like, well, clearly, clearly you wanted something that you couldn't afford. So again, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, they don't have to charge, I don't think, to give you those things. There are companies that give you those things and they don't charge.
Which companies? Which companies are that?
That give you voice chat in your game and dedicated servers and all you gotta do is
Oh,
buy
you
the
mean a
game.
game? You mean game part? I'm talking about the whole cross-party chat through Nintendo's
Oh,
console. I thought you meant. Okay, I thought you.
I just want voice chat, my online games, and I mean dedicated servers are nice, but I don't really they ain't really that big of a deal for me. I
No,
want
no,
to.
no. I understand. If you're talking about, but what you just said right there, if you were saying like the company, the game companies doing that, I have no problem with that because again, Call of Black Ops does it and everything too. So I understand that.
I mean, even with like party chat and stuff, there are companies that give you party chat that it don't cost you nothing to have that stuff.
Yeah, Google Hangouts.
The Vita, I can play online on my Vita and I can talk to people on the PS4 and the Vita. It doesn't cost me any money.
It doesn't cost you any money.
No, I don't have to pay for Plus. You
No,
don't
no,
have to
no,
pay
no,
for
no, no.
Plus.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. It don't cost you any money.
Yeah, that's why I said Nintendo doesn't. I don't think they will have to charge because there's other companies that also don't charge. So
Yeah,
there's
but
must be some. It must
what
be.
he's getting at is it's not a smart business decision because if you look at Sony's financial situation, they can't keep this up for much longer.
I wasn't really saying that point.
I mean, they're not the only one that gives you voice chat. I mean, give you party chat, and you can play online, and it doesn't cost any money either.
No, okay, King. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's not going to cost you. The cost is being is taken by the company, just like the Miiverse. Miiverse millions. Nintendo's paying millions of dollars for the Miiverse to monitor that thing and run that thing.
And they don't
It's
charge
free.
you.
And they don't charge you for it. No, they don't charge you for it. That's what I'm saying. It depends on who the cost is. But if it depends if Nintendo want to go that route. I said in my video, if they do it, that'll be cool. But I'll bet you they might go to pay service because they still want to have that safety factor for the families. It needs monitoring. That also takes money too.
Well, I remember I remember an interview I was watching. I was not watching. I was reading of that was with Nintendo. I think it was a Watson interview or someone where I can't remember who it was, but they said that we do not want to. They basically said that they do not want to ever be in a position where they charge for online. But as time moves on and things become and gamers want more things and it becomes more expensive, they may end up being put in that position. So if they add a bunch of new things to the Wii U and they start charging for it, people who I'm not saying that Nintendo can't do it for free. I'm not saying they won't do it for free. All I'm saying, this is not a thing with whether Nintendo chooses to do it for free or not. This is a thing against the people who constantly kept complaining about it. If you do get this stuff and you do have to pay for it, I don't really think you're in a position to complain because you got what you wanted in the end. As long as you're not getting completely ripped off.
Yeah,
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, like you just said, King. I'm not arguing with you that the point is that Nintendo could do it for free. If they do it, that'd be cool. But as a business sense of what's going on right now in the gaming market, everything like that, if they want to take the risk of that charge, they could do it. But that whole thing of making it easy, the cross-party chat, to make it easy that parents who are not tech savvy, parents who just don't care, they just want to put their kid in front of the console, and there are many parents that have that. They just want to make it a dumbed down version. They're not saying the parents are dumb, but they just buy the console for that situation. They don't want no trouble.
You have to factor in the law cases. I don't know if you heard the beginning of the cast, but Liger made a great point. People are quick to sue for the dumbest reasons. So Nintendo just said, play it safe, keep the kids safe, and reduce lawsuits.
Yeah, I mean, King was on the last Endcast when I talked about it. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying it's a cost that if they want to take it, I'll be happy for anybody out there that do it. That you have the cost in there, that Nintendo takes the hit. But as a business person, they also got to say, okay, I'm paying hundreds of thousands every day to run Miiverse, to monitor it and whatever. I'm gonna have to do the exact same thing for cross-party chat. Hell, if they didn't want to do it for Splatoon because of the whole safety thing, I don't think they would do it for a console unless they're going to charge for it. That's just my honest opinion. I'm not saying you're wrong in what you're saying, but it's just business-wise, that's what they're going to look at it as. They're going to try to save their ass. If you want to say it that way, Nintendo's going to try to save their ass.
For the record, I'm always up for new features. The more stuff we have, the better. But you got to be reasonable. You got to understand at the end of the day, this company needs to survive just like anybody else. That's why a lot of these third parties went under because they spent way more money than they profited. That's why Sega went in. Sega went
Well,
down.
yeah, like
That's
just
why
like you,
Xbox is barely above ground
well,
right now. The only thing keeping
just like you,
them is
Shepard.
Xbox Live.
Just
Go
like
ahead.
you, Shepard. There's certain things I would love to see on the Wii U, but at the end of the day, when you're not in the actual business itself, you don't know what it costs to put these things
Exactly.
forward. At
And
the end
that's
of the
what I
day,
said.
the reality of it is, we may complain about certain things, but the reality of it is, people need to eat.
Yep. And last time I checked, which one of us is running a multi-million-dollar corporation or billion-dollar corporation? Oh wait, none of us are. Right. Okay. Just saying.
I mean, I've said
Mm.
that plenty of times on my channel. Like, people are really quick to say something doesn't need to cost this much, but are they willing to say something needs to raise the price of something? People will say,
Yeah.
look, a game isn't worth X amount of dollars, but when you get a game that you feel it's over the amount you pay, where you step up and say, well, you guys should probably charge more next time, because really, you gave me way more than what I paid. They're not gonna say, no one's gonna say that. They're just gonna, be quiet.
That's common. That's human nature.
It's easy to talk shit. You notice that the people with the least power tend to speak and be the loudest. I'm not. In fact, I'm gonna keep away from that subject. Continue.
I got you, but like what you said.
Well, like they say, empty barrels make the most noise.
I've been saying that. But like you said, King, that's my point right there. Where I'm saying that it can happen, and if Nintendo does it to its fans, it will be cool. But I'm just saying, seeing what Nintendo has done many of times, it just be easier to have people who want it, with mostly the people who are going to pay for that is going to be two type of people: parents who don't give a damn, whatever, you sign the contract, whatever, it's still going to hurt them. And the hardcore gamers like who want the voice chat, like you said, you want the party chat, not a voice chat, the party chat, whatever. Then it will be a less hurdle to jump over. And if they do that, that'll be good.
In fact, I think Nintendo's new reward system that they're doing to replace Club Nintendo, I think it is going to be just that, a subscription service that gives you additional features plus some extra stuff as well. So they might have a service that's similar to PlayStation Plus, but also also when you want things like cross-party chat and things like that, you have to pay. You have to become a member of that service in order to get it.
Yeah.
So basically, say that they did decide to do this pro bono for that,
as long as
feature.
it's optional, I'm cool with it.
If they gave that feature set at pro bono for the feature set, that cost would probably they would either have to absorb that cost or get it somewhere else. So that would either mean prices of games would go up, prices of Amiibo would go up, something would increase in price if they decided to give that feature for free. And it'd be another thing for people to complain about.
Well, yeah, because a lot of people. Let's put it in. I'll put it in just visual sense here. Everybody thinks that when government or whatever in America say, "Oh, we're gonna put this cost to the business and make them take the hit," they never do. They always pass the cost on to the customers in some way or shape. They never take the hit.
Yay, capitalism!
It is what it is, but they never take the hit.
The only time I've known one of the other companies to take a hit is when, and this is because they were obligated to, because it was a huge, F up on their part, was when Microsoft bit the bullet, the $1 billion bullet on their Red Ring of Death. That's the only time that they, in a sense, took the hit. But it's like, you kind of had to, because you sold us a faulty console. It never happened to me, but I actually know people that ever had like 5 Xbox 360s.
No, I understand that hurt them. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the government part when you try to force a cost. But you're right, and they took the hit for that. That's why the console was not profitable until 2012, like I showed you guys before in the graphic thing. But if this is, like I said, it's just one of those things. If Nintendo absorbs the hit, they're gonna pass it on some other way. And they can. I think to a point right now. Again, if they do it, I have no problem. I wish everybody be happy and it's good. But with taking a hit from Miiverse costing us such money, playing Splatoon servers, Mario Kart has servers now. Again, I already said that Smash Brothers does not. It has servers, but not fully, because they do the whole peer-to-peer system with Smash Brothers. If All that stuff is cost that Nintendo and other gaming publishers, not even Nintendo, other like Activision have their own dedicated servers as well. Ubisoft will have their own dedicated servers as well, cause they have an EA as well. All those guys, they take that hit. So if they're gonna pass the cost off by maybe doing some DLCs that people don't like. Because remember, it goes back to getting people being stupid. Because again, in Activision, you buying skins for guns, and people buy it.
Yeah, because it's not that hard for them to change what the thing actually does.
But
you're just paying for appearance change.
Yeah, but you found a bunch of people who are naive enough. Let's be nice, naive enough to supplement the cost. People to supplement the cost of some server or something that Activision did. Let's pre-order bonus this. That's gonna do something to supplement something else. It always a supplementing for some when it comes to certain costs. You don't get nothing for free. You don't get nothing for free all the way. Again, Splatoon just came up. We paid $60. We're gonna get download DLC, updates, everything, whatever.
It's all a fantasy life, my friend.
Yeah, but we still ain't got the full game like you guys said. We still ain't got a full game.
Yeah, it's not worth $60 because you don't have all the content.
Yeah, but again, something got to be supplemented for something. There's always a give and take.
Yep. The problem is that's all people are doing. We want to take. They don't apply common sense. There's a balance to everything. But and people want to know why gamers are seen as a bunch of children and petulant. Because we don't know how to act right. Use your brains. Be calm. You don't have... You know what I'm saying? Like, this is coming from me and I'm hyper. Chill out. Relax. Seriously, chill out. Relax.
You know,
people be starting to mess over nothing.
Wasting
money over nothing.
A hyper man child.
I'm proud of who I am.
Well, and you know what? As Shepherd, you already saw my company. Yeah, I don't run billions of dollars. I do run millions though. So I do get that over you.
I want to say some things right now, but I gotta show some respect. I'm on your channel.
I'm just messing with you, man. But
no, I'm wounded deep down. I'm gonna cry later on.
But to be serious, though, like I said, I think right now we covered a lot of grounds. I know one of the things you're trying to do, your crusade thing. I'll say one more time. Do you have anything else you want to ask, King? Because right now, I think I exhausted most of my topics. Do you have anything else you want to add to the? Do you want to have a question about or whatever? Because all of us is. Go ahead.
Nothing I can really think. I asked this. It wasn't really a question. It was a statement I made the other day in another Nintendo podcast where I was saying like the gamepad was a gimmick, right? And everybody treated it with respect, but it's like people don't they just take what everybody considers the word to mean as that's what it means, and it's not the definition of the word. A gimmick is not something bad, and I was trying to explain to them that a gimmick is just something that businesses create that it could be 100% the point of the device, but it's also something to entice you to get you in to coming over there. Like Ronald McDonald's is a gimmick. Ronald McDonald has nothing to do with flipping the burgers at McDonald's, but guess what? Ronald McDonald.
Well, video gaming. I always say this: video gaming in general in itself is a gimmick.
But that's another thing, and this is proof of the fallacy that people fall for nowadays. People need to understand the words they're using. When you hear a word, don't jump to conclusions. Friggin' learn what the hell the word means. Like I'm about to say a word that's gonna offend everybody here. Liger, I'm gonna ask you real quick because this is your cast. I'm about to say something offensive to a lot of people. You can
go right ahead.
Sure about
Liger
that?
don't care.
All right. The word nigger. The nigger has nothing to do with color. Nigger means ignorant. But as soon as you hear that word, people flip the freak out. It has nothing to do with skin color, although it has been used in a derogatory manner. That word simply means ignorant. That's the short version of it. That's just one example. Gay. Gay means happy. That's all gay means.
Yeah,
The
but it's
problem
been
is,
changed over the years. It's just like we were saying with the whole thing
But
last
but
week
the
about the
meaning of
DLC.
but the meaning of gay has never changed.
But
They just
this is the
added
problem.
on a,
People,
they just
this
added on a
this is the problem.
subtext of
Everyday
the word.
people. Well, this is the
But
thing.
okay, like with those things,
This
those are touchy. But like gimmick, like how I
Well,
like
I had to go extreme
like
to drive my point home.
yeah,
Sorry.
no, I get it. But I'm
well
saying
that
like
well
with
that
the word gimmick, that's so it's just a typical word that has no like like you said, nigger.
Yeah,
People treat it as a racial slur.
yeah. People
Gay,
take
Well,
it.
negative, but to some people, but like gimmick, that's just to me like a neutral word. It doesn't mean
Well,
well,
exactly.
anything.
But I'm
so
just.
to go with Double M was saying, every console had its gimmick. Every console. The reason why PlayStation
Exactly.
2 sold was the reason PlayStation 2 sold was because of DVD player.
Exactly.
The reason the
reason
PlayStation
PlayStation
4 right
sold
selling
was
right now is because of features in the Blu-ray player.
the original PlayStation. You could play music on it. Some multimedia.
Had no
The
the
Wii.
original the motion controller, the original NES because the whole zap gun and Rob the Robot. All of
Yeah, Rob the Robot. Yep.
every console had a gimmick, so it's not a bad. I'm with you what you're saying, King. It's not a bad, negative
Gimmick is
thing
not a
because
bad
every
thing.
console has a gimmick.
Yep.
Connect is a gimmick.
As I said, Connect is a gimmick.
PlayStation
Dual
2,
Shock
Connect.
Rumble,
Greatness.
Dual Shock Rumble gimmick.
Connect is the
Six,
truth. I don't care what the hell you guys say. It is the
PlayStation
truth.
4.
six
Greatness
axis,
awaits. Greatness awaits.
gimmick. Like
The
I
promise of
mean,
greatness.
like like I said, like I don't know, like in the cast, it seemed, it was very respectful. It's not like I took offense to anything, but it was like at the end, I was like, I don't think anyone got what I was doing.
Dude,
I'm trying to
I
make you
listen.
understand, like it's
Yeah,
not
I know.
bad to say here. It's a gimmick. Like it's nothing wrong with something being a gimmick.
No, I understand what you said. I know which cast he was on, and I listened to it. Yeah, there's some things in there that was kind of crazy said, and I was like, okay. But but like you said, it's true though. Every console had a gimmick, so it made no difference what anybody said. I had a video about that, which is the WTF2 4. Sorry, it's not 4 2. Everything has a gimmick, and it's sold because of that. And we changed, like to go to what Shepherd say, we are changing the words for everything now. 'Cause even though Dr. Feelgood said the whole joke thing of free LC for Splatoon and everything, the word still is downloadable content. You still gotta download it. It's the content.
You know what it comes down to? People. You know what it comes down to? Ignorant people's poor understanding of English language. That is literally all it is.
Exactly. Freaking take the time. See, that's people aren't taking the time
See,
to learn.
This is the thing. When they say people don't understand English, it's not that they say they don't understand how to speak it. They don't understand the words that are being used against them.
Yeah, that is true. That's part of the ignorance. That is part of the ignorance. Like I said, we have those words. It don't mean no difference. DLC is downloadable content, no matter what it is. We have to put paid in front of it to make it paid downloadable content. That's a different story. But DLC just means downloadable content. Simple as plain as easy. No difference, whatever. And I want to, because Triforce, before he left and said, I'll say this right here, because which is the only, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The only day one patches, not day one patches, I'm sorry, the wrong way of saying it. Day one patches for day one download for online multiplayer games is gonna be given because it's a known unknown. You do not know how much people are gonna hit that server that first day. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. You can't. Nobody gets ready for those because you can't hit it. You can't. Sometimes you beta test it, but again, it's a whole different game compared to the beta. So that's the only day one DLC or downloadable content or download patch or whatever they want to call it. I will accept because I've seen people scramble trying to do the coding when things fall apart. When you have when they did a test for 100,000 people, next thing you know, 3 million people hit the servers at the same time. Like, oh shit, it's breaking down. What the hell? And they're just going crazy on the keyboard.
Oh yeah, that.
Trying to get everything running. So we need that's one thing that's coming with technology now. Technology has gone forward. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that even beyond gaming, look at even beyond gaming, I mean, you look at the amount of times Nintendo's eShop has crashed because the game has sold way more than Nintendo has expected on their digital store.
Yeah. Every console has something where attacks happen where you get over by DDS stock, which is basically just hitting the server so hard. And that's the only time I'll let down. If it's anything that's multiplayer online that has a heavy community, I accept that because, again, I've seen these people just trying their best just to get that code, to get it streamlined, to get it up and running. What do you think what happened when they did that stress test for the second time to test fire? They let it go for an hour extra because it was too much people in the servers. Again, that's the whole point of the test, but it did that. So that's one thing I will let go for any game, not Nintendo, not only Nintendo, not for Nintendo, anybody. And to answer the next question you had in the endcast, you had there with the whole pre-orders. I have nothing against pre-orders if you're not pre-ordering and then locking the content. If it's like doing like you said, if it's just pre-order and they ain't doing nothing around it, I have no problem with that. But if you pre-ordering and it's like Batman over the background, how can I get? I have no problem
get this if you pay this.
Yeah, if you have that kind of setup with the pre-orders, then I have a problem. I will do something against that. You know what I mean?
I mean, like I said, with me, like I just don't have a problem with pre-order bonuses. Like if I want it, I want it. I don't, I don't. I know that people consider that there are bad business practices around them. That's fine. No one's denying that. But I don't know. Like there's the side of me. There's the consumer and there's the business. I understand. Like with me, my father was a hustler, so he taught me the things that he knew. So if I'm not forcing you to come over here and buy this game, if you don't have common sense to understand that I'm duping you, then hey, you can say I'm a bad person all I want. I'm a businessman. People, that's just what it is. It's when I was growing up and I was in school, I used to sell candy in school. A lot of people did that stuff. I used to take the honey buns that were 2 for $1 and take the 2 for $1 sticker off so you wouldn't see it, and sell you each honey bun for $1.50.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I want to go for 75 cents.
And see the same people that said, "Hey, I know where you got those from. Those are 2 for $1." That'd be the same person still giving me my money. Because they don't. Because at the end of the day, if they want a honey bun and they don't feel like going to the gas station, they got to get a honey bun from me.
You know what? I used to do the same thing, but even worse. And don't attack me for this. I used to do my sister like that, man. Like we both go buy like snacks and stuff like that, and she eat all her stuff up in like 2 days, and I would still have like all my gushers and fruit rollers and stuff. So I would sell it to her for like 3 times the price. It's like, yeah, you gobble your shit up. It's like, pay up now. I'm not just gonna give it to you.
It's no different than like people can't stand when I used to say this. Like people, they can't stand GameStop. That's fine. I get why people don't, but it's like
the whole thing is we enable it, plain and simple. It is. Oh, damn it! He left. But no, he's
sorry.
back.
I lagged out. Like I was saying, like people can't stand GameStop. I understand the reasons for that. I understand 100%. But like when you go to GameStop, right, and then you put a game on the counter and say, I want to trade in this game that just came out. As I just paid 64 and they're offering you $20, and you say, well, this is a ripoff. Why are you ripping me up, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, you don't have to trade it in them. You have to sell it to them. And if you accept that, that's what you accept.
Exactly.
All GameStop is saying is, look, this is what we're going to give you for it. If you don't want it, we'll see you later. Like, we're not going to hold you down. Give me your money. Like, no, they're just going to let you go. But if you decide to deal with the devil, then, yeah, you made the deal.
And you know what? Something else related to that. When I used to work for Netflix, man,
I had to do it. Sorry.
People would call in. Like I had this guy call in, and bitching because we didn't have like Back to the Future on there. He's like, "Well, that's like 20 years old. You guys should have it." I'm like, "Sir, we don't have every single movie or film ever developed in the world. If that was the case, cable would already be completely dead." He's like, well, cancel my service, and Netflix had their own rule. Don't try to save any customer. If they want to go, let them go. Like, we're not here to save the sale like Time Warner and cable companies do. And when he said, I want to cancel, I said, okay then, sir. I'll cancel it for you. He said, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, I was going to cancel it. And he's like, well, you know what? Don't worry about cancel. I'll keep the service. But you know, you guys to get your movies up. It's like, we're not here to pamper you. Like, if you want to go, you can take your ass on somewhere. We have 40 million other customers that we have that
That
appreciate the service.
that sounds a lot like Nintendo, actually.
Because
Sorry. I just had to put that in there as a
the way
yeah.
I see what Grandpa is saying. When you are a successful business and you know that basically your competition is truly no competition, and you're confident in your own like business practices and your own product, you have no reason to kiss ass. You really don't,
And
because
that's
what
the
you
whole
have,
thing. You bend
you
over
have,
backwards, you're gonna always fail.
yeah,
Sony
exactly. It's like, so
and
what you have
Xbox are oof.
that people can't get anywhere else. Like, if you want Mario, you have to go to Nintendo. They don't give a shit if you don't like what they're doing. But if you want to play 3D World, if you want to play Pikmin, you want to play Bayonetta, there is only one place to get it, and you can either shut the hell up and buy the system, or take your ass on somewhere to somebody else's camp. Either
Hey,
way, we don't care.
that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm gonna play with you, Woolly World and Devil's Third. So hey, look, all my issues I have with the Wii U, they may still be there, but guess what? I'd rather play that game than just not play it.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
But hey, you play, you get it for Devil's Third.
Well,
I'll be seeing you online.
it's almost like when people. It's almost like the same when people complain about
The
things. It's
problem is
almost like
people bitch about nothing. Either you deal with it or move the fuck on. Seriously. I'm sorry, I'm cursing now. I
well,
couldn't help it, like my bad.
it's almost no, but it's almost like when people complain about it. Like, oh well, Nintendo makes it difficult for third party because they have a different architecture and they charge higher licensing fees. Nintendo don't need third party, so why are they doing things to accommodate them?
Hold on. Hold on.
See,
Stop.
Even then, Nintendo's giving out free dev kits, and
It's
they
called. Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was going to say, and their basic architecture is very similar to that of the Xbox 360, which at the time was the more popular console to develop
Of
for.
course, it would be similar to the 360.
So,
The 360 ripped off from the GameCube.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, if that was the case, they're still making games for 360. It must not be that difficult.
But the issue that people have is, I don't
No,
understand.
but
I see it all the
point,
time.
the point,
These
the point,
people
I'm,
are
the point,
so
I'm,
self-entitled that they feel what they feel is like, this is the way I want something. It's like, guess what? You are not Nintendo or Microsoft or Sony. They have their own bills to pay. They're trying to run a business. They're not here to cater to everyone's individual needs.
well,
No
no,
company can do
I'll
that.
make it even. I'll make it even simpler than that. You're complaining about shit. You're complaining about shit. And you're in a minority of people complaining. This is what a billion-dollar company like Nintendo looking at you and saying, "Bitch, you ain't paying my money." You know, there, like you said, there's 10 million other users out there on my Wii U. There's 10 million other users out there on my system. 52 million more on the 3DS, and they're willing to put out the money for the game. So if you want to complain, then fuck you.
Don't get me wrong. Like, we all have our hangups about certain shit with every console. We do. We definitely do. Me especially. But at the exact same time, I don't sit here and always bitch that, like, oh, Nintendo should do this. Oh, well, Sony should do that. They made the decisions, and I got two choices. Either I buy into it, or I avoid it completely. But
Well,
bitching and
it's
bitching,
well,
especially to other people, does not help.
Well, here's a situation
Yeah,
I'm sure here's a
if you have
situation I'm sure many people can relate to. You go to you have a restaurant that you go to that serves really, really nice food. Like no other restaurant in your neighborhood serves food that good. They charge quite a bit of money for it. You know, you could look and say, boy, this is expensive all you want, but if you know that's the best food you're getting in the neighborhood, you will pay the money.
Exactly.
In Atlanta, there's this burger joint. This old woman started this burger joint, and she's had it for. I think she passed away. Her family is not taking it over. But what she would do is she would have a certain meal for the day, and she would cook, burgers and fries. But she didn't ask you what you want. You just say you want a burger, and whatever. She cooks it how she want to cook it, and she puts what she wants on it. Like there's no option to say I don't want lettuce. You eat what she gives you, or you just don't eat there. and she was very successful.
And you know what though? What's so funny is that people always say that you don't want choices. It's like it's not that I don't want choices, but any smart business knows that when you take away most choices, you're more successful that way. That's why, let's say for example, I like a specific type of Pringles chip. There are multiple flavors I like, but I do have some favorites. Guess what? Some of those favorites that I like are not in production anymore or not available at any of my local stores. The reason why that is because maybe that store, that retailer, it wasn't selling that well. So should they keep that chip in stock just because when me and one other person buys it and they may sell the 10 cases they got over the course of a year? Or should they say, you know what, we have 20 flavors but only 10 of them sell. Let's get rid of these other 10. Like, they do what's successful, what works for them. So, when you take away choice, it actually makes a business more profitable in a sense because I do photography on the side. I've been doing it for about 10 years. And I used to offer all types of options. But what I've ran into is that people always say they will change their minds in the same damn millisecond. Well, I want picture number 2 in an 8x10. You know what? Make that a 5x7. It's like, I got tired of that. I got tired of having to always sit there for over an hour while they pick sizes and prints or whatever. So I simply said, hey, I take your shots, I do a little editing, I give you all your shots on a flash drive. Simple. There are no prints options, there are no other options, and I make more money faster that way. My quality has not declined, but I'm tired of dealing with the choice bullshit. And people, no one has ever complained to say, well, why don't you offer this? They take it and they go. If they don't want it, they go somewhere else.
Yep.
And because my business is that simplistic, I make good money on the side by doing it. I spend an hour or 2 of my time taking pictures. I spend half an hour to an hour, put them on a flash drive. They go. That's it. You choose between the 200 shots I chose. I'm not going to do it for you.
Like, to put it in a gaming terminology, choices is like the PC. Controlled is like the console, and people think choices. I always say choices are good, but that's if you want them. But it comes with a cost. When you have so many choices and options related to gaming, when you have all those choices and options, you gotta now the developer has to now test each one of those options, settings, and everything, and make sure everything runs right on the multiple different types of hardware possibilities you may have on a computer. They're not gonna do all that. They're just gonna drop the game, make sure it works with these couple of system hardware setups, and then guess what happens? You have these broken messes because no one else's stuff is tested. But I don't have to worry about that anywhere.
It's like, for instance, I don't think Sony could ever release a console without some kind of media playback on it. Why? Because people are spoilt by that choice now.
Yeah, everybody knows if you get a Sony console, you can play movies and you can play music. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
Whereas you look at Nintendo's consoles, Nintendo has never had that functionality in their consoles to play a CD or a DVD. So apart from that chunky ass model of the GameCube they released in Japan. But
the Philips, not Philips, the Panasonic Cube.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And you know what? I read an article about that.
But
Nintendo actually shied away from that decision in the Wii because they didn't want to pay those royalty fees for DVD playback.
It's not even that.
They saved $5 per console on that.
It's not even just that. People will see a Nintendo console and think, well, I don't expect it to have DVD playback. So, I don't expect it to have DVD playback, so I'm not going to let it hurt my purchase. So say PS4 didn't have any DVD or Blu-ray playback. People may think, I'm not buying this console. The PS3 has Blu-ray on it. I'm not buying this.
I mean, with Sony, I'm not sure because their fan base is very wishy-washy. Because ever since after the PlayStation 1,
I was just using I was just using it as an example.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying after PlayStation 1, Sony consoles had some type of backwards compatibility. Even the later PS3 models, every PS3 model plays a PS1 disc.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But all of a sudden, backwards compatibility don't matter for PlayStation.
Yeah, I'm gonna lie to you. If PS4 was a backwards compatibility, I already own it. I would have already owned it. I'd have probably have it day one. But because of that, I'm taking my sweet time to pick one up. I'm probably gonna get it because, unfortunately, most of the JRPGs I want to play is probably gonna be on the Sony only. So it is what it is.
But here's the thing.
I just want that Ratchet and Clank game.
PS3.
Well, that too. Ratchet and Clank. That looked. Oh my god. But
That Ratchet
anyways,
and Clank game looks awesome.
yeah, I won't even front that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. Continue.
Wow,
That's
this
the
I don't know
part
whether
where you
this has
guys
been
keep
an,
talking.
I don't know whether this has been an Endcast or I don't know whether this has been an Endcast or a
Oh, shout out,
Shadowcast.
Cass. You know what? I just noticed right now my damn studio mic was off. I didn't even know that. I'm in my easy chair sleeping. I'm like, what the hell? I'm talking. I'm like, what? Nobody stop talking. What the hell?
Y'all made me burn more than 50% on my sister's on my sister's iPad
Look,
battery.
what you were saying, Dr. Feelgood, the obvious choice is why they didn't put a DVD playback in it. The same reason why they didn't put HD in the Wii U. The market tested it. Why
You mean
there's
Blu-ray
many people out
playback?
there. Huh?
You mean Blu-ray playback? There's clearly HD on the Wii U.
No, I'm talking about DVD.
The
I'm
HD
just talking about.
DVD.
I'm not. Look. DVD
Anyways,
means that you
continue.
play a movie. I don't mean it could be HD, Blu-ray, anything. The reason they didn't do that because the market is already saturated from other device doing it. Why would I put extra cost in my console to do something that you have a laptop that could do that? I have all these other gadgets that have DVD playback in it. I'm talking about just the name DVD playback.
Not to mention the fact that people have gone into the digital age with streaming from like Netflix and Plex and things
Which is
like
why
that.
that's why they included the streaming service because they realized, you know what, at the very least we should give them the option.
And also if you go on the Wii
And they don't have to pay royalties.
browser, you can if you go on the Wii U's web browser, you can actually stream Plex. You don't need an app.
Yeah, and then it goes to what you were saying.
And kiss anime.
Yeah, and then what you were saying, they King, about the whole when the Nelson report pointed out that that's what people buying the PlayStation 4 for is for the Blu-ray player and the features. They're not buying it for the game.
I bought my PlayStation 2 first initially for DVD player. I bought my PS3 for Blu-ray. Yeah,
there was actually some type of thing they did or whatever last gen, and they said the most popular Netflix streaming device was not the Roku, not the Xbox 360, the PS3.
I keep it real with you.
I can believe that.
I was
surprised because guess what? The Roku was the first Netflix streaming device, and it's still very popular. And I thought it was probably like the most popular device because it's a dedicated Netflix streaming device, the first one of its kind. But PS3, there was no paywall like with Xbox Live. It was there. And I was
people
like,
wanted the Blu-ray player.
What's so funny is that the one on the Xbox 360 was actually a superior version of Netflix. The Netflix app on the Xbox 360 was way better than the PS3 version. I mean, far better. Had way more options. But if you didn't have Xbox Live, you couldn't access it.
Again, I say you're paying for it. Of course, it's gonna be better if you're paying for it.
I mean, I'll keep it real with you. Last generation, I was not impressed. I actually almost gave up gaming last generation. I even had a Wii. I bought a Wii for my brother because, he has his son and stuff, and we do like playing Mario Kart and crap, but I lost interest. I was not impressed. But my DVD player was starting to act up. So I was like, you know what? I might as well get a Blu-ray player. I saw the difference in price between a Blu-ray player and a PlayStation 3, and I said, fuck it. I'm going to get a PlayStation 3. That's why I got a PlayStation 3. My PlayStation 2, I was in the Marine Corps. I was traveling all over the place. I got my GameCube, and I loved it, but I needed a movie player. I looked at the price of a DVD player versus a PlayStation 2. I'm like, you know what? I can get a DVD player and a system. I pay like $50 more. So I'm like, screw it. I'm going to get a PS2. I get everything right there. That's the PS2 and the PS3 I bought specifically for media purposes first. I mean, I kept buying the games because I love gaming and I bought a bunch of stuff, but that was the main reasons I owned a PS2 and a PS3.
Well, that's what's going on with PlayStation 4 right now because there's no way that you have 22 million people and your attachment rate of games is that low.
No, what is their attachment rate? I don't know what it is. Was it like 1, 2?
No, it's not that low. Come on, man.
I think the attachment rate is like just about 4 games per PS4. It was somewhere around that.
Isn't Wii U like 6 or 7? It
was like close to 6 now. It was at like 7 at one point, but it's like
It's a
6
lot of
something.
people, man. They buy the PS4. Every PS4 comes with The Last of Us. That's all they need. That's all they want. They're set. They're ready to go.
Well,
And
it's
they
not. It's
play
not only.
that
It's not only
forever.
that too. It's not only that too, because like I said, it was the next person I wanted to join this Endcast with, because this guy knows me for real. Whatever. And me and him work together doing music and stuff. And
Timeout corner. Sorry.
no, I don't. No, no, not time out corner. I mean, like
Oh,
somebody
my
who.
fault.
No, no, I'm talking about somebody who's like know who I am right now. Like come to my house.
Oh, gotcha.
Go up to my house. But he couldn't make. He couldn't make it. He had to do some stuff. But my point is because he was the guy again where we used to do some studio work, and these guys got PlayStation 4. Other than like what King said about the whole Last of Us, I asked these guys, what is the? I asked one guy by himself. I said, oh, you got this console? 'Cause he was saying I told him I have a Wii U and a PC. He said, oh man, well you got all these PC games. I said, it's not expensive, blah blah blah, whatever. But I asked him, what games do you have for your PlayStation 4? Call of Duty, Advanced Warfare, and NBA 2K, last year, 2014. I said, okay, that's cool. I said, all right. I went to the next guy, asked him, hey, you say you got a PlayStation 4. What game do you have for your console? The same damn games. And that's the only 2 games they have. Like, seriously? You pay $400 for this console, only 2 games you have?
Well, I know someone who has 4. GTA 5, Final Fantasy 14, Destiny. Oh,
Then-
sorry, 3 games. 3 games. My fault.
I'm sorry. I'll let you talk, Andre. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't listen. I can't. For my even, like I said, I have the income to buy any console, anything I want. I just don't. I can't buy whatever. I just can't. I can't spend a console for 2, 3, 4, 5 games. I have over 30 games for Wii U and I'm playing it. I have a good amount of games on my, for my computer. I just can't. It got to be at least over 10 games for me to buy a console. None against the PlayStation 4, Xbox One. They have good games that I would love to play, but I just need that setup. And then for other people, if you can't do that, and you got your console of choice, like you say, you want to play Wii U games, but you know what? You don't want to pay the $300, whatever it is. You know what? The console generation is going to end. Buy a PlayStation 2 when it gets cheaper, when the price drop, whatever. You could. There's so many options, like King saying, to play your games. We're arguing over stupid stuff every single day that makes no sense in our
Shut
options.
up and play.
You
Sorry.
have options. No, you're right. You have options. Speak with your wallet. You don't have to buy nothing. If you want to buy, buy. If you don't want to buy, nobody here forces you to do anything. But again, there's so many ways to play different games.
Hey, people don't like the Wii U's price. You can go to Nintendo's online store. You can get one
Get
cheaper, a
refurbished,
refurbished model.
But there you go. Even if you
And
do
it
that, people
comes with-
still won't
comes
do
with
it.
games.
But they
Comes
don't.
with games.
I was thinking about like getting a
Me
refurbished
personally?
model. The thing that's irritating though is like even when you get a new model, I have to call them. I have to like read my serial number to them, then I gotta wait like a week for them to
Oh,
like.
yeah, because that's right, because you want to retrieve all your stuff from
That way I
before.
want to get my stuff back, and I'm like that process. I get why
You
the
did?
No, you kind of did it to yourself, bro,
Yeah?
not to be
Okay.
mean.
I mean
No, I was asking you a question if you did, because I remember I did something. It didn't happen to me that way. I didn't have to do that. It just basically when I went logged in online with my account, everything just popped up. So maybe I had a
Oh.
different experience than you.
nah.
Well, you
I
never
mean
know. Did you try it?
for me, no. When I logged in, right, I couldn't do anything. Like I couldn't download my stuff. It just won't let me do it.
That was weird.
Okay. Okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that.
No, that's
I had a
fine.
different-
Like that, like you have to call them and they like kind of like on the 360,
They
right?
transfer it over.
You could do a license transfer just from a console to console. They do the license transfer for you. You can't just do it yourself. I think that's what they're doing. And I just couldn't access my games. Like when I upgrade from my 2DS to my new 3DS, that's why I'm just holding on to the device. I could just do it, when I get both of them in both of my hands instead of getting rid of the 2DS.
Okay. No,
Then I
I
have to call them up.
was asking for your experience. No, like I said, what you just said right there is not saying that, because my experience was that it didn't happen that way to me. So
Yeah,
that's why I asked that question. No, I
My
was just
bad. I apologize. I've been really mean tonight too.
nah,
So
you ain't been reading them. No, I just
I've
want to ask
actually
you
been
because every no,
off the rails.
nah, it's just I only asked King that question because the one next thing that a lot of people forget too, and I've kind of said this too. When there's no like say like, all the burner games. I think I had a talk with other guy after Mr. T was talking about something. He was talking about Nintendo game, and I was saying. He said he got the game was glitchy. I said, okay, I told Mr. T that's understandable. He's like, what it is? I'm like, because there's never been 100% burn on any disc. They're always gonna have a failure rate on any disc that's burned. It's mass
Of
produced.
course, it's a given. Yeah, there's nothing's 100%. So I mean, even 3 bad discs out of millions, that's less than a percent. That's like 0.00. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
But I'm
so
just saying
that's
that's why
what.
and that's no and then but he had other people like how King was saying they have other people attacking the guy. I'm like, hey, Nintendo guys, back the F off, man. He might have just got a
For
bad
real.
game. Jeez,
You just
It
relax.
got a bad
happens.
burn of the disc. It's
Yeah.
not the master
Just
copy. It was a
just
bad
return
burn.
it and get it switched out. No
And
big deal.
that's what we told him, and he did that, and he came back and said, "Yeah, man, I got a better game." Like I said, but again, people were attacking him for what he said, and like you just guys just said, "Hey,
Fanboys. I hate you, fanboys. I mean, I have my fanboy moments. I won't pretend, but
no, but
god damn, young,
but
shut the
look,
fuck up.
there's I already said there's three versions of when it comes to it. You have fanboys of each console, you have people who are just fans of the console, and then you have gamer fans. That's it. You got the extreme to the up to the middle. Every console has their fanboys, everything has their thing. But I was kind of happy to see that he went back to return the game, come back, and he said, "Oh man, you guys were right. This was a better game now because he had a bad burn." Doesn't say Nintendo can't get bad glitches in their games too, but again, he got a bad burn, like Andre said, and he went back, bought the game. I mean, returned the game, said, "Hey, this is what." Come back, boom, and he played it, and that's good. But I did have to set a trend line. People were attacking him. There were Nintendo fans that were attacking him. Like, geez, guys, calm down. Okay, then he's gonna be thinking that we are just as bad as all the other fanboys, and sometimes cases we are in the Nintendo fan base. So, I don't
Dude,
know.
I think we just done the Encore special episode 1 and 2 in one episode.
I know.
I just want to point out I actually had full intent to finish around 9 something.
I know you did.
So I just want to make sure it's not blamed on me this time because I tend to have a bit of the Shadow Fox effect as well.
I don't. Well, I'm not like Shadow
So
Fox.
it's your fault, Shepherd.
Yeah, I like to let everybody talk. I want everybody to say their thoughts out. So maybe that's why my endcast is people like it or not. I don't know.
Oh,
It is what
please,
it
you
is.
haven't even got a 10% of my thoughts regarding the gaming industry, my
I
friend.
don't want even. Okay, well, let's say that for another. This is
Well,
this
of
is a
course,
special.
not tonight.
This is
But
a
I would
special
like.
endcast.
I mean,
I mean,
literally, we could all probably go on for a 24-hour straight
no, we
podcast if
ain't.
we really
No,
wanted
the
to.
frig we ain't.
Okay,
I'm not
okay,
saying no.
for
I'm
the
not saying
record. Okay,
no.
stop, stop, stop.
I'm not saying we will. I'm saying we probably could if we had the chance.
Okay, for the record, it doesn't have to be for this cast. But we talked about all these problems. What about solutions? Because that's my whole mindset. Everybody's always bitching and complaining. Why don't we talk about what we can actually do towards making things better?
But
I
please,
mean,
next podcast.
I know, right?
no, that's what I'm saying. At this point, I could already tell it's too late. But I just wanted to point that out because I didn't want this to be a bit session. Because my original cast, which I was unable to do, and I'm still gonna try to do it later, is talk about gaming, the good, the bad, what needs and what truly needs to be fixed, and then put your money where your mouth is. What are we gonna do about this?
You know
Because
what?
that's all people do is bitch.
Okay,
We
you're
need to
right.
do something.
I would say I'll give you one answer right there that all of us have agreed on in this endcast. If you don't like something, don't buy it. If you buy it,
I mean, I agree, and I've been saying that myself. But the problem is this:
People
will feel the pain.
No, the problem is people take
need to.
the problem is people take pride in their God-given right to remain stupid.
I hate to say it, but you're freaking right. You're so right.
It's just a wallet. Speak with a wallet. I have not bought every Nintendo game that came out. Donkey Kong, Tropical Freeze, and all stuff. They're great. They got credit complaints, but
well,
I
I
ain't
did.
bought it.
Actually, I did get Tropical Freeze, but I'm just saying,
No, but I'm not saying.
I buy every
Yeah,
single
but
game.
you're
I
not
know what
buying
you're
every
saying.
single
I
game
get
because
what
of
you
your
mean.
It's your taste, your preference, everything else.
There's some games I buy from Nintendo that I trade in when I'm done with them.
At
You
the
know
end
what?
of the day, we're gamers. Play what you like. Stop trying to impress anybody. Like, what does Shadow Fox say? Are you playing games to have fun, or are you playing games to impress people?
Maybe so. I got one question and that'll be it. The question is this. I'm gonna go down the line, Andre, because I know basically my answer will be different from all y'all. So let me ask you, Andre. You have all the games you have bought. Have give me what percentage of your games have you traded back in? I don't know if he's still there or not. Are you still there?
He's still be right back. He sent the message a little while ago. I guess it's taking longer than he expected.
Okay, Double M. How about you? What percentage of your game have you ever sold back, or like you just said, back to GameStop or whatever?
Probably about 30%.
Okay, Dr. Fielder, you still in?
Yeah, playing
How
Splatoon
much?
right now. What's up?
You
What percentage?
bastard.
Yeah,
You crack addict.
what percentage of your games have you traded back in? You actually just pick up a percentage you feel that you trade back in.
0. I don't trade games in ever. So every game I bought for my PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, Wii U, I never trade them back in. Because when I buy something, I know it's what I really want. I've done my
Okay.
research, and I know that basically there's no chance in hell that this game was a mistake.
Okay. King Green Pachi, what about you? Same question.
Maybe 80%.
Okay. Well, you're a younger gamer, so I can understand it to a certain degree.
I mean,
Okay.
we used to play this thing at GameStop where you go buy a game for what used for $54.99. You beat it in 7 days, return it, get your money back, and just use the credit to get something else. So I mean, that's what we used to just do. Because I mean, I was in like middle school, high school. I didn't have money like that.
No, that's why I asked that
I
question.
still
So
don't have money like that.
that's why I said that's why I said that because you're younger. That's why I said that. So it's cool. Shepherd, what about you? What percentage you think of it is?
I'm the same as Dr. Feelgood. Every single game I buy, I keep, I own. The only time I ever get rid of a game is not because I'm trading it in, is because somebody want the game that I care for. I'm like, all right, here. I haven't played this game in a while. I'll let you have it. I never. I love every single game I purchased. I keep every single game. Period.
Okay. All right. Mine's would be if I have to look at all this stuff, mine's would be less than 1%. I've traded back. I've traded back one. I didn't say traded back. I took back one game.
Oh wait,
One.
no, I take that back. I took back Last of Us.
Okay. Well, I took back in one game and one game only. Just like Dr. Feelgood said, like you said the same thing too. And even like I said, even those out there who have to go to Green Compartment, like you see, you're a younger person and you go through you gotta sell the games and all not sell the games. You have income to buy all the games you want. That answers the question again with whole. If you have the money, that's the way the game develop. That's what the game guy is gonna respect you on. Because the only game I've ever took back in my life is Shadow the Hedgehog. That was a piece of crap.
It was,
I got that
do
game.
not bring up that piece of absolute and utter
I got that
trash
game.
garbage. I almost forgot it existed until you brought
I
it
hear
up.
you. I bought that
I actually
game.
forgot about that game. Wow.
I bought that
It
game.
was garbage.
Okay, yeah. I bought that game. I beat one of the first on the multi-ending things, which was garbage, like you said. I did whatever. I said, well, it's within the 14 days. Let me trade this back in and get a different game because they ain't no freaking way or whatever. All the games.
I actually beat it 100%.
Well, you better me, because I didn't. I was not gonna go through that crap. But it goes to what you just said, Shepard, about that. You know what? Before I said that, Andre, what percentage of your games that you ever traded back in or to return back?
I'd say like 0.2%.
Okay, so he's just like us. So see my point. So here's the answer to anybody who's listening. Do your effing research. If you buy any game out there, you should have no problem with sending back stuff. Again, I'm not putting that to King because he's a different situation than us. But I have I have a review part of my channel. I put up the you call it the notion of when I put a review. I'm like, hey, I bought the game because I like it. So already you done know I like the game. I could be objective about the game because no game is perfect, and I never put a score on it because if I can't convince you to do it and go someplace to look at other videos, then hey, that's on you with your wallets. But the point taken is to what you said, Sheppard. It's your wallet speaks the most. Don't buy what you don't think you need or whatever. That's the only way you can talk to developers. And I've said it in my video, and that's what we respect. If they do bad practices, they will get shut down. Peter Muldoon is trying his best every way to do Kickstarter. Kickstarter's not the only way.
No. To clarify, for the record,
if these damn sheeple will go out and spend $40 on a damn demo, trust me, there's nothing else to do.
That's my point.
I am not hating on The Last of Us. It just wasn't for me. I returned it.
It's a preference thing, yeah.
I never said it sucked. It just wasn't for me, so I returned it. That was the only game I ever returned. I just want to point that out because people are like, oh my god, he hates it. No, it just wasn't.
No, I'll let you know what game I returned because I hated it. And that was Romancing Saga on the PS2.
I didn't even never heard of that. Wow.
Oh wow, yeah, I know about the game. I never wanted to get it.
That game is it looked interesting and it was cheap when I saw it, so I got it. And then I got playing it and I was like, oh, I wasted my money.
I guess what would turn me off, because I think the only time I probably ever traded in the game was when there was still Funkoland.
Good old Funkoland.
I loved Funkoland.
I mean, but to me, what was always a turnoff, like I'm not gonna lie, there were times I actually went to Electronic Boutique or whatever to trade in the games. Is that when I got there and they told me a game I just bought like a month or two ago was worth less than half of what it still costs brand new, I was like, I'm sorry, even though I'm young and dumb, I'm not that dumb. Sorry, I'm sorry if I just spent that kind of money.
Sorry. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be horrible or anything, but I really cannot wait for this podcast to end.
Nah,
dude, I'm surprised you stuck in there as long as you did. Go get some sleep.
I would say go get some sleep because, like I said, I'm the one who's got.
Either I'm really tired or you're breaking up.
Nah, you're tired. You're tired, bro.
You're tired. Go get some.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, bro. Well, anyway,
lay down. Turn off the iPad. Lay down.
Yeah, because you already make all them noise with your plastic.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed this podcast, but it's getting to that point where I'm just waiting for it to end because I want to sleep.
Dude, I get it.
What though? And hey, guys, as soon as you get off, everybody send him a hangout message.
Go ahead.
No, Ken, just go join regular match with friends and see if he's there. Liar.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I said, this was a special topic. This was a special endcast. My ass is tired as well too because I work 18 hours. So hell, whatever it is. Again, go check out these guys' channel because they put some crazy stuff up there. Andrew just put up something up there that was pretty cool about showing that he's a true YouTuber with have no problem with correcting his mistakes or whatever. And like I said, that's why I respect him. Of course, Double M. Of course, he has his his Viva Revolution. I know I'm saying it wrong, but right now I'm tired just like you.
Viva la
Bingo. Yeah, Dr. Ken is putting on, Dr. Feelgood is putting up tattoo and stuff, and maybe you got some videos. I know Green Kapachi just doing everything with his crusade and trying to figure out how the gaming atmosphere work. Motherfucker, you ain't gonna find no answer with that bullshit. And Dr. Sheppard. and of course, Sheppard. What?
Oh, y'all shut up and play.
I'm giving. Once this podcast is done, I'm giving myself 40 inks.
I hear you. Well, of course, the Sheppard has not done. I've not seen that many videos with you, but hopefully you get back and create some stuff, man.
I honestly, I'm notorious for just being a guest star. I make like a video every couple of months or so. But I do need to start.
Lazy bastard.
Dude, no offense, I have a freaking life.
And that's what I'm trying to do. We're trying to go to sleep right here, man. Double M, thank you for getting Triforce in on that endcast. It's been too damn long. Everybody go to fuck to sleep. I'm tired. 18 damn hours working. Y'all bitches got simple jobs. I don't. So F all y'all. Go to sleep. Good night, everybody. End of the Endcast.